adrenaline, hey. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins. You're adrenaline, hey. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins. You're adrenaline, hey. Body bad, that's baby mama. Pretty girls come and play in my arena. I'm so cocky with these bands, mucha bonita. She's so cocky with her hands, oh mamacita. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. Spinning bands, what a time of life. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, so let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Pull up to the spot and get them hype. My girl extra crazy, just how I like. She a ride or die, she here for life. If you cannot respect the code, then pay the price. Don't do drugs, it's a natural high. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. My team be the dream. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, so let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind.
Lady, hot
our castle walls. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtains fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and fight, deconstruct, reignite. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow.
This is game over, you can feel the ground rumble. When I hit the ground running, you should move a lane over. Rain holder, we don't run on the same motor. I'm a chain smoker, you a lighter to a flamethrower. I come from an insane culture, living like a trained soldier, just to make it a day older. No closure, remain closer to the days when I could feel the hunger pains I knew I would take. I knew this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I will never lose, I'm the greatest. Just face it, I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I ain't going out. I was made for this, and I will never lose. I was made for this. I feel colossal, choir sing the gospel. I can make the sky move, breathing through my nostrils. Sharks in the water, looking for imposters. You ain't in the bloodline, Prince in the popper. Stand between my digits, then you better be a comma. Leave you in the coma, you don't want no problems. Destiny designed us, made us for the finest. Born to be legend, long live your highness. I was made for this. I was made for this. I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I will never lose, I'm the greatest. Just face it, I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I ain't going out. I was made for this, and I will never lose. I was made for this.
Gotta take control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above fear and its pain. Letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me. Rising up above feels good. Starting to believe what will be, will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above fear and its pain. Letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me. Rising up above feels good. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above fear and its pain. Letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me. Rising up above feels good. No point in fighting, it's hard pretending. Wake up, it's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. want you coming back no more. Oh no, 'cause I will never let you in.
Body bad, that's baby mama. Pretty girls come and play in my arena. I'm so cocky with these bands, mucha bonita. She's so cocky with her hands, oh mamacita. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. Spinning bands, what a time of life. Wake up every morning and I'm counting on my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 So So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. Diamonds up, diamonds up. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. Just let them look, cause we don't mind. Pull up to the spot and get them hype. My girl extra crazy, just how I like. She a ride or die, she here for life. If you cannot respect the code, then pay the price. Don't do drugs, it's a natural high. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this bumper like a fiend day and night. Spending bands, we don't see no price. My team be the dream. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them look, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, diamonds up. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. Just let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. Just let them look, cause we don't mind.
She make music with her body, she that number one single. She make music with her body, the
应该是被消耗了一下。现在第二发酒桶直接开大，皇子是舍生取义，一个大招开始阳鬼石板甲，但是还是扛不住后续的伤害 ，JK 了收他人头。另一边是宝蓝顶塔，下路两个上单缠斗在一起，德善是击杀了小火。
是的，那这边 IG 找到机会击杀掉 RNG 这边2个人。看一下，哇，推了3个人这边。
这波难道是交流出了问题吗？安吉是不知道德善有大招的，这一波天崩地裂，直接再配合牛头后续的选手打了一波团灭，感觉是交流出现了问题。安吉他不清楚德善还有大招，直接去走脸了，给了德善1排3的机会。
时间到了。这边卡塔直接从线上走过来，一个1技能撞到2人，给上一个 Q 技能，但后续的技能没法跟了。这边再接一个 W 强化的 Q 技能，给上了一个虚弱，后面挺身而出，赶紧位于队员给走。Mark 这边，哦呦，直接一个 Q 技能边缘炸到，而且还减速到了嘎啦，再一个1技能上来，正面虽然被打残，但是直接被他们一口吃了回来，但又在这边有点危险，艾童直接火力全开把又在一个换掉，但是卡塔再来一个爆破球桶，升了6级之后，秒学的大招一下炸死了这边艾童。
哇，好热！摇上你的人在哪儿呢？
二大哥难受呀，这个时候
是吧？确实没怎么看下路的装备，可以发现这个大嘴的装备和维鲁斯装备都成型了，
但
都是有2件套。
大嘴肯定是领先的呀，
但这个水银气袋也不能算攻击装备，
大到布隆身上了，布隆回身一个反大，酒桶一个大回身想秒 puff 这边交出自己的闪现，酒桶也交出自己的闪现，正面是一个5打4，阿卡丽进场交出中亚，酒桶这边先白给了，
我连我姐姐们都不给面子，你觉得你算什么东西？
但特别奇安娜一个 Q 2个头，
小炮来了呀！这边直接一个闪现想大招收这个人头，但是一个秒表卡住了。
但是他回身大招推走维鲁斯，再配合队友把 holder 拿掉，这波拿到一个4杀，并且队友应该是并没有机会帮他拿5杀，想拿5杀，他很想拿5杀，
是他想拿5杀，但是队友想拿大龙。
Q 开一下，
无忌有闪现的呀！
哦，5杀，奇安娜的第一个5杀。
有飞机，这一选手拿到。
万物有我指使，你本身不是问题，你是要死得快。
找机会就可以杀了。
就是你得演后面有没有人。
抬
到了，嘎啦交出爆破源，但是还是吃满了一整套的伤害。哦，交完了治疗，赶紧。这个是交了闪现往后抬，后面的话深海冲击直接跟到了，哦呦，冰床之中一勾到了推拉，赶紧交了自己的大招跟金身，闪现躲开了沿途。在这一波双 C 都被打残之后 ，RNG 这波有机会直接把大高地给拿下来。
这边路攻的很好，这边高地是没了，但是狼神这个位置被贾斯汀抓住了，反击风暴晕到，而且这个节点霞落过来帮忙，招了一个闪现过墙，但是内手这边还在跟，过了这个位置 W 想过墙来。
哇，跳斩拿到，但是杀到前拿到的时候，小明闪现一勾加上被动，直接拿到了这个终结前。那旁边的话 ，Mark 的伤害也带走了小明，正面发现 Mark 无法走的情况下，转头 W 想要去回头流，但是嘎啦已经倒了，后面小鹏还在尽可能的想要去干扰对方的输出，但是。正面一旦双 C 全倒的情况下，
一波了呀
！RNG 的追角战，
但是这边等下的大招已经开起来，想要去跟留人，小明招出自己的闪现，直接过墙。
我到这儿来不是来消耗肉的。
这个位置可以绕到后面的阿卡丽进场，
果然进场配合凯拿一个天崩地裂，直接要去进行一个反打，赵雷爷成就了阿卡丽一波 W 后，海剑的入费被3个人围在当中，阿拉夫反身一下，小虎一波吹风 Q。
暗影之泉是我的母亲，我做事和她不同。
你是个不该忍的恶魔，朋友。
火了一个剑魔过来，但这把不是一个打野剑魔，身上是没惩戒的。滔博利用这个点直接去打，但是林伟翔现在复活甲皮在身上，战斗力也很强，直接一下龙坑之后逼出这边的一个秒表。
那么林伟翔是下来以后扫了一波的伤害，再搭配大龙的伤害是。成功的杀掉了2个，刚才被金图弹幕扫了一下以后，没想到林伟翔是选择往前闪现以后，再收了这个人头，而且赶过来，刘信忠竟然还能用一个派克的大招斩出这个人头，我的天哪！站起来的这里走不了了呀 ，Ben 再被斩一刀，这经济 FunPlus 又起飞一波反向的团灭。
真希望有人能如我一般完美。
今天，他刚刚把遗愿都说出来了。
Round 1, baby, go！
阿卡丽想单杀，
我不要再做个 NPC 了，从现在开始，我要自己决定。
被推到墙上了，反身挂点燃，哎呀
KO！ Round 2, baby, go！
哦，现在这里朱奎又是被加维粘了一波，一技能拉到了。
我自己做主，想怎样就怎样。
这里的话应该要等着上了，点爆炸球我漂亮
KO！
从今往后，谁都别跟我指手画脚。
There's no light on a Friday night. I can't believe it's right.
镜花水月，昨日辉煌，一朝称王之人为何而战？
状态起伏，皇冠不朽，为再度登峰造极而战。
后发之人咫尺后勇，逐梦离乡之人为何而战？
狼群散去，但听狮吼，为重回最高舞台而战。
前路漫长，多有磨难，久别功名之人为何而战？
不卑不亢，静候良辰，为击溃心中魔障而战。
百战千回，盛名难复，初心长远之人为何而战？
漫漫长路，甘为学徒，为骑士永不缺席而战。
静如平湖，稳若泰山，最新团队之人为何而战？
不为声名，不为强者，为众人齐心制胜而战。
金戈铁马，折戟黄沙，享尽荣光之人为何而战？
胜负成败，兵家常事，为无愧满身金甲而战。
激情四焰，天赋异禀，心愿未达之人为何而战？
春日遗憾，金秋奉还，为成长成熟成名而战。
正值巅峰，心存浩瀚，意气风发之人为何而战？
凤翼天翔，野火燎原，只为那梦中银杯而战。
We're at another quarterfinals here in the LPL with RNG and LNG amidst our day. A great way to get into it and a great way to start things off with RNG fans flocking out to the arena, and Raz, who is joining me here today, is in a very, very good mood. We're joining Shanghai once more and getting a closer look at RNG. It is hard working with you. Wish people could see this, but RNG in the arena, getting good looks of Uzi, Xiaohu, Ming, people that you look towards, Casa, who is a fantastic jungler as well. This whole intro's gone out the window, so at this point, all I can tell you is that RNG are in quarterfinals once again, and this is it. Do or die for both teams, in fact. They don't have enough championship points to make their way through to the gauntlet for Worlds. It's about this series right here, getting up to the semi-finals and getting a chance at bare minimum of third, which is what they need to qualify for the gauntlet and at least go the distance. Hello and welcome back. My name's Hysterix. This is Raz. That was the most difficult intro I've ever done because of you.
It was hard.
You were dancing!
I was not doing
You were
anything.
dancing. Raz
No, not
likes
at
to
all.
dance.
No.
Good way to get into
I'm
it.
a serious
This is
man.
Raz, by the way. I'm Hysterix, and welcome back to another quarterfinal, sir.
I'm a very serious man.
Yeah, you're always
That's a
so
crazy
serious.
allegation you were throwing my way.
How am I meant to concentrate with that? It's absolutely baloney. I know there's camera footage out there somewhere. However, coming into another playoff day, it's a big day for RNG, LNG. Before we get into that, let's update you if you haven't looked at the playoff bracket recently here in the LPL. A lot's been going on, speaking specifically to BLG and EDG yesterday, which went the distance.
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that it started out with an AP Shyvana, right?
Yeah.
The fact that Meteor came in incredibly strong, like right out the gate, I felt pretty damn confident with my prediction of BLG taking it. And then EDG went the distance. It was a back and forth. And at the end of the day, both teams were crying about how strong blue side was. It was successful through and through. BLG ended up taking game 5.
It was a final finish here for EDG. They will not be able to make Worlds for the first time in the organization's history, so a lot to be taken away. We then go to RNG, LNG today, and there's a lot to take away from this series because this is another do or die best of 5, Raz.
Yeah, now, crazy takeaway, right? Because for LNG, we've had that expectation that they've been struggling for a few splits now, for a few years now. I'll redact my statement.
That's true.
While RNG, there's always that expectation that they'll make it to the finals, that they'll make it to international event. Both these organizations, of course, no points.
Yeah.
Or at least for RNG's sake, struggling with points. So if both of these teams, any of these teams end up getting booted out, then they're out of Worlds contention.
They got JDG to thank for that in spring.
That makes you know, that's that's a touchy subject.
Yeah.
No one wants to talk about that.
Yeah, they do not.
But yeah, you know, I'm just going to introduce RNG just a little bit because, of course, this is their first best of 5 of this split in the playoffs. LNG's already had their series. Now we're going to have a little bit of an introduction for them. In the clips coming up, we get to see a lot of what RNG is good at. Because in terms of just, you know, team-wide kill participation rate, they are the second highest next to JDG. They're a team-fighting team. A lot of the times the kills that are gotten, as you can see, it's a low-kill game when they're going up against JDG, are through grouping up and looking for fights. Team fight and protect. largely protect Uzi. Now, he can do it on his own, as you can see in the clip here, and a great outplay that he was able to showcase. A lot of the times you'll have either Karsa or Ming being the sole front line, the sole tanks, and being able to accomplish that, so he has a lot of space to work with. But in other moments, you'll see Xiaohu actually showcasing either the Karma play or more often the Karma, less often the Lulu.
Yeah, you're talking about that
We
Lulu.
don't want to talk about that. But that's who RNG is as a team. They go late in the game. They look for those 5v5 team fights. While the rest of the globe is focusing more so on solo lanes, RNG is still a team that has high pressure and works towards their 80k.
Which I know for a global audience tuning in, they will understand that form of RNG, because the 2018 RNG we saw was just that. Around Uzi, it was the highlight, and coming into 2019, there has been a shift with Xiaohu more on carries as well.
That's true, but at the end of the day, it's been a successful strategy for this organization to play around Uzi. In fact, before our last split, they have had a they've been to the finals 6 times in a row. So I'm just talking about the LPL finals, that they've always been able to nail that. In terms of just Worlds, while we casted EDG to the sides and they're now missing their first Worlds opportunity, RNG has only missed Worlds once in their organization's history. And if we're in that position once again, if they get booted by LNG, it's the same situation that they're running into.
I'm concerned for RNG. This is a do-or-die situation. Of course, looking at RNG, there's still so many good points to talk about. I know when the all LPL teams were revealed that seeing RNG on them was no surprise to some, though.
Yeah, I mean, across the board, they just have strong talent. Now, if we're just going to show for you, like, the one that's unsurprising for anybody is Ming. The strongest support in the LPL for some time now. Certainly the best support in the world that you'd have that conversation about. Ming hit the, all LPL first team. And then for all LPL second team, Uzi was close to follow up. Now it's heavily contentious. Every split, you always have that renewed conversation.
Should have been there, yep.
And then for third all LPL team, Karsa and Xiaohu, the bigger names. But obviously, if we're having conversations about the jungle and mid lane, that's an even tougher conversation to have with big names like Knight and Duanbi.
Yep.
Xiaohu had a monstrous split this time around. And so back to the point that you made, you want to definitely see Xiaohu be put on carries with how strong of a performance is. But this is kind of coming back to the original discussion that we've had throughout the entire year. How is a team like RNG that has 4 players constantly hitting the all LPL teams in a struggle? Why are they having so little points? Why are they having a tough time to be able to make it to LPL finals, let alone the World's ticket? And it's because there's that one role that we didn't talk about. Top lane.
That's right.
In Spring Split, they had Amazing J. Didn't work out because, there was a lot of issues where misplays happened.
Had to bring Zatai in for the playoffs, and that didn't work out either.
Exactly, and this all started, of course, because Zatai retired, Let Me retired, 2 players that really worked well within the RNG system. And then you bring in Long Xing, high prospect from Suning, and even then there are concerns because at the end of the day, there's a lot of asks, or at least needs that RNG have of their top laner. You're a bot side focused team, and you're essentially saying, okay, top laner, you're put on an island. 3 people are coming your way at all times. Don't fall too far behind. Amazing J couldn't hit that mark. Loves ERR couldn't hit that mark. Long Xing couldn't hit that mark, but he is the more experienced player in the end of the day.
Yes.
So we're going to be seeing him coming into today's
It's like putting
best of
someone
5.
over there, they have rations. The rest of the team, they're eating chicken, beef, whatever they want, and you just have to watch while salivating.
Yeah, you're just eating that tough chocolate. That's all it is. Just you can't even put a bite into it.
It might sustain you in the end, but...
No, it's definitely not.
Well, for the short term, at least it sucks.
Yes. So those are the issues that you have for RNG's perspective. And if we're just going to be talking about the series in particular, they're going up against LNG, a team that definitely shocked the world when they took down IG in such convincing fashion.
In 3-0 fashion. Not bad.
It's not the first time either.
No, that's true.
Because remember, LNG/Snake, historically in the playoffs, since being here in spring of 2015, have only won a playoff series twice before that. First it was King. God bless them. They're gone. Second, it was Invictus Gaming 3-0 in a fast fashion, and then it happened again. This time when IG were already LPL, finals champions.
They got more titles than they had this time.
They were looking great. They were looking great. So Rookie had to eat that twice.
Yeah, he definitely did. It's fun to see LNG in this position. Before we go on to the consequences of this matchup, I want to hone down on the specific 1-on-1, or rather 2-on-2, when we talk about SOFM and Karsa.
Yes.
It's the jungle matchup here that excites for RNG and LNG fans.
Yeah, because initially what was kind of the focus for me, we're talking about the RNG top lane, and certainly you would think about the LNG top lane with how FLICKR's been performing, but that's just going to be a mismatch with how well FLICKR's been doing in the system.
Yep.
For me, what's going to decide this series is Karsa versus SOFM, because Karsa, third all LPL team, I just regard him as the best jungler in general. Like throughout the entire year, if you're including last year as well, I thought that he was consistently the best jungler in the region.
Good.
But with how Meteor and Tian have been performing, there's been difficulties in that. If we're talking about recency as well, SOFM has been incredibly slick. So a lot of great jungle talent in the league. And between the two of them, it'll make this series an exceptional one to watch.
Coming up to playoffs, that's what we want to see from SOFM. But first, over to RNG, and we talked about the top lane. It's going to be Lungxing starting here today with Karsa, we mentioned, Xiaohu in mid lane, Uzi and Ming in the bottom.
With Coach Steak following up too. So one of those rare moments that RNG is going to be leaving their Beijing venue, leaving the cage of Beijing, and then moving over to Shanghai, of course. We'll be seeing them, I think, a little later on going back to Beijing if they succeed in this series. But it's a big if. You can already see tough faces. They're all focused on the matchup ahead going up against LNG. FLICKR up in the top lane, SOFM in the jungle, Fun in the mid lane, and rounding out the bottom side of the map is going to be Asura and Duan.
I know we've had this conversation a lot, Raz, but of course with the mid lane change here and Fun in the past couple of weeks, we've seen more out of him, more consistency, and maybe that's the bolster behind SOFM.
Yeah, certainly. I think that the biggest issue for LNG has always been communication with mid and jungle. Or at least at times, you know, the jungle, specifically SOFM going in, when there was simply not the state in the adjacent lanes allowing him to do that.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, we just need them to talk. So Fun coming in, if we're having a conversation between Flex and Fun, I think Flex is the more mechanically gifted mid laner.
Sure.
But Fun, not only has this boy caught up, he's actually doing so well recently in his own lane. He was able to take down Rookie in such convincing fashion. The previous set going up against...
destroyed Maple.
Yes,
or Angel,
Maple and
rather.
Angel.
Yeah.
Angel he was able to take down pretty easily. So the last few sets that we've been seeing from Fun, so much added confidence with how well he's been playing. But the primary reason we've been seeing him is the communication. The fact that he is, you know, ethnically Chinese, being able to communicate with the rest of the map is pretty damn easy alongside SOFM. While he's Vietnamese, he's been working with LPL teams for quite some time. But taking a look at the specific matchups
This
here.
was last time around LNG and RNG in the regular season in summer. And remember, this was LNG 2-0ing RNG. Oh, no, other way around. RNG 2-0ing LNG. Some of their best performances.
So I want to focus a little bit more on towards 2018 spring. Because 2018 spring, I remember very easily, that was the best of 5 that they went up against LNG at the time, Snake, of course.
Yep.
And we saw them get destroyed. I'm talking about LNG.
Round 1, correct, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so. But RNG went the full distance in that one. And my biggest takeaway from that series is that LNG could have very easily gone to a Game 5 and challenged RNG. But the only issue was, you know, purely drafting. Putting SOFM on a Trundle, he literally didn't know how to play because throughout the entire split, he's been playing ganking jungles primarily, something that has more ability to look for instant skirmishing in the early levels. That's funny, by the way.
Yeah, I
Let's
love
not
that
show
interaction. Never seen that,
but at that time in the best of 5, he wanted to play the Trundle, or at least Coach Kendry certainly put him on it. And it was only until like Game 4 or Game 3 that they decided to take him off of that.
Yeah.
And then they started to succeed. And that's the scary thing about LNG is that they are a very skilled team. FLICKR, SOFM, easily. And then usually the AD carries is always the big question mark for the team, but Asura is certainly a very strong AD carry this year. And so I think he's going to match well versus Uzi. Statistically, he's been incredibly strong. The only difference is going to be amount of resources. We were talking about rations a little earlier on. Uzi gets all the food. Asura gets almost none of the food. And that's basically what it's going to be coming down to. Really, Asura and Duan are going to be on the losing, or at least the weak side of the matchup pretty consistently. That's the expectation that I have going into
I was actually walking into this series thinking exactly about Asura and Uzi because of the similar champion pool and because their ability to play out team fights. If I ask myself in the LPL who are two of the best, or some of the best, team fight AD carries, I think, well, Asura's been rising in the ranks. And Uzi's always been there.
But yeah, you said it correctly in terms of rising, because remember, this is his rookie year. It's so hard to kind of remember that, because in Spring Split, he had a dominating series consistently off of his Ezreal pick, moved towards the Kai'Sa, and it's very much similar. If we're talking about champion pools, Uzi showcasing
Both
the
of the
exact
most
same.
played Kai'Sas in the league.
Exactly. So Kai'Sa globally is just the most contested AD carry, so that's not going to be a surprise. And I think Ezreal's going to follow up, at least in this series. So I want to see how Asura can do going into the matchup. He should be fairly confident now. Fun bit last series, he had no confidence that he was going to take down Invictus Gaming. Had already booked his flight going back home. By the time, of course, it had all been resolved and they took down IG in such a surprising fashion, he's already wasted about, a few hundred yuan.
I hope he didn't book another one, Raz. So we're going into another series, one where they should be confident. LNG have already beaten Invictus Gaming. Now RNG stand in their path. The 2018 Summer Finalists, they've got one more to go.
All right, let's take a look at the bans here. So Olaf is the most contested jungler right now in the LPL. Gragas is also the number 2.
Yep.
So I should be expecting a Gragas first pick here from LNG.
Especially when SOFM in the last series picked it 3 out of 3 times from memory. So it seems to be the go-to.
It's just the best jungler at the moment that not only allows you to get the engages you want, provides AP damage so you have AD and you can go towards bruisers in both your solo lanes. And another thing is, it just destroys the backline. The amount of times that we see a Gragas later on in the game have enough AP to chuck a casket into the back and then half health and AD carry is absurd. So throw that out there.
It makes sense that you look across the board. What else is left that is considered overpowered at the moment? Well, the Aatrox a no-brainer. We talk a lot about the Sejuani, and Cast is not looking at that. It's the Karma early on.
We've seen these compositions, so still remember RNG is the type of team that can run Karma into the bot lane, so it's a deeper flex for RNG. But the expectation is that it's going to be going towards Xiaohu at the end of the day. So I want to see what FunFun is willing to pick into it. Usually, he takes it as a safe lane and would go towards something like, I'm not going to technically Kassadin. This was in the past. But I wonder what it is going to be today.
I mean, remember in the past, we've just seen a lot of FunFun's Corki as well.
Yeah,
we
Corki
are
works.
at 915, so there is no Corki and Azir nerf just yet. But we're talking about that AD carry a little bit before Azura snags it before Uzi can.
At this point, FunFun should look towards picking his mid laner in the second phase. I would go towards a Nautilus pickup here to at least have a strong enough save combination. Oh!
Okay.
FunFun is back at it. Picking up his Tristana. Now, of course, it can go up topside, but if you saw the series going up against IG, he just destroyed Rookie with the pick. So a lot of confidence behind FunFun going up against Xiaohu here.
He's one of the few mid laners still picking this up. So confidence from FunFun, as you mentioned. RNG locking down their jungler now in the final rotation with the Skarner for Kasa.
So it's going to be a little harder now for the double AD carry of LNG, because now you're going to be investing in, your QSSs. And another point as well is that it's just ultimately going to be harder for you to walk towards the Skarner and deal meaningful damage when the Karma is just boosting him up to get you. So I want to see what LNG has in mind here going into the second phase.
Well, we still don't know what's going towards the support position and one of the solo lanes here for LNG. So a ban away towards the Camille. The Vladimir for Flandre makes sense. But LNG have got their eyes on the prize. They want to ban away Uzi's picks now. Zaya's been a top tier, but also Siva has been up there as highly rated.
Now, I'm thinking Varus Tom Kench. It's a very, very safe bottom lane. Also just has an increased range and will deal with the Kai'Sa very easily. I would ban the Tom Kentra from LNG in this situation.
Okay.
Ezreal. Okay.
Right.
Ezreal is also another point of safety because it has the range advantage and in mid-game will pop off. So I think it is a safe ban, but remember you're kind of saying that I'm okay going up against the Varus that will always have a similar range advantage, has a stronger laning phase. So RNG will certainly play towards their bottom lane. I think LNG recognizes that. Let's see what they end up picking for themselves.
Uzi's also picked up Ashe this split as well.
That's
so
true. That's
5
true.
seconds to go to get that worked out. The Siva comes through in the end. Fun fact for you, Raz, if that is your name. I'll call you Stat. Uzi, there it is. His KDA on Siva is 11.8 after 7 games. That's pretty bonkers.
A little wild. Yeah. Another thing too is just that his CS per minute is currently at the top of the league in terms of AD carries.
10.7, yeah.
Yeah. So he's currently a little insane in that regard. They give him every wave, or specifically in later on in the game, they give him every Raptor camp and all that. So the jungler, Karsa, is going to be giving a few donations off as the game goes on.
Of course you would for Uzi. What are we going to get? Oh, yes, okay. That's how you start a game one against RNG. You throw the spatter in. RNG like, okay, well, we need his support anyway. That Karma's going to go in the mid lane, but let's come back to LNG because that looks to be a FLICKR Riven top.
FLICKR heard there was a little bit of a top difference this series. Why not?
That's what you do. The top lane, the weakest part of RNG. What more to exploit it?
I'm glad SOFM decided to go to Smite. It's worrying me a little bit. But man, I just want to see what FLICKR and SOFM can do in this game. This top side is heavy. And I want to see, you know, because RNG is the type of team that doesn't look to defend top side.
No.
They'll just be okay with trading. And if you're okay with trading against a snowballing Riven and it's your stunner that's trying to take your plates, oh, you're losing a lot.
That's why Lungxing is always on the Aatrox, the Vladimir, the safe top laners like the Renekton as well, that can survive the 2v1s, can outplay. With the Riven, the ability to get in and out is always there. So this is dangerous for RNG's top, and I'm curious if this changes their game plan going into game one.
So you do have to give top a little bit of love. At the end of the day, you're a ganking jungler. Skarner, once you get your Predator, you should be on the map a little early. I just need to see him at least give some love up top side.
Yes.
Karsa, I'm telling you, because he's a top-to-bot jungler, but please come back top. It's a little bit, because this team right now, Fen will always, he will have the priority through some points of the lane. It's going to be difficult going up against Karma at times.
Yeah.
Karma has a good amount of poke, but there'll be times if you can just, you know, satchel charge your E, the wave, you will have mid lane priority. You can go top side. You can get a dive going as long as FLICKR gets the wave pushing in. SOFM is going to be looking for it. Karsa has to be aware of it.
I'm excited to get into this game one, Raz. Remember, folks, if you don't know the story of LNG, previously Snake, 4 out of the 6 playoff splits, they have been knocked out in quarterfinals. LNG, this is their curse. They want to break it. They've already beaten Invictus Gaming, one of the 2018 Summer Champions and the World Champions. Now RNG in their sights, and they're not slowing down with this Riven pick in game one of our quarterfinals. Okay,
oh, what's happening?
I saw a flash. Who flashed? SOFM flash. Yes, this is a Riven game.
Yeah, we always have to be out there investigating.
So RNG took the first chant. If you're thinking, I thought they were chanting EDG, but Lightning, of course. Now, I'd love to see what happened. This is the thing I constantly complain about. I know you do as well.
He got caught. That's basically it.
Yes. Oh, okay. So no flash for the Gragas earlier on.
Nice deep wards placed on his Raptors. So Gragas is going to be starting topside. You know, I always love watching SOFM path early. You know, primarily you would expect him going bot to top to path towards FLICKR. This time around, he's going to be matching the Skarner. I want to see if that just means there's going to be an early scuttle fight bound bot side. We'll have to wait on that.
I was very curious about the warding, but it's a ward towards Raptors that should be able to spot out the Skarner. So Castle will have the, or SOFM rather, will have the information. And that's a good binding. Bop away from Dwan, but Asura just lost that heavily.
That's a very good binding. That's what happens, man, when you, you know, the all LPL support.
Yeah.
All these are landing. Ooh. All of them.
This bottom lane's heavy. Ming hasn't played Morgana in a while, but this is one we saw earlier in the split.
That's the binding that, I mean, I'm talking about the first one, that I would never throw, and that's why I suck. Because he just threw it hard to the right. And I was like, all right, well, he knew that he was going to be ducking.
I mean,
able to catch a Asura.
One of the best supports. We're having a quick look at FLICKR in the top lane here. Conqueror on the Riven. Now, you can see, I believe, Cut Down is there as the final take.
Oh, and of course he's going to be having that increased tenacity. I like this. And the sustain from having the Conquerors is an easy one to talk about. I also love the fact that he went towards having the magical footwear, so you get some extra bit of gold that now you can spend towards your serrated Dirk. So good stuff overall. I mean, he's just going to be getting as much CDR as possible, which is the plus.
You take boots because you're confident that you're going to get a kill in this lane as well, Raz. You get 45 seconds off, and that's all you need, right?
Definitely not the goal, but you know what? Honestly, you get that, you cashing out.
Okay.
You're cashing out.
Well, junglers have finally made their way to the bottom lane here. It's going to be the scuttle started by the Skarner, but SOFM was spotted out at Krugs, has the level advantage for now.
Yeah, so great for Skarner, I think. It makes it harder for the Gragas to get that first gank off when Skarner's out on the map, is able to counter gank you. He's not a strong ganking jungler himself early on, especially without having the boot purchase first, but now he's confident being able to farm out. So both of these junglers going to full clear up. Still Scuttle Crab topside, because of how they both started, is still available. SOFM should recognize that, so going straight towards it. All right, we back top lane. Riven is getting some love now.
Yeah, that's right. So Scuttle going to be taken pretty quick here from SOFM as easy binding connects there in the bottom lane.
It's that Ming. It's Ming time. It's always Ming time.
Yeah.
That's why whenever you're watching RNG's bottom lane play out, I know a lot of people come in to watch, you know, how Uzi lanes most of the time.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, you're like, you come in to watch Uzi, you end up just appreciating Ming throughout the entirety of the laning phase. He's a spectacular support, and just going up against this team always feels like boss mode, not only because you're going up against two exceptional talent, but also they have the camp power. Karsa is always lying in wait.
One of the most versatile supports in the league. No Ming for his Thresh, which in the past has been pretty great as well. That's why the Morgana pretty much lines up with that. So getting another closer look at that. Now, my attention's still to the top lane because it's a 10 CS lead built here for Flandre in the early game, and it's a constant shove.
Yeah, effectively about 6 or 7 minions, but that's only going to get larger, especially once he starts slow pushing this in with the mindset of, oh, well, you know what? Before we even talk about that, this bot lane getting a little bit tough.
It is top versus bot this game, though.
Yeah, and I think that SOFM and FunFun heavily going through mid lane, and then they're going to go top side. Talking about that slow push that I'm kind of setting up for us. Flandre will have that moment in which he can look for a dive up top lane. It's going to be on Longxing to recognize that, either call for Karsa to defend that, or be able to just completely concede. A lot of the weaknesses from Longxing is mostly that he tends to look for outplays. Let's see if how much damage Xiaohu ends up taking here.
Satchel Charge always going to do a lot with press the attack activated. FenFen has the range advantage, so that's a quick, easy trade, but it ends up being half as SOFM in the area. Xiaohu backs off.
There we go. Good trade back, but at the end of the day, FunFun has himself the Vamp Scepter. Well, will help him sustain out the lane. Got a lot of potions, and in fact, 2 biscuits here for Karma. So if we're just talking about purely the sustain right now, Karma's going to be doing well for herself.
Oh, pings are coming down. Now look at RNG, the rotation from Ming.
Okay.
This will be an outmatch.
SOFM is cornered.
He's going to have to body bump over the wall now. Does he pick the fight? No, he does not. Over the wall, not going to be chained down.
Good luck. Old SOFM, a few weeks back, probably looked for the fight before seeing Ming.
Very true.
This time around, just recognizing that Duan is back at base, he's now next to him, so they could be challenging for something. But always working alongside Duan to get things done. So this is going to be a fun part of the matchup, is the fact that SOFM and Duan have been working so well alongside each other. Karsa and Ming the same. Are we going for a full fight for the Skull Crab, please?
It's going to be 4 versus 4 versus soon as Xiaohu's coming on in. That's a good bop here from Duan. The fight begins. Teleport in the backside, and look at RNG. It's deep. That'll pull him out for a while as Flandre joins level 6 Riven.
It's going to be heavy LNG favor right
flash
now.
Explosive cast onto Uzi. Where can he go? The boomerang blades out. He can't get out in time. Flash not burnt. First blood. It's the trade as RNG turn for the engage. The World Ender doing a lot. The flash from Longxing as FenFen is still alive, outputting the damage. Now Asura comes into action and is still alive himself. Xiaohu shields up for so damn long as Ming is just trying to bring back the fight. But for LNG, they've hit their mark. It's been messy, but they'll take what they can get.
2 members alive on both squads for a scuttle. That's what I love to see. Both these teams looking for blood. FunFun actually could have survived a little bit longer, but that boy just jumped right in towards the Aatrox.
He tasted it. I mean, this is what we came to expect later in the game with two of the best team fighting teams in the LPL. They hit it off early before the 8-minute mark even hits. And you know who benefited out of that fight? Asura, who picked up 2 kills and survived for so damn long.
This headbutt pulverize was great in 2 ways. Not only be able to start the fight, ducking out of Ming's binding as well. This was great for LNG because they were in position to start the fight. The flank was so far off that by the time they were able to join, Uzi was dead. Now he had flash, but I think that not using flash was a good call. He would have died anyways, would have been chased down, would have been useless for the fight. Now here's the issue. FenFen just jumped straight in towards the ulting Longsing. They actually would have done much better here if it wasn't for that point. Longsing is a sustaining beast that has the Morgana by his side. Please don't do that. Just please. But that was still, this is what I'm here for. LNG and RNG fighting for Scuttle Crab. If SOFM says go, you're going.
You better believe you're going in. So 3 kills for 3 kills. Early game still at a stalemate in gold. And you expect more of those fights to come through, especially since Xiaohu here might get turned on in the mid lane at half health. Commitment doesn't come through from SOFM. He was moments up from the explosive cast.
Good that Xiaohu just disengaged completely right from the get-go. Didn't want to challenge FenFen like we saw initially, first few levels where he was willing to take that fight. Because Karsa's nowhere near him, and you certainly believe that SOFM is looking for blood. So was able to just take that on the chin.
I love that we're still focusing around mid lane, but I was going to say moments ago, the Infernal is the first dragon, so you can see why LNG is still here and why Karsa wants to pick a fight. He has the Impel. He's going to pull back the jungle Gragas. FenFen jumps in once again, and Karsa sticks around before his bottom lane can get involved. And now Uzi in a weird place as FenFen jumps on him again. Ming is going to get ulted with a killer instinct. Asura picks that up, and LNG taking the fight, but FenFen gets picked up by Xiaohu.
Back away from SOFM Scuttle Crab. I thought I told you last time. I love this game.
Me too.
Sometimes you just come right back to the same locale. Karsa was in that dark alley alone, right for the picking. FenFen and SOFM just jumped right on him. So that was just a great fight from LNG to begin with. But very rarely do you see these fights in general. So you're right about the biggest winner last time. Asura is now 3 kills in this one. Why are you challenging for this fight when you're dual lane while traveling? Sure, you don't have priority for it. So this was an easy kill here for LNG, and even an easier pickoff from Asura and Dwan to be able to get this kill. So all in all, nice. It's unfortunate that FenFen ended up dying on the back half of it, but not only have you claimed your prize now, you've got the Scuttle Crab.
He got the Scuttle Crab.
But now you have a few kills to your name. So point to pick out is Asura has double pickaxe, one for the tier going into Muramana, and the other one for the Rage Blade. So easy pickups that you can get for yourself.
We talk about it for the early evolves as well. I remember this conversation about 5 or so patches ago, so not much has changed, but those 3 kills for Asura, the lane he was losing out in CS, that's going to match very nicely as...
It's that dive we were talking about. Now, there is no wave. It would take a long time until that wave actually crashes. I'm interested in if Tristana doubles down or goes back to mid lane. Yep, we're calling it off.
They're going to leave while the Infernal is started off here. I'm curious if Rift Herald is going to be the call here for LNG to favor Flandre's push.
Well, he's starting it right now, thankfully. And you can even see, let's see, where is Dwan exactly? Where are my eyes? All right, he's just trying to trace the Dragon take. So SOFM should be completely safe in being able to pick this one up. It just depends on how focused RNG is. This is a good start for them pushing up mid. Then they can send Ming up to see if there's anyone picking up Scuttle, or at least the Rift Herald. But it seems like they're more focused on picking up some turret plating for themselves.
Especially on Uzi, who's that was a close call. It's an Essence Reaver here for Siva nice and early. LNG will pick up the Rift Herald, and SOFM, where is he going to put it with turret plating still 2 minutes available?
Top lane, it would be a great call. They had difficulties in being able to hold the wave last time top when they were going for a dive. It should be easier now. The only concern is you can't get FenFen out of mid, especially since you sent the dual lane. Actually, they only picked up the wave. Oh, you're good now. I thought they were just stuck mid, so not the case. They're going right back bottom lane, which means Gragas can help out FenFen a little bit, maybe get a gank off, and then send him top side, get some plates there for Flandre.
There's more turret plating to get with this wave pushing up in the bottom lane. Asura and Dwan playing so carefully down here as well. You can see that with limited vision through their own jungle, still not sure where Karsa is, and he will now get spotted on the top side.
It's interesting to see that Gragas is going straight bot. Perhaps could make a play happen. You have a lot of CC to layer down on the Sivir, so the magic binding, or at least the magic shield that she have, isn't too much to be concerned about. Ming could be a problem though, so you'd have to mind game that when he sends down his own magic shield. Karsa, you must be able to see that.
Okay. Wait. Very confused, right?
This is one of those moments that if you're looking at ProView or player point of view, you'd be able to see him looking towards each wave. You know, looking mid lane wave, seeing what's happening. You don't just look at your own champion when you're waiting for a red buff.
That's true.
No one in their right mind does that, and if you do, you're wasting your time.
That is true.
So he literally just didn't see the ward right on top of him because he was like, well, let me get a good look at the map.
Because you know what you do? You instinctively go somewhere and you press X straight away. You know, that's what you do when you stand still. So he stopped attacking the ward, and that's fair. Karsa then moves to the bottom side after picking up his red buff, now controlling the spires around this next incoming Infernal, which for RNG would make 2.
So RNG right now has the second highest dragon control rate next to FPX, unsurprisingly.
I wonder why, because the bottom lane does things like this where Asura gets ignited, Boomerang Blade almost ready, but they don't need it. Now onto Tuan, the kill goes over to Uzi again, and takes an extra turret shot, but RNG want to commit down here. 4 members easily done. Xiaohu picks up the second one.
Just like that, they got full control bot side. They got shut down gold too. In this scenario, I actually would have changed things if I'm LNG. I know coming into the draft, you send everything topside to the ribbon. But your Kai'Sa has 3 kills.
Yeah.
And she's really getting going. I would change it on the dime like I mentioned, and I would send the Rift Herald down bot side, but they were willing to take it, you know, give it away. And unfortunately now, kill gold goes over, shutdown gold that is, over to RNG.
I mean, they look at Flandre, they say, look, let's get the Riven even further ahead. They get that first turret blood in the top lane and mitigate some of the gold lead that RNG obtained from that turret going down, from the extra turret plating, and from the double kill they got on Asura and Duan.
Now, this is going to be annoying for RNG. They're going to be losing a lot of control wards up top side. So Aatrox, if he ever wants to be a part of a fight and doesn't have teleport, just has to take the long way around the red side jungle, lest he get caught by like SOFM, Flandre, or anyone of the likes. So it's going to be a difficult one from him. Asura should be fine with it just because he wants to focus on farming anyway.
Yeah.
His concern is being able to stack up his Muramana, get towards his Rage Blade, and then be able to join fights. So LNG wants to slow the game down a little bit, while RNG certainly wants to be able to ramp up the pace around their control, like the advantages that they currently have. If I'm talking about advantages here, while I said that that map state was bad for RNG, they have now a look at double Infernal Dragon. So it would have been fine if the Dragons were a little bit more meaningful for at least less meaningful for LNG, but now they're going to be technically losing out double Infernal.
Especially when they've lost control of the river here, it's going to be pretty easy for RNG. You can see LNG very defensive vision towards their red side, which enabled Asura to get the shove, which enables Fen to stay in that lane. LNG now have to push up, and RNG contesting for vision seems to be the go-through as they're hanging around.
All right, I like the fact that Fen has bot lane shoved out for himself, so it's forcing Xiaohu to match. That always means that Fen will be able to get that rotation first, being able to move through mid. That means that they should have, you know, control wards being cleared out soon enough. 12 seconds now. I wonder how RNG is going to be able to handle that.
They have taken a couple of backs here, especially on Ming, who now coming back into position. 3 members here. And Xiaohu,
get him.
3, 2, 1, peekaboo, SOFM says, how do you do? And RNG's mid laner goes golden to buy time, but the rest of RNG can't get near him. He'll flash. The jump will come through from Fen. The charge, the flash. Oh my, wow. There was a lot used to get him.
But they still got that pick. It's going to be hard now for RNG to take this fight without Xiaohu. I think they're going to be a little less confident in going for the fight now that Flandre is grouped up too. But I love the fact that SOFM was so confident he was going to get that body bop that he buffered his ultimate.
Yeah.
Said, yeah, you're definitely dying. And in fact, if you try and walk towards the turret, I'm going to throw a barrel over there just in case.
Fen, even after using everything, still picks up the kill and is able to group up with Asura and pick up this bottom lane turret. LNG in a 1k gold lead before RNG get the mid lane turret. But this dragon that was up for contention, it looks like LNG are going to take it while the TP comes on in. And on the hunt from Uzi, but look at Flandre's positioning. He's looking for the 1v1 with Xiaohu while Lungshik goes into World Ender, is speeding up the fight from Ming, lands the binding, and that'll be the first kill. Fen is down, and now RNG have the advantage. They're chasing after Tuan and SOFM.
Yeah, they should be fine now, but certainly Fen had already used his rocket jump, got caught at the very tail end of that. But that's a worthwhile trade there for LNG because they had to force that Infernal Dragon away from RNG. Next one is going to be coming up, a triple Infernal Grid.
We got some hot dragons.
That really helps out RNG a lot because of how this early game was played out. So it's forcing this game to be a lot more fiery in the early portions of the game. There we go. Asura was able to cash out in his cull, thankfully. So he's going to be selling that one and that much closer to being able to get his Rage Blade. Let's see how close he actually is.
Yeah, I think it should be the Gwyn's who's picked up unless we get the recurve bow.
There we go.
It is. Okay. Big buy here for Asura, but we'll have a look at Xiaohu again.
Boom! Look at that buffer. That was actually just so sick.
Yeah.
You very rarely get to see Fat Man mechanics until that point. Now, this is the moment where he should be confident in walking away. He walks up closer and the sustain comes back on towards Karma, so he has to flash for it. So he does rocket jump to start. They all just move towards him. Very easy pick up there. But yeah, Fen misplayed at the very, very beginning of that one. Just be confident that you can walk away from an explosion like that.
We've seen a couple of misplays from Fen in this game, so there's been moments with rocket jumps and even moments like that. RNG exploiting that weakness through the mid lane, and now his third death looking for his second item. We'll see how Fen recovers moving into this mid game. Because for the time being, when we talked about Asura, remember that 2-item spike has now come through. I'll have a quick brisk look across because for Flandre, who received so many resources in the early game, and who is still about 40 CS up over Lung Xing, this Riven almost towards what looks like a potential death stance.
Let's take a look at what we missed out here. Ooh. Oh, no. Why'd you have to do that to shame him? You could have just hidden it.
We missed that.
We didn't have to see it.
We did not.
Let it be, all right? That's for everyone out there. Don't laugh at other people's failures. That's just me.
After Dwan has...
You grew up better than that.
Yeah.
I'm just putting that out there.
Unfortunate. Well, that's going to be the flash down for the Alistar at the very least, so that'll explain one thing, but LNG is still up towards that top side. Pings are going down towards Xiaohu up in this longer lane.
Yeah, they're going to have at least a next few amount of waves pushed up, but to me, this is very meaningless unless if they get the kill. Because, you know, you're 2 minutes off until the next dragon. You should just be farming up waves. He's going caught. Okay, well, you know, you have a... Oh, I didn't see you there.
He's going to get vision of it, so...
But yeah, they should be trying to focus towards the mid and bottom lane waves. Not being able to pick up vision up top side with how Dragon's going to be coming up in a few. So that's my concern.
Going to reset in a while, though. But on the rotation, question mark, as Casa has Flash and Impale. LNG can't walk that way. They walk away. And Uzi's going to be chasing up Asura, who's been caught out, has to flash. So LNG just walking between side lanes.
Really good pickup. Makes it far easier now for RNG to get a pick on towards Asura in the next fight. He would have to use ultimate to get that dash. Thankfully, he has QSS, so it just can't be Skarner looking to get a pick on him.
True.
But there's a lot of diving picks now from RNG, and you have a Sivir that can just dash right through, or at least allow others to do so. So it's going to be a harder team fight for Asura the next time we see it.
Just so much momentum, so much speed with Casa, Xiaohu, and Uzi. It's going to be the Black Shield on top of Casa to chase up SOFM. Now has to burn his flash, and that's how easy it is for RNG. They walk towards a member of LNG isolated, and they get the summoner.
This is ridiculous.
It really is.
Just watching them group around and chase people down. You've lost now a lot of flashes on the side of LNG. I wasn't too concerned about Asura only because of the fact that he still had QSS and his own ultimate to get out of there. But I'm more concerned about SOFM. That's your way of engaging. That's your way of starting the fight. Now, I'm sure, yeah, Morgana's going to be there and make it harder for you, but it's going to be an even harder dragon fight. 30 seconds on the clock now. Who has the vision control? Should be RNG.
I'm looking at who has the damage as well. And Raz, this time around, Xiaohu is not going to be on supportive duty. So that 2-item spike comes in red hot with the Luden's Echo and the Sonya's Hourglass.
I love just seeing this. Kuro was starting to do it, saying, I don't need actual support items because I think we just need a second threat. This time around, RNG is doing just that. A lot of poke threat in what is a very squishy composition.
People did want to see Xiaohu carrying, and even on the Karma, he can do exactly that. Level 13 now, so see the spark, and that's going to be the nuke that misses from Asura. He used the QSS to get out of there. RNG chase him down, and LNG in front of this dragon, they have to leave.
LNG is just going to lose this fight. How many flashes right now happen in the last 3 minutes? SOFM, Flandre, and Asura have lost their flash. In fact, Dwan technically too.
Yeah.
Looking for that earlier play.
He Hex Flashes over the wall. There's only one summoner in Fen available. The explosive cast does the damage. They flash on in, and that's what happens when you have your summoner and power can't be escaped from. The dragon will be stolen by SOFM, so great job, but can you survive? Get knocked back here from Casa. Fen does the damage again. The flash away, the final one, is going to be burned by LNG. The chase up still there, and LNG are in so much trouble. Lungxing goes golden, and that's who they were aiming for. As Ming flashes on in with the binding. He'll die, but the messy fight concludes with an RNG win.
3 deaths on the side of LNG. Ming tried his hardest not to be one of them. He did have stopwatch, unfortunately. He just didn't think that he would take that much damage. I want to see if he did. Maybe he bought it just right now. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. In fact, no. I have a computer right next to me. No, he had stopwatch. Sad. I'm sad for him.
Okay.
But, you know what? He tried his hardest.
Yeah, he did.
At the end of the day,
Great
while
analysis.
you're right.
Yeah.
He tried his hardest.
He tried his hardest.
Sadly, yes, they lost 3 kills for that. But that's a second Inferno now for LNG. When they're setting up now for the Baron, it's going to be a little harder for RNG to kind of deal with how much damage they have on their side.
Very true. And when you talked about, this game going slower for LNG when we get to an LNG 3 to 4 items, well, that double Infernal is going to start paying in dividends, especially when you have this Tristana that's going to build some really heavy damage items.
I wonder what he's going to be picking up right now, since he does have likely just going to be going straight towards the rapid fire cannon before he goes towards the Infinity Edge. I like that choice. Makes a lot of sense. And you already have now your Mirror Mana fully stacked up, straight going towards an Asher's Tooth, so Asura is in a pretty decent spot. So that double Infernal Dragon, with how much they were willing to kind of throw out there, no flashes, so certainly no exit strategy for the side of LNG. This is what it comes down to. That was a pretty heavy investment. Let's just hope that the gold that you gave RNG doesn't pay off. Look at Uzi's items. That's all I got to say.
About to say, this game's been set up for an 80 carry late game team fight, as we alluded to before pick and ban.
We talked about the fact that he was at 10.4, 10.7.
10.7, yeah.
CS per minute. Right now, I mean, this on average, but right now he has 276, 25 minutes into the game. That's pretty big, and it looks like Asura.
He doesn't have flash yet. But Casa can't get him over the wall. The vision's not there. They don't lock him down with the Dark Miners. Gone! What a knockup from the Alistar! But can LNG secure the fight? The Impale will come through. Aatrox comes in late. Flandre picks up the first kill, but I think you know the answer, ladies and gentlemen. Fen will die as well. Hang on a minute. As Flandre gets the stun down, he survives the Riven, does the dirty work, but Uzi is still alive. SOFM over the wall. And I can't believe RNG are bringing this fight back, because Lungxing with a triple kill, chasing the Gragas with thumbs in the air. Get him. Lungxing's not done. He wants this belly bopper. He'll chase him away while Uzi gets the turrets down.
Lungxing just gave him the longest sing of his life. That was literally 3 kills that he took on his own. That's Aatrox balance for you. The sustain, that crit damage that he had, that because it was in a sweet spot. He couldn't get that quadra, but goddamn, welcome back to RNG's main roster.
I need to see that fight again, because after Dwan got the Miracle Engage, the 4-man knockup, I thought that was over for RNG.
That was a beautiful look. Right from the beginning, you called it. Humongous headbutt pulverize combo, and a great ultimate to catch him out. I want to just say, focus on Fen on the outset. He's very low. He wants to find that avenue back into the fight, and immediately gets poked out by Karma's Q, and then finished off by Longxing. And then he just goes wild. Yeah. Literally wild. Of course he wants to chase down Gragas, not only giving space to Uzi to pick up that in-her turret, but also because you got that goal already, he's back into the game. He was under threat for the majority of it, was on the weak side of the map, always threatened by Flandre, SOFM, and Fen, and now he's right back into the thick of things.
That's why I love when people talk about RNG's top laners and the instability they've had for 2019. It always comes down to the same factor for them, though. They can all still team fight, and Lungxing definitely not an exception after picking up that massive win. Now 4-0-5 with his 3rd item on the way. RNG have the gold lead back in this game, and they've got a mountain waiting for them.
And this is the worry, because although the gold lead may not be significant, it's who the members, which team members actually have that gold. 7 kills, 300 CS, and nearly 6 items. Very close pick on Dwan. In fact, they'll get him anyway.
Yeah, they want to stun him down. It's not going to be the ult here from Casper, as he still has the flash to turn around. get ready for the unexpected measures. LNG getting bursted down. Flandre has to leave as well.
All right, so Karsa wasn't able to use his ultimate there. I guess didn't want to in that instance. Probably would have been a bait. Alistar would have been able to get out of that one. Or at least start a fight of his own.
Of course.
But this is a pretty tough one for LNG now. There's a whole host of sustaining now coming in from Uzi with the Bloodthirster pickup. My concern is how they're going to be looking for that dive. If Riven is going to be the member that dives straight into the back line, Karsa is just going to be wheeling him back. Longsing is going to be buying a lot of time. Really, it's all on SOFM to find that key target.
I like this push here from RNG while they thought, okay, if LNG want to threaten something like the cheeky Baron, we push the mid lane, we get the shove. RNG do it anyway, and look at where SOFM is. He's deep in enemy lines right now towards the Baron, which RNG are heading.
Yeah, RNG should be able to easily pick up the vision here and should have control for some time. This is the danger of RNG's composition. It's Sivir, Karma, and Skarner. They'll find picks. It's just going to have to be on LNG that plays this creatively to get around this.
Look at Asura, look at Fen. There's a 2-3 item Kai'Sa with the QSS. There's also the Infinity Edge picked up now for Fen. So the possibility to find that hyper carry fight still there for LNG.
They should just start this now. Honestly, they're going to be afraid of you for a very long time. You can easily turn off of it and just allow Skarner to go.
Great binding there from Ming. The stopwatch use here from SOFM. It's actually Zonya's as Swan goes in once again, but this time it's not the Miracle Engage. LNG getting poked down as the binding will also connect again. Look at where Flandre is, though. He wants to find the flank.
Alistar can't fight no more. He actually has to go back to base.
SOFM might be caught out here. Karsa's chasing him. Body pop away. But RNG are low. They need to leave.
Yeah, good amount of Oh!
Really good explosive cast onto Lungshing. The Black Shield's going to go down, but into the world, and a GA is going to be popped. SOFM pulled back by the Infernal Chains. RNG, their top lane is almost dead. They're pushing forward. What a stun there from Flandre. The Flash W. Riven comes in handy.
Maybe this could be a Baron turn for LNG. Flandre is starting to come up big in this portion of it. In fact, by the time he gets on the map, he'll have his Guardian Angel back up, and he can look for that once more, just because he has that added bit of safety. So this is very much a tough game to call.
30-second death timer, but LNG not towards the Baron yet. Pings are going down rapidly as I look at this game, Raz. In game 1, 30 minutes already, and it feels like an RNG-LNG game. The team fight set up around this one objective.
Are we really going for it? They just want to clear it and then back away. They don't want to fully commit to a fight unless if SOFM is confident that he can get the pick.
The blind binding again here from RNG as Karsa goes into Predator once more.
Let's see if he can go for it. SOFM is constantly looking, but the vision is there by RNG. In fact, they might just find him.
They will, actually. Here comes a Righteous Warrior. No slow comes through. The Chilling Smite's there. They pull him back. SOFM's caught out. His team left him 45 seconds.
They want to look for another pick. They don't want to start just yet. LNG can still pick up a teamfight win.
They're going to lock down Fen as well. Great dark behind
it.
Gets the kill. LNG caught out a second time.
Fen is down. SOFM is down. You can pick up any objective you want now.
Teleport going to be coming in from Lungching right through the mid lane.
Very long death timers. 40 seconds left on Fen. They can try and force an end game. I don't think LNG can actually stop them. No one is there for the engage unless if it's Dwan, and they can kill him outright.
2 big picks. Is this how it's going to end for RNG in game 1? LNG pulling back the first Nexus turret going to go down. The second one under siege. Dwan tries to do it again, but it's an instant disruption here from RNG. They pull him back in. They look for the end. It's a great defense, but the flash comes through from Lungshing. The ult from Asura as well. Uzi gets one onto the Cowl, and LNG, they may have defended this, so Uzi turns around too far forward. The Kai'Sa flashes in. They cancel each other out. RNG, it's a 2 versus 2 as GA is going to come up from Flandre, and Karsa now running for his life, but that should be it. LNG have successfully defended.
Big boy Flandre finds the pick, and that's 1K gold now that Asura is able to pick up. That was a very fat Uzi, by the way. He was stacking cash, and Asura was able to find that last pickup before he died. They got a rabbit on his death cap now.
One last stand for LNG, but that's not going to be it because it came down to 2 big picks that led RNG into the base.
This was a very good pickup by Ming. It was a great start. Now, most teams would go straight towards the Baron buff. They thought they could end. Dwan was not able to get the headbutt pulverized combo, and it was up to Flandre and Asura to find the key picks. So Longsing goes in very early, but remember, that's a lot of damage now that Asura is able to provide. but we have to go back live.
You don't get a chance, Raz. We just go back to Baron once again. It's been hitting so hard by LNG.
They got
RNG
this.
need to get into the pick. Cast nearby, but 1K, it's gone.
RNG wants to pick up the fight, but here we go.
Bob. They're going to find Xiao. Shielding's not going to save him. Asura ults into the middle. Is that a mistake? Because Uzi now gets the ricochets off, but they've got one pick already. Uzi's still firing in the back line, and Ming goes golden. But look at this Zipper. The ricochet spread. Launching with a cleanup. SOFM wants him out of the game. But RNG rely on their AD carry, and he comes up big again.
Both of LNG's ADs just committed suicide. Both of them. At least Asura provided some damage before he went off, like God rest his soul. But Fen just followed suit.
The rocket jump giveth, the rocket jump take it away. As RNG finally finish this siege off, it's going to be the Nexus turret and the Nexus. And Flandre's had some great engages, but he can't save this one. Uzi knows what to do and how to lead the charge here in game 1.
How are you going to repay SOFM's great engage with that?
That was a great game 1, though. I don't care what happened in the end. That was magnificent.
I agree. We need 4 more of these games. 4 more.
Turned on a dime. It was picks that got the game for RNG. It was picks that led them into the base. It was picks there from Ming. That blind binding that pretty much cemented it for RNG.
Honestly, Ming should just be just give him the MVP of the game right now. He slaughtered the lane. He actually performed incredibly well in the laning phase. Mid-game, you're right. He was able to find constant picks, was able to support the Skarner as well, so he did his job and he went above and beyond. But at the end of the day, you can see it through the goal difference over time. It was a back and forth game. LNG made that big call at the very end. You see that big dip right up? 33 minutes around there. That was that big play that LNG were looking for. For a very slight moment, they had a gold lead.
Yeah.
But that's how, things, sometimes you misplay. It happens at times. The fact that LNG found themselves back into the game after being 3K down is already a blessing, but this game is, or this series that is already delivering.
We are set up for a big series ahead. We're set up for an 80 carry series ahead, Raz, because Asura and Uzi, they were at the forefront of that game 1.
How many 80 carries can we have? Let's get a Tristana versus Corki.
That's true as well. Fen in the mix.
Well, we just need it. We need it because this game is real fun to be able to just watch how confident these carries are to just go along with the fight. Because even though, I made a point about Asura at the very last fight, I like that call because of how much shield he had from being so heavily in towards the AP build, right? Already had double Infernal, empowered Rabadon's Death Cap.
Yeah, like
he was
Rabadon.
there and he was able to find a pick too at the very end of it. A lot of my blames goes towards Fen. I'm just going to put that out there. But like the confidence combined between both these teams is fun to watch, and I hope it doesn't diminish as the series goes on.
That's how LNG got here. It was the IG 3-0 that obviously gave them this confidence moving into RNG.
Yes.
What did I say coming into it? That they've already taken down IG. RNG just the next stepping stone out of champions to be.
Yeah, so this is crazy because a lot of people didn't even expect LNG to get this far. They expected that the first series going up against Invictus Gaming was not even going to be close. And then they go up against RNG, and it feels even more competitive to a certain degree because we expect RNG to kind of match them in every lane, at least except for the top lane.
Yeah.
But it was more about the mid lane and bot lane strength of LNG and SOFM having those key picks later on. It feels like it's going to be delivering, and it could be a career-building moment for Fun or Asura.
We'll see. Break. Then we come back for game 2. I can't wait. Let's go do it. We'll see you in a bit. Down, Jacket Love sends out the ultimate, double TP's there. Uzi eaten up, but that's LPL joining the fight, but not fully. Invictus Gaming have their members, 5 members, in the river, still looking to challenge.
Great double down from RNG, but they're not out of it yet. The Shy is going to be leading them to this fight.
World Ender looking for the cannon, the flash over from Ming. RNG trying to pace upwards. Shadow goes back in, finds the ultimate, and so does LPL. He gets 2, sets up RNG, and the solo lane has come out huge as the cannon helps get a triple Triple kill over to Xiaohu. Wow. Clement asked me again. Carson with the flag and drag, the ulti, the turnaround. Cannon Barrage doesn't hit anyone. RNG are the ones getting low. LNG have to inner track. Xiaohu, yes! Pop Blossom! Down with the Cataclysm. The sickness over to LNG. RNG are dangerously low and Plex needs to carry, but can he 1v4? This is the struggle right now as LNG lose everyone. They jump onto Plex. RNG poke away. Top laner, mid laner like the arrow comes down. Loves CGR with the ult again. Slicing Maelstrom hits 5. Somehow he enters the LPL, and that's all you need. A team fighting top laner, and surely RNG now just need to find the Shy and Lei Yan. Invictus Gaming around it. We're going to wait another 25 as RNG look at where Xiaohu is. Ming positioning as well. The control wards are deep. All right. Uzi ready, flash immediately, 3-man Cataclysm, 4-man Pop Blossom. So easy when you know how.
The international stage, because,
well, wait a minute. Cut off there for a second as we see potential collapse here on the Kanabi. Perfect execution does take him down. TPs are coming in as well as Impus joined the fight. They will be able to turn around a lot of this. There's the Hextech ultimatum, but a great arrow cross map is going to stun up the Camille. Zoom forced to back away. Impus just trying to one-man army this. They will trade back the kills as much as they possibly can. Xiaohu trying to go in on top of it. Gets 2 kills! Xiaohu with the big outplay, the drive-by 5-point strike.
safe behind our castle walls.
It's a good start for RNG here in the quarterfinals. 1 up over LNG. A good time for them to show their strength because let me tell you, that was a great game 1, Raz.
Oh, it's fabulous.
It was absolutely magnificent. Of course, Uzi gets MVP after that game number 1, but many more people at work. And yes, 46% damage is a lot.
And 100% kill participation. He certainly earned it.
Yep.
I'm still an advocate for Ming. I would give it to Ming. You heard me already. But, you know, partners in crime. Uzi's MVPs are Ming's MVPs and vice versa.
True. Also, I'd add in the mix, you know, Xiaohu had a big part to play. Langxing with the last fight. So everyone kind of mixes in, but this was the start of the action at 7 minutes.
Yeah, I love the fact that we're going to be starting off with Uzi's death, but honestly, it was more of a storyline of LNG just having a great early game.
Yep.
They had some fantastic fights, a lot of them kind of revolving around early Scuttle Crab. RNG was more than willing in taking that fight. So this one kind of resolved in a stalemate. That was Fun diving in his own demise. That'll happen a few more times as this game goes on.
Yes, it will.
But you take a look at this play, and this goes right back to the conversation. Scuttle Crab comes right back. Karsa is willing to pick up that fight immediately afterwards. And this is really that unpredictability that RNG isn't ready for. They're not ready for constant fights around a meaningless objective. Now, it's not completely meaningless, but it's something you wouldn't stake an entire game off of.
That's right.
But this is a great fight that Ming, of course, when Magic Shield made Guan completely useless in this fight. And then an immediate dive. This was, you know, 3 kills on Asura really early on. That gold being gifted to RNG right off the back of that.
That's right. I remember you and I having a conversation about that bottom lane one. We'll kind of continue on. LNG was still very proactive moving into this mid game with picks like this onto Xiaohu around the Infernal to eventually secure themselves that double.
Yeah. I just love how active they were.
Yeah.
This was just a great back and forth between both teams that you look at this fight and you can just see how strong Langxing was at the very end of it. Of course, got the reset right off of Fen. Another jump to his own demise, to be fair. And Langxing was just cleaning up. He made a long chase, so hopefully we cut it off so he doesn't run around the entire map trying to get the Gragas.
We're going to watch this thing out.
Yeah, let's go. The entire clip. The entire clip. I can't believe we're watching the entire clip.
But
I enjoy it. Yeah,
he got out.
He was fine. He got out.
Okay.
He got out.
Well,
we're watching the entire clip. Let's get him.
Hey, there we go.
That's cool. That's cool. But this was a great play from SOFM. And then going back to that conversation of the AD carries jumping in. I'm fine with Asura losing his life for that, but because you have another AD, multiple damage threats in the back. And then, you know,
Fen
jumping in right as well. Not the good call. Especially since Uzi is so stacked at this stage that he can sustain up, blast you. His ricochets at that stage was actually probably doing like 400. He was doing an insane amount of damage.
It was. That's why he got the 47% damage credit. So game 1, Uzi MVP moves in line with the style of RNG we talked about, with the style of RNG that you all know and love. Uzi's pushed front row and center. That's what he did in game 1.
Look, and it feels like we were having an active conversation there with Coach Steak.
Oh, just you. Okay.
Calm down. Your real emotions are starting to show itself.
That's what they did many times ago.
But only because we got to see that shielding coming through from the Karma pick. True. But also, it can attack. You know,
that was a Zonya's Luden's Echo Karma. That was a full frontal.
Exactly. It was an ability. It was a champion that could not only provide Cut a bit in the poke. Fen was getting a lot of damage being taken on him. And then on top of that was able to provide a lot of protection there. There was already an Ardent Sensor built up by the Morgana, so he was completely fine.
Also, I want to talk about the top lane here quickly because I know going into this game we said it was a top lane outmatch in the team fights. Although Flandre had some good engages, some good moments, I think Langxing came out of the woodwork. Langxing had a great game 1 where those team fights actually about his namesake at one point.
He did 2 things that we all just wanted him to do, which is if you're on weak side, get a lot of respect down on the members who are coming through. One thing that wasn't noticed because we were following the action, and a lot of the times wave control is a lot of inaction. He was controlling the wave quite easily. So Fen was rotating topside and got nothing for it. So that was a lot of great respect that he paid to that matchup. And then at the very tail end, you saw the team fights. He was doing a lot in those fights.
Yeah.
So great job to him being able to pick up a very successful win for his team. And it makes RNG a lot more scary of an opponent.
It's incredible when you go up against a Riven, and the Riven wasn't in our rear vision mirror, nor really our side mirrors in that game whatsoever. Flandre had a decent time in lane, CS lead, but the Riven pick never led me to go, okay, this was worth it in the long run because it didn't lead me to believe anything.
Well, there were multiple team fights that I think Flandre pick paid off. There was actually, for me, 3 team fights. The bot lane team fight, the first replay that we showed that he was able to get the kill on towards Uzi, so Uzi was never safe in that respect. There was also the team fight around mid lane where he was able to get a flash stun across that turned the tides of battle. So his Riven pick was very good. Okay. I think it just comes down to, I don't want the pick to be judged because of the team's overall mistake.
Fair.
And I think that FunFun made so many consistent mistakes this game that those team fights were really decided by hair. Was kind of thrown away because of that. So I think it was more so he was being, thrown to the wayside because of that. I hope that the next game, pick a Yasuo. Pick something.
Yeah?
Something with that gusta. I want something that can look for fire. You play towards Flandre. That's all we ever asked for. Like you're asking for RNG to play towards Xiaohu. I've just been asking for LNG to play towards Flandre. Give him the picks that he's known for.
Like the Akali that just...
Yes.
Actually, fun fact that Akali on Xiaohu and Flandre, 2 of the best KDAs in the league at the moment. So that's pretty exciting stuff that you have 2 great Akali players in 2 different lanes.
Yes. And I think he is the best AP assassin top laner. I know it's a very specific thing, but for this team, a lot of their team fights, they can be chaotic, but a lot of times because they don't run many tanks. As a team, if you're trying to create space for AD carry, and if you're running like a Vladimir, a Ryze, an Akali to that point, a lot of it just kind of comes down to you playing on the line of death. You're on that tightrope, hoping that you don't get bursted down right from the team fight at the beginning. And I think he does that very well, being able to provide an insane amount of damage. That's why no one wants to see him touch the Vladimir if he's the enemy team. And so I think that Akali, hopefully, he gets the pick at this series.
I'm curious, do you still regard LNG as the mad scientists with their draft? Do we still talk about them as like the most creative and unique drafting team in a way?
Who would you think is, clashing against that?
I think Suning at one point, I'd say with their innovative, like the
Pike
Twisted
Yumi
Fate.
nonsense,
The Pike Yumi. I think at one point they were
I think
experimental.
globally we're seeing a lot of crazy stuff happening. I'm not going to talk about the Sonatar because that's still happening from the side of Team Liquid, but certainly we're seeing a certain...
Garen Yumi bottom lane is what you're talking about.
A very buff man holding a cat.
Yeah. I'm going to point out that in this series, we are not going to see that whatsoever.
Are you sure about that?
100%. I will make another wig bet with you. Actually, something more important. What do you want?
What do I want?
Yeah.
I want more pizza.
I will buy you whatever pizza you desire.
Perfect.
If we see a Garen Yumi bottom lane in this series.
All right.
Out of Asura and Uzi? You're kidding.
All right. You know what? I will not take that bet.
Okay. Thank you so much. Because I was about to say, what are you going to offer me?
I ain't taking that bet.
That's right.
You can leave that in Europe.
That's right, because it's a series about the Kaisers, the carries. Asura got that matchup, Uzi back to his Sivir, and once again, like the CS was out of the ballpark for this man. He's just the best CSer in the league and probably in the world.
And I think that this game, I guess cross your fingers, that this game is going to be a lot more... I'll say LNG will have a better early game, simply because I felt like that early game in most circumstances would be great for them if it wasn't for the dragons that they constantly had to contest. Ever since the first Infernal was picked up by RNG, suddenly you just have to be playing towards dragons, even though you had a Rift Herald picked up and you had a Riven topside that you want to be consistently giving love to. But at the end of the day, what you saw was them saying, oh, the state of the game has changed because the Summoner's Rift Lord, whoever this person is,
the Lord,
decided, the Lord of the Summoner's Rift.
The person who decides which
You know who that is, though?
Who is it? I don't know.
The CEO of Riot Games.
Oh,
anyway,
okay. Right. The Lord of Summoners. I don't know if there's like a different Lord.
But all I know is that they decided to have multiple Infernal Dragons on the field, and so suddenly you had to play to that. There, LNG had to go for it, and I think that a lot of I'll go back to the point that I made within the game. They could have completely segued and allowed Asura to thrive. You had 3 kills really early on. They could just get the Rift Herald and then go bot side. But, got complicated.
It's funny because I was going to bring that up. Since Asura was 3-1, it was a double pickaxe early. It was such a big elevation for this AD carry that I was expecting it to go further. And for Asura, he had to make his own way to the late game. And although he was big, it comes back to the 1v1 with Uzi versus Asura. And Uzi showed his experience on the stage once again.
I just want to see how much, because I know when we talk about experience, who will have that, of course you give it towards RNG, but the person you're looking on right now is, of course, Duan on the side of LNG. And LNG has a lot of experience within that roster. And so I give a lot of faith that, you know, Flandre, SOFM, and Duan will be able to carry that. The only questions I've ever had when it came to experience and confidence was towards Asura, and Asura shut me up in about the first split.
That's true.
First split, he was consistent, even in the most, you know, difficult times where everyone else was failing, and a lot of Snake's issues or LNG's issues were just more so about how they wanted to play the game in that meta. He performed well no matter what. So I definitely think that this is going to be a tough series for RNG, where you just can't, you know, hashtag tilt them. It's not possible.
I love that you're bringing up experience. And when you look at someone like Flandre, when you look at that man on your screen, remember, he has not missed a single game since the inception of Snake Esports in 2015. He has not dropped a single game. He's never been sick, as far as we know. That's insane.
I feel like that's the same case for SOFM here, but that's SOFM has a far shorter career on LNG because he was picked up a little later on, going way back into the days of Snake when they had Beast and Ella on that team.
It was a while ago.
Love that iteration. They were only one style, and I love the fact that they shed that skin and we're no longer a Juggernaut team and became, with the new additions, a team with many faces. Many styles, and ultimately...
The many-faced team.
Yes, the many-faced team.
Great.
Or the many-faced horse, you know, I guess because now that they have that, what is it, the horse dragon as their logo?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think Clement had a name for this.
Well, it's literally called Langma, which is dragon horse.
I guess you have a name for it.
Literally, that's what it's a mythological creature.
Okay, so
what did he call it?
I don't know.
Why'd you bring it up then?
I don't know. I just thought you'd remember what he called it.
I would never remember that.
No, fair enough. Well, we go into game 2 after RNG and LNG both brought us this epic game 1. I'm excited. Let's move forward because we need to pick and ban again. We've got a couple of jungle bans. We've got the Yumi to pair with it. The Silas as well. Kiana's a must, but LNG just go back to what they know, and that's the Gragas.
Yeah, same stuff that we're seeing here. Makes a lot of sense that Gragas is going to be the go-to after the Olaf and J4 bans. Sejuani is still up and available, but RNG, I think they had it right on the nail with the Skarner pick. So I want to see if they can just go straight back to that.
Okay, simple. And you got the Aatrox paired up with it again. Aatrox that just feels so great.
I want to see what LNG end up doing on this side. I think they should still go back to the Kai'Sa. There really shouldn't be much of a change on first phase. I think second phase, then you can start taking away from what RNG had, specifically talking towards the Karma. But I want to see... Oh, maybe they pick it up themselves. This composition actually would do okay with a Karma pick. But
remember
there we go.
Last time that was the Tristana there, so good to see that Camille comes through nice and early.
Yeah, Fenfen did not have the Tristana game that he was looking for.
True.
But now that we have a Camille being thrown up into the top side of the map, technically they can still go towards double AD carry with the Tristana. It's just going to be up to RNG if they want to take that away.
10 seconds. And if we see it again, no big surprises, but the Uzi Zaya in the first... No.
Yep.
That was the quickest flick I've seen.
I mean, at the end of the day, RNG sees nothing wrong with their composition. This part of their comp is a staple. Nothing would change here. I think the only thing that would change would be the AD carry.
Okay.
So even if LNG, let's say, banned the Sivir away, we were already talking about how that comp would be fine with a Varus and Tom Kench.
As you mentioned in Game 1, remember that LNG in that same Game 1, in the second ban phase, they were both AD carry bans. It was the Ezreal, it was the Lucian.
You know what's a good pick into the Kai'Sa, by the way?
What? The volley ban?
No, but I like that idea.
Okay.
Kog'Maw. So I'll just throw it out there. Just going to throw that in your minds. It was the, Uzi who brought that internationally in 2018, that counter pick. And this composition has enough safety mechanisms that where you can throw that in. But it's not a late game pick. It's just a great early game, mid game option that you can deal. You have that range advantage. I want to see what RNG is willing to pick here. It still depends on if LNG wants to give them. There we go. Ban away on the Sivir.
Yeah.
Now it's up to RNG here. They can go towards that or just go to a safe Ezreal pick that was banned in the first game. Most teams would go towards Ezreal, but if you have Karma Ezreal, you have a lot of poke.
Yep.
But then you just wouldn't be building in towards the Ardent sensor.
Been very characteristic of Uzi. And there we go. Debonair Ezreal once again.
One day they'll give me the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, they will.
Oh, one day.
Hey, if we go to a game 4, game 5, maybe that's what finishes it off.
Maybe. But let's see what that support's going to be. The fact that we've gone to this part of the draft, one of the favorite lanes for Uzi and Ming is Karma Ezreal because of how much lane domination that it has, especially versus that mid-range AD of the Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
So it can still easily be a Xiaohu pick, but we're going into that phase where we now have full view of the LNG's composition. Let's see what it's going to be.
Gonna get one more solo lane because the Nautilus locked in and no one but Doombee's playing that in the mid lane anymore.
What's stopping RNG from just going straight back to the Morgana pick? Knowing that you have a lot of pick potential, poke on your comp, and then you see a Nautilus being thrown into the bot side of the map, you'd believe. And we still get that Triss. Lock it in.
We're going to do it again. Okay. Rinse and repeat. Redemption round for FenFen.
For me, just pick the Morgana.
Yeah.
I think Morgana Ezreal does very well bot lane. And Karma had a pretty decent laning phase versus the Tristana. So I want to see what that answer is going to be for Ming. They have about 13 seconds to talk about it. And I always love just extending the time just because you have longer point on, even if you know what the pick is going to be on stage, to just have a conversation with your team about what they should be doing for the first few levels. But there we go. Lock it in. Pretty easy. Going straight back to the same draft except with the change up in AD carry. And it's going to be on LNG that, you know, they have a lot more catch potential, I'm sure, with the Camille pick. So I'm a little bit more afraid for RNG having to deal with a flank now.
I like talking about the 1v1 matchup in the top lane, though, and just quickly remember that the Camille into the Aatrox we've seen many times around the world. People happy to pick the Camille into this dark and flying monster because the ability to outplay in the 1v1, and of course you're always going to have that scaling element.
Who's the dark and flying monster?
The Aatrox.
I guess so.
What do you mean you guess so? That's what he is.
He's a demon. There's a difference between a demon and a monster. We'll have that conversation soon, I'm sure.
Pretty similar, right?
Nah, you know, similar is not the same.
I mean,
and you're
demon and monsters, they both kill people.
You're sounding very, very, you know, judgmental here.
The demons and monsters rather than think, I don't care.
There's a difference here. This is 2019, goddammit.
Yeah, that's true. I'm sorry. I'd like to apologize to everyone about my...
You can make that, you know, you can make that message on Twitter where you have about like 15 followers.
Wow.
All right.
Well, go on, Raz. It's your cast now.
All right. Well, just so you guys know, we have the full compositions from both LNG and RNG. Same as old from RNG. But for LNG, once again, it's all about Flandre. Now take it away, senor.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm coming back in, apparently. A good way to lead us into game 2. LNG down a game in this series. See if they can fight back against RNG. Looking to make that run again to Worlds. I love that we finish on the 2 teams that are no longer in the playoffs.
Nice icon, IG.
Crowd, it's your time to shine. We ain't in Beijing. We get it all. RNG still have the passionate fans behind them after their 2018 run. Hasn't been the same this year, but returning to glory is what RNG are about here in the quarterfinals, and one step closer after getting game 1.
Yeah, and just as a reminder for anyone that missed the start of show, for both of these organizations, if you lose here, you're just done. 2019 is over for you. You don't have enough points to make it into the Gauntlet tournament. For LNG, I mean, for them, they've had a very tough year to begin with. That's fair, and they've been a team that has never been able to really make it to that tournament for a few years now, actually. But for RNG, there is certain expectations that they're not reaching. So, you know, for them, everything is on the line.
Do you remember what I said? That for LNG, previously Snake, 4 out of 6 of their playoff runs have ended in the quarterfinals. Only once have they gone further. And then they lost to Invictus Gaming in 2015 spring.
Well, once upon a time, 2015, you know, things just began in the quarterfinals. So I can't even give them that. They have
come on.
only won 3 playoff series, and that's including the last IG set that they had. So before even coming into the 2019 summer playoffs, they'd only won 2. They usually just get booted right on the first round. So it's great to be able to see that from them. And speaking of LNG, SOFM has found his way here.
Big early game once again will be spotted out by a ward while LNG still make the engage, but RNG trade back handily as SOFM wants to start off this vertical jungling track. And Caster's coming towards the top lane. Now for Flandre, he's got a full health bar, but Lungxing now goes into Conqueror. Caster making his way up level 3. He's going to get the slow. We look in the bottom lane. Kazuzi has been caught out, but he walks away. Arcane Shift and Flash still there. We look at Flandre once again. Lungxing walks on in, but Flandre's out. He re-engages.
I love the confidence here from Flandre. He knew he can stay in the lane, and that Skarner was just going to peace out. So unless if Skarner was willing to flash right back in without his E, then yeah, you're certainly winning out in that one. So Flandre still is able to stick around in the lane, has a lot of potions for his name, because remember it's Klepto Camille. While SOFM was able to get a lot of rewards. In fact, is going to be able to triple buff here. Skarner wasn't going to be able to do anything.
Is he still up? He's still sticking around?
I mean, he couldn't get the blue side, blue buff on the enemy side. So SOFM recognized that because of the early top lane gank and just immediately went up to the top side scuttle to cut him off. That's actually a really smart point from both Flandre and SOFM. That kind of point of communication is not necessarily talked about as much as it should be. And so the fact that LNG was able to now cut off Karsa completely and now know he's going to be going to his own red side, or blue side jungle, that is. SOFM gets a lot of experience and gets a lot of information.
The strongest part of this map is the synergy that we talk about a little bit here, where SOFM and Flandre, how many years have been now, Raz? 3 years together
with LNG and Snake, yes.
Yeah. So these guys have been playing together for some of the longest period here with a jungle top duo. So an early start here as the wave gets shoved in, that 3 buff you're talking about SOFM acquires, goes back to his wolves, and there is a big discrepancy already built up.
Yeah, and remember what that career was like for SOFM, because he's had a few people on that team. Really, the only partner in crime that he's had has been Flandre, because throughout you've had, you know, Crystal on the bot side as AD carry, and there was a brief stint where he was a support, but it looks like SOFM's caught out here.
This will be a good turnaround if Karsa can find it. Smite goes down onto the Raptors. Fen jumps in once again. SOFM has body pop with the flash. Respected there as SOFM take the turret shot. He has to flash in response. Here comes Karsa, gets the lockdown. The barrel's there. The Karma autos, and Karsa slices for first blood.
They saw and smelled a little bit of creativity there. Wanted to find that pick on Xiaohu. Xiaohu recognized he can just flash away, and the Q from Karma and the turret shot would have certainly been the difference in SOFM just dying there, unassisted by the Skarner entirely.
Huge turnaround from RNG. That is going to cut deep for LNG, who already had the jungle lead, topside pressure, and were cementing their early game.
That literally turns everything on a dime.
Yes.
Where, okay, well.
Oh, hang on. Let's go for the rocket jump onto Xiaohu once again. Underneath the turret, Duan is taking 2 shots, but Fen gets the kill. Okay, the dime is turned again.
Who was the one that rocket shot over there? Was it Fen that got that rocket jump? Or was it Rocket Man Duan himself using the blast cone to get closer to the Karma? I love this game.
Yeah, great start. Duan turns it around, joins the mid lane. Now, Lungxing, these trades aren't going to matter too much as Flandre is going to be the healing back up. Caster here unspotted, but at what point can he get into this lane?
Should be able to. Just kind of covering just in case Flandre either goes for a trade or if there's a gank in its mist. Ah, here's a trade.
Oh, he's going to be walking up level 6 here for Flandre, but does he have enough mana? He's locked down by Caster. Flandre's getting low. He has no sustain, and Lungxing picks up his own kill.
That hurt because the wave was pushing into. Flandre would have been safe in this place, but he noticed that Lungxing was putting in considerable amount of damage. Speaking amount of damage, Xiaohu.
Oh, we're fighting again. Great early games. Duan's here once again. Where is this guy coming from? Fen's just benefiting off this Nautilus support.
SOFM and Duan, powers united. This is ridiculous. Xiaohu, think about being able to sit on that seat in playoff time. You're told to play Karma 2 games in a row, and in the second game, you're camped by everybody.
Yeah.
This is not a good feeling.
Uzi and Ming are farming down the bottom side, and now Karsa responds. He's level 6 down here, and yeah, you might need to hover around Xiaohu a little bit more, who now has no summoners and is falling very far behind.
This is very deep vision on the right side of the mid lane. And Xiaohu really wants to clear that because that's an easy dive if he doesn't. If Karsa's not always looming over the lane, then just makes it easier for, you know, Dwan to do the exact same thing he did last time and make it count. So they'll find that time, but that's a lot of damage now being put down towards Dwan.
Returns to lane, he gets punished a little bit there, but might not matter too much in the long run for the Relic Shield on the Nautilus.
It's a lot of poke. And this is the range advantage we were talking about. With a lot of the lanes that we were hitting on, which is the Sivir that was able to poke down Kai'Sa quite a bit in the last game with the help of Morgana. This time around, the Ezreal unbanned. And if we're just talking about the situation, I was hitting on the Tahm Kench and Varus. All of that has lane shove and just, you know, trade advantage that Asura is going to have to be dealing with. So the window that Dwan had earlier on of being able to rotate is not going to be there until Uzi and Ming end up basing.
Yep.
Thankfully, they're doing that now. So here comes the big knot.
Moby boots on the Nautilus as well. So
let's go.
Nice and early to make the roam. Now, he'll be heading towards the mid lane where LNG, up here at the red buff, have 4 people at the ready.
Where are we dropping, guys? That's the question Nautilus is currently asking. Yep. He's free from his obligations down bot lane. Let's go.
Who's going to get the red buff? It's going to be taken by Karsa. Now SOFM, Explosive Caster, get on out. Karsa pulls him back. Fen over the wall, jumps into Xiaohu, but the jungler's down here from LNG. Teleport's going to come through. Xiaohu ignited for the death, but Fen, he rocket jumps again right into the middle of the team. It's Uzi who teleports just to get the kill.
It's a 2-for-1. You're much happier if you're RNG. You got the red buff, you got SOFM and Fun. But yeah, you're right. Fun finds his own, you know, kill. He jumps over the wall in a solo mission to get down Xiaohu. It took a lot of time. I think he had the ability to jump out. I want to see if he actually had the mana to be able to do so. But at the end of the day, you lost 2 picks now. So great defense coming in from RNG.
Kill went on to Uzi. He's going to miss a bit of CS down here, but it's a cannon wave. So it's only going to be a couple, and we'll take a look again.
So just checked up. This is a spoiler alert. He didn't have mana. So used about everything to kind of get the kill to begin with. Used his ultimate too. By the time that happened, he had the opportunity to jump out. Didn't have enough mana to be able to get the job done. And obviously the CC was starting to stack up.
That's true.
The moment he actually fully committed to it. So a lot happened there. A full committal. Because at the end of the day, if Dwan is rotating, he wants something to get done.
That's right.
You better get something done. I'm wasting time.
So 1 kill for Fen is still okay here. The trade-off this time around doesn't seem too bad as bottom lane, Ming's going to ulti down onto Dwan. Dredgeline's going to get him out of there, but Uzi and Ming, the lane pressure continues. They will be down CS, but they will be able to push for the turret plating.
Yeah, this should be the first turret plate. Let's see if they end up getting a dive here. They're going to be able to see him pretty late, actually, off this control ward.
Like clockwork, Karsa's here again.
All right. At least the Karma's not here, but teleport's available by Long Sing.
How long can they survive? Well, it seems like it's going to be negated, the turret dive, while Rift Herald was started much earlier on by SOFM.
It seems to be just the state. We expected this to be the case. RNG was always going to be focused towards the Dragon, 2nd place in the league when it comes to Dragon control rate. And then they always go towards the bot side to give Uzi those leads. It's up to just Asura and Dwan to make the impossible happen. Survive at all means.
So difficult at this point. You have Manamune though, and with the helpfulness of the Nautilus, we'll see how we go. As Flandre, that's too far forward. Langxing now just goes into World, and the Hextech Ultimatum will be charged, but is Flandre going to die? The Explosive Cast sends him towards the top lane, and Langxing gets the kill anyway. And so Fem trying to help out the flash burn from Langxing. Fen tries to secure the kill, and it looks like no. Caddy, Xiaohu's here, the shield, he's out. Oh, that went horribly.
That went as bad as you could ever think it could. That's what, fam. You killed me, dog.
That's as bad as getting ditched at your wedding.
No, I think that's a little worse.
No.
I think the ditch at your wedding is a little worse. I'm
Maybe.
sorry. There's a real life implication to that one.
It got real, but 2-0-1, man, the Aatrox is in a very good place. And Flandre's earlier lead, even in CS, has been absolutely blown to pieces.
But then, you know what? If I'm SOFM, I would also be mad. I got this Rift Herald. I was setting it up. And you misplay that trade, I'm going to get you killed. You're learning a lesson today. But good rotation from Fen up top side at the same time. Theoretically, this was a great strategy. Bot side was able to hold on as long as they could. You were going to be able to get that top lane outer turret and likely a kill if it was set up properly. But at the end of the day, because of the execution, RNG got bot lane plates completely, were able to rotate down mid. The Rift Trail didn't do much damage up top side at all, so In terms of just the strategy, I loved it from LNG. In terms of execution, RNG gets a lot for it.
I like that we're looking at first turret win percentage down there. RNG second in the league right now at 88%. So what that means, folks, is that when RNG get that first turret, they win the game 88% of the time. They've done it here again. They've got a 2K gold lead with the Mountain Dragon and a second coming up. They've got full bottom side control, and things are looking good in this early game after LNG tried to force the issue mid.
They have a good amount of control on the bot side of the map. It's going to be very difficult for whoever's holding that bottom lane wave the moment Xiaohu ends up getting that shoved out to match that and then rotate up top. I think the person who's going to be trying to accomplish that is Asura, which is a good thing. He needs to be able to get his next item ready.
Yep.
But it's going to be difficult now to defend that mid lane turret. You're almost relying on that teleport to be able to get that job done if RNG looks for a dive.
RNG up towards his top side for the time being. Uzi just jumps on into Fen, and this Ezreal almost towards his Iceborne Gauntlet as well. Benefit of Ezreal is those two items come quick.
And that's the goal, honestly. The goal for RNG at this stage, as boring as it sounds, is just to be able to get to your items breakpoint. For Ezreal to get to his Muramana and Iceborne Gauntlet so you can actually start to contest for major objectives, try and make something happen. Let's say if you get a slow across with your Iceborne, get the Karma-empowered Skarner ready to get a pick. That's ultimately the major goal, unless if Ming just starts to smurf out. That's what I'm always concerned about. You set up what RNG wants to accomplish, and then Ming just says, I'm actually just the best support, and I'm just going to start landing like every binding possible.
All the blind bindings that we saw in game 1.
And then the conversation changes.
Yeah, by quite a lot. He's got a redemption here as his first item, and that's quicker than the mobility boots for the Morgana. So priority on keeping the 80 carry alive as usual. Just setting up these early skirmishes as well. Zhonya's Hourglass rushed here by Xiaohu Raz, so that's just the safety first from the mid laner of RNG.
Especially with how often Fen has dove into the back to get some kills. So at the end of the day, it stops Fen, makes him be a lot more respectful in skirmishes. And if he ends up going for those dives, you can buy a lot of time. I'm a big fan of it, especially since we already know what the build has been for him. This time, more than any, remember last game he didn't go towards the Ardent Sensor because he had the Morgana that can get the job done for the Sivir. This time around, you have an Ezreal, so it's not even necessary.
Yep.
So Xiaohu should just be fine to build AP here.
But walking into this brush, it's going to haunt him again, right? Xiaohu's over the wall. SOFM finds him midair in the exact same place, but this time, not the same time with the mid laner available. Xiaohu is now going to be walking away while Kasa picks up the fight onto SOFM. Asura tries to get the mid laner. He has no choice. Can he ult? What will he do? He's got to find the kill, but he can't. RNG turn it on a dime again.
That's the big brain Zhonya's play. That's what it's all for. We were talking about the Fen, the Tristana. Out of nowhere, he's like, I know this fat man's going to look for me. I'm prepared. I'm ready.
RNG push even further ahead, almost 3,000 gold at 15 minutes. And getting a quick look at the turret plating, it was all towards the bottom side. That's 800 gold on the bot lane 2v2.
It's pretty incredible. Uzi's gotten to that stage alongside Ming. And so that advantage should start compiling in the mid lane. They're just going to be looking for the mid lane turret. RNG has been pretty damn good at being able to set up and take down mid lane turrets. Well, as you saw in the last game, LNG finds a lot of difficulty in being able to get the job done. So nice setup by SOFM, but the reality is Xiaohu can buy for a lot of time. And you're in no man's land. You can't go to the left because RNG's members are there. You can go to the right, but it's a long, long road ahead of you. So Asura tried to find that goal, and Xiaohu definitely was able to nail him down.
At that point, you're just hoping for a small trade, whatever it may be.
Anything.
Asura not in the greatest position this game. It's taken a very long time for him to get the Guinsoo's when in game 1 it was those 2 items pre-20 minutes.
It's going to definitely refocus LNG now that they know that going towards Xiaohu is not all that viable. Just trying to think about your composition as a pretty strong front to back. Wave clear as much as possible, get as much resources on Fen and Asura, and then allow Flandre to take side lanes. He's going to be fine going up against Longsing as long as you set up the wards for him.
Yep.
That's why you can currently see SOFM starting to set up the top side. Sure, that's going to be with Asura being there, but Oh, let's see if they can get a kill before we get to that point.
Oh, Asura's going to try and knock down the turret, so Lungxing has no legs to stand on. It's 2 versus 1 for now, but teleport's coming in. Lungxing buys time, flashes forward, SOFM half health. Xiaohu's in, Cast is in as well. The Nautilus doesn't want to join the fight because Asura is already dead. He opts to get out of there, but RNG are chasing him up in the 80 carry. I talk about legs to stand on. Asura's been chopped off.
The wild adventures of Asura and SOFM. And it's, SOFM setting Asura up to die. This has been a fun last 3 minutes of the game.
Not fun for LNG, I'd say.
Happens again.
This is LNG falling by the wayside. Further and further, RNG will be collecting the gold bounties. Now towards the mid lane. They're pushing LNG out. Okay, Xiaohu going to get pulled in, but Black Shield afterwards means no lockdown. But there's no minion wave here, so Uzi, it's time to leave.
Yeah, the next wave is going to take some time to come over, so really at this stage they need to find full base. Look to pick up that bottom lane wave. That's really the goal here with FLICKR being able to pick that bottom lane turret up.
The Camille is pretty meaty at this point. There's a Trinity Force, double longsword there, so FLICKR's had his time in the side wave. He's starting to build up an advantage in CS over Lungxing. There is potential.
There's been a change up in the builds. So you have the Ardent Sensor being picked up by Xiaohu, mostly because the Redemption is being picked up by Ming here.
Sure.
It's the discussion that they had, which means a lot of HP going to be, given back towards RNG in these larger team fights. I like the fact that RNG has set themselves up to succeed in these larger fights. Now, great thing about Ezreal, when you're looking at how much poke and pick is available, is that he can always be drifting around the outskirts of a team fight. Let's see if FunFun should be able to dodge out of this. And it makes it harder for FunFun and Asura to be able to, dive straight into the back line to that because of the mobility that he has. So for them, they have to be focused on Karsa and Lungxing. And with the amount of sustain that Lungxing has and how beefy Skarner is, it's going to buy them a lot of time in team fights. Let's see. It feels like in 2 minutes' time, we're going to be getting something from LNG. They don't want to have RNG stacking up dragons like they did last game.
Yeah, Infernal next, double mountain already there. I want to come quickly back to the Karma build because I'm curious, Raz, what comes 3rd and 4th here when we've already seen Luden's Echo. Is it more like Athene's the natural progression for Xiaohu next?
Makes a lot of sense if that was the case. I think Athene's would make sense. Final item be Rabadon's.
Okay.
That's completely fine. So you can have the empowered shield there.
Still a bit of damage on Xiaohu at this point, especially with the early zoners we saw first, but he's behind a bit of CS of Fen, who's solo defending this turret. LNG want no business being here, and RNG will finally break this one down.
Asura does need to find time of base. He doesn't have teleport either, so he's gone and not able to defend from what is a 2-turret pickup here for RNG. They don't have a wave here for the second one.
It was the explosive cast that sent it outward. Ming takes a bit of damage on the return, but FLICKR, there's pings going down because he is looking.
Now, the fact that RNG has such a large focus towards this mid lane turret means they have a lot more time to set up around Baron. If you take that mid lane outer turret up, suddenly you can set deeper vision on the blue side jungle from the enemy team. You can buy a lot of time. You saw what happened last game, how RNG had so much pressure there because they can constantly set Skarner off for picks. And you have a double Mountain Dragon. RNG is set up to succeed 20 minutes into the game.
A single ward up towards the top side here for LNG. You can see it in the top side brush that is set up towards Baron. Keep note of that ward because FLICKR has teleport available. Asura, half the cooldown to go.
And you always got to look at your watch, right? Look at your clock.
What time is it, Raz?
It's split pushing time. Okay. And it's certainly not splice time. What time is splice time? Anyways, I don't think it. Yeah, I know that joke is fun. Mostly because whenever RNG is setting up for the objective, they always are stressed because of the fact that Camille's split pushing bot side. Now, thankfully, she has 2 more waves before she gets on towards the inner turret. But that's the game that you're starting to play now.
Oh, Fen has to flash. Now, that's going to be a big pickup as Carter flashes in himself. The Impale's there. Mid lane are going to go down. Uzi slices through with the ultimate, and now that's mid lane turret. Well, look where LNG are. They were waiting for the bait around Baron. RNG had to push into the mid lane.
Yeah, they just didn't go for it easily. So much damage now. They should be able to take the inhibitor. It looks like FLICKR is trying to set up for a fight when his members actually get here.
I mean, this is an outclass as Dwan goes in first. FLICKR comes into the backside. Maybe not. Uzi going to get jumped up with the Hextech ultimatum. He's killed with the explosive casters. RNG are trying to get an escape route. Xiaohu baits away half the members. LNG get 2 kills. FLICKR flashes into Ming. That's going to be a spectator bug once again. Ming's on the outward path. RNG lose too, but they break open the mid lane in a turret.
Yeah, you're right on the spectator bug, and this means that LNG is going to be able to look for the Baron bug.
Okay.
Now. Off that one pick alone,
that'll be worth
Uzi,
it.
Shahu being down as well. Looks like RNG is going to look for a trade. They'll have 3 valuable dragons, but a lot of time to buy now with LNG being able to pick up Baron.
Okay, well for LNG, I'd take that. You lose your inhibitor turret, base may be exposed, but you get an edge in this game, you get a bit of gold, and you get the ability to push those side lanes with the Baron you've just taken.
So take a look at who was first in the line of fire. FLICKR with a great pick onto Uzi. He didn't have much of a time to respond to it. And with how low he was at this state, easily send the Gragas cast to get the kill. And Xiaohu had to be sent packing. He was trying to buy for a lot of time too. Yep. He knew he was already dead. Tried to just let RNG, the rest of the team, to back away there. So that was successful. Main call here, sure, they got the inhibitor turret. They weren't able to get the inhibitor though. So RNG now, if they're thinking about the long game, if they get a good team fight, they can ride a wave and just end the game at this state.
Yep.
But LNG has the meaningful objective to be able to clear out these side waves now.
I'm mentioning that FLICKR now has the Ravenous Hydra, so 2-item Camille with the Baron buff. And that's a side lane that's going to be very difficult to match here for RNG. They're trying to attack it as a unit, but FLICKR has so much escape.
Yeah, they sent too many members up top side. That was 3 people, including the Skarner. So suddenly the bottom lane outer turret, or at least the inner turret that is easily up and available. If you start grouping for it, not a lot of people here to get it. Actually, it's only FenFen.
Needs to be careful, because if he gets caught mid-animation here with the Infernal Chains, he will get pulled back.
Yeah, they just needed a little bit more from LNG. Knowing that they had at least had vision that 2 people were topside, they could have very easily heavily committed towards a bot lane dive, especially with FLICKR with teleport ready. So let's see what they end up doing. No one here to contest for FenFen.
Pushes this so fast with the Infinity Edge now picked up, and LNG positioning around the sideways with Dwan, SOFM. This is going to be the inner turret bottom lane. Gold now neck and neck.
Control wards here, beautiful for Uzi and the rest of RNG. They'll catch LNG rotating all the way to the mid side here. It has to be LNG cleaning this all up. There we go.
Okay, again, rinse and repeat. Asura sits in the mid lane, waits for the wave, lets it push. RNG moving back towards the red buff in the top side, and FLICKR still can't be caught.
Yeah, they defend this well. You now have a minute left where LNG are likely just going to try and push out waves and set up for the next objective. But for the most point, being able to just lose that one turret bot side, I think, is completely fine. Just depends. LNG could try and make it for another turret in mid lane, but I think the waves are being pushed both mid and top side very easily by RNG.
At least put some gold back in the pockets here for LNG, and towards that next objective in that Baron, the Ocean Dragon, you'll have 3-item Tristana. You'll have almost 3-item Asura. Curious about what the Camille's gold's at. By the way, Raz, we do have an Ionian Boots of Lucidity on the Camille top. Something you don't see every day, but a bit of cooldown reduction.
Yeah, CDR, and you also have lower CD on your summoner spells, which is a positive. Just love seeing it from him, especially if he's just so focused on being on side lanes. If you're just thinking about PvE, and you're not even thinking about team fights, it's a big pickup.
Oh my god! Wow, that narrowly misses. SOFM was dead.
Wow.
A lot of questions about the angle of the 2-shot barrage, sure, but Uzi's ready to fire. He's got Blade of the Room King, and that was the extra damage we saw.
You probably thought that he had tenacity and he would be able to just dash away, body slam away. That wasn't the case whatsoever. And so, regardless of that, I mean, he still blasted him. Yeah, still sent him packing back to base.
Very true.
So, trying to get the hard read certainly wasn't it.
Not sure if Ming did that blind again. I think there was Ward in the brush here from RNG, but Ming doesn't miss too much, as we've already seen in this series. But we're back to square one here with objectives coming up left, right, and center. Ocean in a minute, 2 minutes till the Baron. So we'll see how desperately RNG want to challenge the river for this Ocean Dragon.
Well, with how much control LNG have, they should be able to pick it up. The only question is, back to your point, RNG don't need it. That's just, you know, they can consistently focus on the waves and allow LNG to pick up the major objective because they're completely fine with the double Mountain Dragon and Infernal. But with their composition, they want that fight.
Yeah.
So they're the ones hunting for a pick right now. They already have the control, and in typical RNG fashion, they want to force this.
I like that LNG are going up before the Ocean Dragon, re-securing ward coverage around the Baron pit. Meaning that transition from Dragon towards Baron is harder.
This is an even smarter point from LNG. The fact that they're saying, okay, we'll give away Ocean Dragon. We'll still have full control around Baron with a minute to spare. It's going to be on RNG that's going to be pushing through mid. Oh, no,
Not unless this happens. Asura's going to need to ult here, Raz, because Uzi's going in for the kill. He dodges out for now. Ult's at the ready, but Uzi takes down with the help of Ming. They push up the mid lane. Now the tide has turned. Uzi's going to get ulted here by Flandre. Uppercuts him. Uzi trying to get away, but the binding. Ming, you are a hero.
Just like that, 2 people are dead. Long death timers too with 30 seconds on Asura.
Not again.
Flandre's down too. 2 games in a row. Major death timers going to allow RNG to just pick up this one.
And this time around, it was just the Uzi Ming show through the mid lane. I can't believe it's come to this. SOFM going to get channeled. Impale's there. They dunk on him. That's 3 now. Tuan trying to re-engage, trying to save the game. Lungqing gets sent backwards as Kasta. That binding connects again on Fenfen. Ming gets MVP. I don't care if Uzi gets it because it's wrong. Ming gets MVP because the game is now over. And RNG take us to match point.
2 games in a row where you just don't see it coming. If you're out there, you probably want to get like a can of Coke or something, or you just want to be healthy, bottle of water. And then the game ends because of just that one pick that Uzi was able to find on towards Asura. And then, of course, Camille easily sees that, thinks he can turn it on the AD. Ming goes hot with that binding. What a beautiful ending here from the dual lane of RNG.
When Uzi should have been dead, when the defense should have come through. Turn the light of RNG back on. Because they're on match point after what was another, as you mentioned, surprise ending.
How many more of these are we going to get? Well, RNG just wants 1 more. That's all they need. A series that so many people were starting to be, fans of LNG, get behind them with how clean of a series they had versus IG. RNG just shutting them up.
Competitive game 1, competitive game 2. And that's the thing, game 2, the Baron take earlier on. LNG put themselves right back into the game. You can see how small the gold lead became. And then we get to that second Baron. We get to the setup again. RNG don't need to set up if they just walk it down mid.
Whenever you get to high competitive games like these and it feels like, you're going back into what is a chess match, then you realize how crazy of a game League of Legends is if it was on a chess mode. Like, for instance, everything's going according to plan, and then the bishop just makes a run for your king. You're like, what the hell happened here? What happened to the rules of the game? When Uzi can just say, okay, I know you're getting, you're setting up for Baron buff objective and everything, and Camille is completely fine on the side. Theoretically, in most regions, they'll let that happen. They'll try and push through mid and try and defend from LNG taking Baron buff. Uzi just makes it just a jump for Asura. Ming helps him out with the Camille pick, and then suddenly the game is over. Sometimes the bishop can just go.
Great analogy.
He can just run.
It's a surprise, but I mean, true. Ming again. Ming had a great game 1. Second game, I'm starting to think Morgana's a great pick for him.
Yep.
And this is ban-worthy, or just throw more respect at it.
I mean, at the end of the day, you start to realize why Enchanter supports are just banned so consistently. They're annoying to deal with.
Yeah.
In lane has so much confidence, always being able to just chip at you. That's why they had the early turret to their name. And then later on in the game, a lot of the times, especially the Morgana, if you want to find and engage, blocks you. Camille would have been able to save that entirely. If you had the Camille being able to assassinate the Ezreal, in fact, that's better for LNG. Uzi's right off the map. You have Baron buff in mind. You have multiple carries. You got that objective, but then not happening.
I mean, almost one-shot potential. Then Ming comes into the picture. So a great series from RNG so far. A 2-0 start. I didn't think RNG were coming in this red hot, and after seeing LNG versus IG, you're right. People started backing LNG.
Yes.
And even after game 1, I'd say you can still back LNG. This could go the distance.
It's funny because whenever you see veteran-like teams like these, who are kind of shaky during the regular season, you expect them to come back into form during playoffs. IG wasn't that team.
They're the exception. Apparently.
IG proved to us that they were a team that those chips that we saw in the armor were certainly larger.
Yes, the arm broke.
RNG just said, oh, top lane, guess what? We got Longqing for a reason. He's back in action, and it feels like the team's a real team.
RNG one step away from knocking out LNG. From LNG dropping in another quarterfinals here in the LPL. I'm going to go to a quick break to see what the verdict is.
也没想象中快，
对，
就一个卡莎打得偏快一点，
就不太敢这样去逼了。
这边想要开，
对方4个人啊，后续剑魔这边先被秒了。
这一波的话，姗姗来迟的骷髅，看看有没有机会，正面又是顶了起来。大家这边完成了对霞的一个终结，那骷髅这一波是1打4吗？
两边开始抢视野，哇这。
这边已经打起来了，
正面杰杰又被留了，后续牛头进场，2连2个
还可以，看一下后续杰杰一个大招框到2个人，基诺也是旁边进行火烤，但倒钩又拉到2个人 ，Scout 这边血量非常非常低，这2个开启秒表的人也没有办法走得掉啊。
卡莎这边还想操作，但是这个时候他已经 A 不过了呀。
哇，他 ADD， 两边开始扯头发了，标记这边就等大招。
哇，现在。没开到啊，但是九筒
看着一般般，九筒这边先被秒了。
金角这个走位非常非常漂亮 ，ADD 这边开启大招，想要追击，看一下 EDG 众人撤退的速度怎么样 ？ADD 这边很肉啊，触发一个血手，没有人打得动。后续虽然还是阵亡，金豆这边进场大招踩进来，骷髅这边血量还是很满，金角已经拿到一个3杀。
啊，
后续
同样的位置，
一个 RQ 给到 FLICKR 这边状态很差，直接被国豪闪现一斧头劈死了。后续往上冲，金豆这边是切掉了金角，金豆自己的位置也不是说特别好，猫的大招放的位置还可以，定到了 EDG 这边4个人，后续一斧头上去减速到2个，杰杰这边也很难走，一个 Q 闪 ，ADD 是把杰杰留下。
Scout 已经没有状态了，而且没有蓝了，看一下后面 Q 技能减速到，继续塔下去留，伤害非常高 ，Scout 也是交代在这个地方的。那这一波打完之后，大龙没了。
BIG这边的话，正面想去打的一个伤害真的不太够，上路这里。金豆好像被单杀了吧？
金豆应该是被单杀了。
看一下对拼血线来说的话，金刚这边领先很多，但是后续这个剑魔的回血有点吃不消。
wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating so. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground.
G on match point here against LNG in the quarterfinals. And LNG, 4 times in their LPL career have they dropped in the quarterfinals. And it's looking like time number 5 here is Raz, Hysterics. A good series so far, despite it being a 2-0.
Yes, a very good quality series. We saw what is RNG adapt to playoff mode. I feel like they. Here's the reason why I didn't think they would make playoff mode. First, I felt like the top lane issue was too strong, but also I thought that Xiaohu peaked.
Yep.
And I'm not saying that he would get worse. I'm saying that usually what playoff mode means for RNG is that Xiaohu just goes off on his multiple picks, but he had it all during the regular season, and they still had some difficulties against top tier talent. But no. Feels like, once again, Longsing is back in order.
Yeah, which is great.
They look like an all-LPL team. This is the super team that we were all kind of hoping to see.
And now we get to talk about the bottom lane again. As usual with RNG, MVP of Game 2, although not super happy about it, is Uzi. Again, I'm sure it's a high damage percentage once more. It's 36.
It's unfair.
But Ming won them the game.
Ming, the entire game. In Game 2 and 1,
and
of course.
Game 1, yeah.
All right, at the end of the day, remember, the relationship is very much, you may have it, but also it's shared.
I mean, you look at that stare. He looked at Ming, and he said, who gets MVP?
Give
And
me
Ming
the
looked
MVP.
back at him, and he said, it's you, Uzi.
Now, I just love this one because it was a creative start here from LNG, but they end up still getting killed because of the flash into the turret shot.
Yeah.
So that was fun. But then the rocket jump into the rocket
That
jump.
was great. This is a great gank from Dwan.
I just loved it because that was, to be able to get the lead right back, and then Xiaohu just got pained constantly. Constantly dove by Dwan and SOFM, so it feels bad at this stage, but this was a fun one. This was when Dwan was making that rotation back topside. It looked like they had the numbers advantage. The only issue was with Fen went straight in towards Xiaohu, a lot of time to try and get the kill. The moment he got the time to go for a jump, didn't have the mana to do it, and also just got CC locked down, and this is the game ender.
Yeah, this was a surprise where Asura gets pretty much solo killed by Uzi, and then you want to watch Ming. Are we going to see Flying, or we don't get to see Flying?
No, that's cool. We just needed to see that.
That's true, because that was the moment.
That's what kicked it all off. Uzi being able to find that pick, and then Ming, he was able to get that major save.
Well,
he was cool. But F's in the chat for Ming. This is one of those moments when you're partnered right next to Uzi. You may have the kings of Leon. You may just destroy the lane. But guess who's going to get that?
Not the support.
Nah, it's not going to be
It's
the
never
support.
the support.
People give credit to Uzi.
It's unfortunate, but still, Uzi and Ming working in tandem. This is a great bottom lane for RNG, a great look for RNG.
Yeah.
If people were doubting RNG coming into playoffs, I know before the break you're talking about that playoff switch that a lot of teams have, where IG definitely, the kink in the armor, you called it, that was not resolved.
Chip in the armor, yes.
Same thing, right?
All of them is really the same. But like they couldn't really deal with that. While RNG comes into the play, and it seemed like the discipline was immediately there. They didn't have jungle issues. Karsa is the jungler that you rely on.
Yep.
And then you look towards the top side of the map, and Longsing has always had it. It was more so kind of realizing that, having that conversation with your own jungler, realizing that you're not going to have the pressure, and then just taking a second to either clear wave and take a step back. It's not a difficult thing to do, and I felt like he was able to accomplish that in both these games in the series.
Now, while they're, look at LNG, Game 1 and Game 2, it was only small gold leads for RNG and small moments that broke open the game to an RNG win.
Yeah.
I look at one player in particular for LNG as my question moving into Game 3, and it's Fun, who I think started off well again in Game 2, but it was some decisive moments that let him down.
And it feels bad, doesn't it? Because in the first series going up against IG, he was a baller in that one. There were some questionable moments, but that's just him having that confidence that he will always win. Exactly. And then goes into this series, and you're right, a lot of the pressure is still going towards him, and he's playing well initially, but then it's more of the outset of the entire fight. The one that we played of them going in for an invade on red buff, he can easily win that out front to back. At least have some faith that you don't have to just jump straight in towards the Karma.
Absolutely.
You saw what happened last game. Last game was pretty hard to find the pick on Karma.
Against the Karma again, yeah.
This time he knows there are multiple people in the area, so those are the moments that we kind of look towards, and those are the moments that RNG is coming out in just slivers of HP margin. So great win for RNG being able to pick it off on the back of those team fights.
Yeah, there was the game plan for LNG around the mid lane, around Xiaohu. Xiaohu recovered once again, and once he fell into a bit of a deficit, once RNG had a game plan moving into the mid game, it was to the support duty. It was the Ardent. I didn't see the third item, but I assume the Athenes by the end of that game.
Yeah, and I really wonder if there's going to be a change going into the next game.
Good question.
Because through pick and ban, RNG is not going to change. Having the Aatrox and all that is a pretty easy pick to go back towards. But I've heard that we're going to be hearing from Ming here, so let's see what he has to say.
博武的话，就可能有些是吃经验，还有一些吃套路嘛，然后还有一些就是吃选手的体力的，然后就看谁那个打得更好吧。然后我觉得博武的话，还是经验方面应该会占很多大优势吧。
There we go. Couldn't say it better myself.
It is a bit of a slug, the best of fives, and remember, our regular season best of threes, so it's that extra mile that LNG have to go now.
Yeah, and it's just that layer of adaptation, because currently you're seeing that the draft isn't changing, but certainly now it's on LNG to change the draft.
Yes.
To make that shift. I forget which series it was. It was EDG versus Suning, in which the draft remained the same throughout the series.
Yes, it was.
And it was mostly, I remember, who was on the stage in the interview. My memory is always shady, so I apologize for it. It was Jinu who was on stage and made a point about how, both coaches were pretty stubborn about it, and said that if there was anything going wrong, did he hurt his head?
Flash whacked the headphones.
But yeah, if anything wrong happened in the game, they blamed execution and said that the draft was fine. So maybe both teams are going to be confident with the draft because they have their own main strengths.
Yeah.
And it's been the execution for both of these teams that have been putting them down. But at some point, if you're LNG in this case, you look towards the ease of the comp and say, it's actually very hard to deal with the Morgana. And it's incredibly hard to find a pick on towards the Karma in the mid lane. If I was in this position, I would second phase ban the Morgana rather than banning the AD carries, because you can always find an AD to be put in that exact same position. And if I was first phase, I would certainly ban the Morgana in first phase.
Do you look at changing
Karma in first phase?
Okay. Do you look at changing the picks around for LNG specifically towards the Tristana that Fen has prioritized twice now?
I'm completely fine with it. I think the bans, it just comes down to treating second phase as it is, which is you're trying to adapt to the situation. I want to see what RNG is willing to go to when they don't have the Karma and Morgana by second phase. So if they see the perfect time to pick Tristana, go towards it. But what I'm concerned about is Dwan's not able to find picks later on in the game. But guess who that is?
Hello.
Senor MLXG.
Watching on as RNG are one step away.
It's fun to be able to see, RNG members making the trip over from Beijing to watch their team play. Now, of course, it was MLXG that had his jersey retired in the Beijing arena.
Next to Zatai and Let Me as well.
Exactly, 3 players. And that's why I love that kind of vibe that you have in the city systems. That RNG can have their mainstay players that have found so much success by them that can have their retired jerseys there.
Yeah.
That's really nice to be able to walk into your team venue and see that on the wall. There's legacy behind that.
I just love that you often see Let Me alongside MLXG at these events where you see them supporting RNG.
Speaking of that, where the hell's Let Me? I just saw a shot of MLXG in the crowd. Where are the other boys
You can
at?
only have one at a time, Raz. One at a time.
I know Zatai must be restreaming the game out there on W. He always does. He always does.
Does he?
Yep.
Okay. Well, game 3, here we go. Raz, similar bans, I would not say, because everything's actually just been thrown out. With RNG, a crucial Gragas ban on blue side.
Olaf been banned by LNG, and it was the Gragas that got banned by RNG. So yes, finally the J4 is unleashed. Want to see what LNG is willing to pick up. When you're in a losing situation, which is, you know, match point, perhaps we see the Lee Sin coming in from SOFM.
That's true.
That's my question.
Most played champion here in the Summer Split. SOFM, 8 games, which is a lot, but also means Flandre gets his Akali.
It's time for Flandre to be unleashed. Now, technically, he was unleashed from the very beginning. He had the Riven game, he's had the Camille game, but he is definitely known for his Akali. So I want to be able to see what he can do in team fights with that. You're definitely locking in the Kaisa along with it.
That's 2 very strong picks here off the get-go for LNG.
All comfort, too. It's nothing that they haven't seen before. Where if you're Flandre, you're definitely not playing Riven or Camille in any of these games in the regular season. But certainly, you've had a wealth of experience with the Akali pick. So let's see what RNG ends up doing to deal with that top side. I think the Aatrox being banned by LNG is the major change that they had going into this last game here, potentially.
Do we just get a Xayah Rakan bottom lane is my question. Uzi plays a lot of Xayah through the regular split, but Ming doesn't always confine himself to the Rakan pick.
Makes a lot of sense. Think of it this way. If LNG goes towards Morgana on their end, you still have a mid-range Kaisa. Certainly going 2v2 up against that is pretty daunting. And so we're going to be seeing a Karma hover anyways, but I still like the idea of a Rakan going into the second phase.
I regard Xiaohu as the best Rumble mid in the LPL right now.
True. I agree
alongside
with that.
Scout, and I'd put Korra there as well.
I agree with that.
Fen-Fen's
He's making a laugh
this.
about this because when he first came into the league, he was a Kassadin player. He played Kassadin well, he played Jace well, and really he was known about having those 2 champions as effective picks. Let's see if he ends up locking it in, but nah, he's just going to have some fun with it.
Oh, Rek'Sai here for SOFM. When you're running into the Jarvan, I like the choice here from LNG's jungler.
Makes it a lot more easier to deal with. Good matchup in towards the J4.
5-0 with it as well, Raz.
Yeah, incredibly successful with it. He's just been a great early game jungler in general, so him being able to impact the map early is a nice touch here.
We need those solo laners for the side of RNG, or at least one more. We're going to get the Karma ban from RNG, which is a surprise. But for LNG, the GP ban over towards RNG.
Yeah, I love the Karma ban here just because it's a great way to empower the Rek'Sai. We've already seen Karma Skarner lanes, and that one's pretty damn hard to get away from. Karma Rek'Sai just makes it hard for a Rumble to survive. One of the greatest benefits of a Rumble mid is the fact that he's in a shorter lane than a top lane. Yeah. So he can actually have that ability to get out of the lane pretty easily. This one's going to make it a little easier knowing that the Karma is no longer in pick range.
I'm curious if we start questioning picks like Kiana then, which Fen-Fen's played before, which has often been picked into the mid lane in some of these more volatile matchups because Azir's taken off for the safety of range. Now the question is there.
Let's see what LNG ends up going here. Technically, they can still pick up, I'm looking through the bans, a Tristana. It's still a possibility. I love this hover. Now, remember, Kiana actually has a lot of rough lane matchups. So going up against the Rumble, although it's not going to be picked here, is still not that big of an issue because you're going to be still being, you know, farming underneath your turret. This time around, you're looking towards a Corki pick and saying he's still going to be able to accomplish that, but with the added advantage of the scaling factor. Scaling incredibly heavily, going to be finding himself on a side lane. Side lane from LNG's perspective is pretty good.
Yeah.
Akali and Corki, nice touches. I want to see what the last pick here is for LNG.
Oh, wow. Slap down that Mordekaiser. Very rare to see here in the LPL. We're still in 9-15, but Mordekaiser does not get seen often.
And we knew the Rakan was coming, but Mordekaiser, Rumble. That's a team fight comp if I've ever seen it.
Yeah.
And you have a Rumble Jarvan composition. You've already seen this a few times in the Clutch Gaming perspective out there in North America. So LNG already knows what they're dealing with. The added factor of, like, I guess, confusion or how to deal with it in a team fight is going to be the Mordekaiser. So let's see how LNG handles it, especially since it's a little bit more of a difficult lane there for the Akali.
I just look at this though, Raz, and I say for LNG, this is so cut and dry. RNG, they're skirmishing great. LNG, if they get to that late game with those 3 carries, should be easy to take that fight.
And remember, for LNG to qualify into the playoffs, these were the picks they were able to accomplish that feat with.
Yes.
Funfen's Corki, Flandre's Akali, able to dive straight into the backline and just eviscerate Maple and Angel. So if we're just talking about what LNG knows is successful, this is the comp. But RNG's team fighting, if you're looking to match that, both these teams' very esteemed team fighting squads, there is just far more order front to back, just textbook work coming in from RNG's side. As you can see, a respect from the coaches.
Getting towards that point for RNG, one step away. I don't think my expectations coming into this series were expecting such a strong showing from RNG to make it look one-sided. The last stand here for LNG to bring it back in the reverse sweep.
Yeah, I feel like I've been wrong nearly every time in the playoffs. Because during the regular season, I was king.
You were apparently king, yep.
And then I said Suning would win that series. I was wrong. I said IG would win that series. I was wrong. And I said BLG would win that series, and I was finally right about something.
Only just.
But I thought I had some confidence. I come into the series, I bank on LNG.
Oh, yeah?
And I'm about to be wrong.
I like that our playoff predictions aren't as public, though, Raz. So no one's going to blame you if you're wrong on this one, because RNG, match point here to go into the semifinals versus Top Esports. And that means they have a chance to make Worlds, to qualify and knock out LNG, who are on their last legs. I love how coming into Game 3, we did the weird camera angle. It was cool, but I did not expect it. There's MLXG, you can see in the crowd, watching with care as RNG take us into a Game 3.
I'm always a fan of the helicopter shot, especially when it's off the back of someone getting murked. When someone is just about to get taken down by, let's say, a Rumble or something, and you instantly get to that helicopter pan, it really feels like you're watching the 8 o'clock news.
Well said. Well, the Rumble going into this game, it's going to be a Comet into the mid lane. Corki, who has taken Klepto, of course. So we'll see this matchup fold out. Xiaohu on his Rumble, Funfen on his Corki. So comfortable matchup here. Comfortable champion, rather, I should say.
A lot of poke being levied down towards Xiaohu, too. So Xiaohu's going to be taking quite a bit of damage when he doesn't have much sustain to his name. Thankfully, the Dorn Shield is there, but he's going up against Funfen with 2 corrupting potion stacks still there. So great start by Funfen, and he has Klepto too, so he should be able to get out of the lane fairly easy. The only concern is just the pushing power. Rumble has the pushing power. He's going to be able to rotate to Karsa at all times. It's more so how LNG is going to be able to react to that.
Means we have to take care of the jungle pathing here. Red start and blue start alike. So top side for both RNG and LNG, with Karsa going straight from buff to buff.
Makes sense. Always concerned about being opened up on by SOFM on the Rek'Sai. And he's going to be able to get down bot side pretty easily. In fact, if he wanted to, I'm not saying to do this because you're missing out on a lot of experience if you try for it, is just go for a bush game. You're in bot side of the map. Uzi and Ming are heavily shoving out.
Yeah,
he's going to be bouncing back as well, and your laner should be telling you that there's no wards in the bush. It's a possibility. Let's see what J4 ends up doing.
SOFM through the mid lane, though. There's going to be the Umbara, the flash burn immediately from Xiaohu. That's a respect from SOFM, but don't go too far forward. He will turn around.
It's a good call. Nice to see that from SOFM, and he still has his flash, so he can try that again. It's going to be on J4 to make it easier for Rumble now, but it seems like they're going to be passing in the night. SOFM does know he's here, though.
He's walking back mid with the tremor sense he can come back here. Xiaohu might feel safe knowing that Caster's nearby.
Oh, here we go. Oh, no.
Tremor sense is there, so FM backing away. Caster's found, and remember, it's electrocute Java, and he looks at the drag flag. He gets the burn down as well. Xiaohu adds into the mix, and the flash now burn for the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, he moved incredibly quickly. You thought that J4 was just going to be on his blue buff, and he would find the opportunity to just go for the gank. He ends up moving. Awkwardly, Karsa runs into him. So there we go. He loses out in just about everything. Not able to get the gank, has to burn this flash, and loses his blue buff as well.
SOFM triple buff in game number 2. Caster going to return the favor here in game 3.
It's nice to be able to see just changes based off the jungle matchup. That's the expectation we had coming in, that it was going to be a battle between Karsa and SOFM.
Yep.
And thankfully, that's this case here. Thankfully, SOFM is able to just at least get some experience in the dime, knowing that the Wolf Camp was going to be available there. So he's not going to be losing too much out in experience.
Drop there to pair with him as well.
That's
so
true.
Leaves the small Wolf.
Aha!
A nuisance. Langxing dropping a ward just in case the dive comes to the top lane, but
it's the perfect ward that doesn't catch him. Just there, so you have no vision. I love it.
I love how the vision ping goes down on the top side as well. Caster going to try and match him here. Oh, does this spot him out? No.
Yeah,
just
stick around.
He doesn't know. Tremor
okay.
Sense going to find Caster, and he's now coming for a lane gank in the top side. So Tremor Sense will spot that the jungler's nearby. I love this.
And now you have two paths. Karsa has an unsuccessful gank up top side, and he's just confused as to what happened. Or the other one is he somehow still gets the gank off, Flandre dies or uses Splash, and LNG is even more pissed off that that worked.
But
Let's find out.
He's so safe in the lane, he's only going to be able to get this first brush now. Pushes up in the lane. Flandre's back at his turret, so not much seems like it's going to come out of this.
Thankfully, I mean, he's just looking for a counter gank. He doesn't have any vision of where SOFM is, but now he's dug in deep. Let's see if this one works. Akali should never believe that J4 has been here for the past minute, so let's see if he gets caught up in the charade.
He's been here for so darn long, Langxing into the brush.
No, you know what? I would be suspicious for him. There's no reason for Langxing to be taking the majority of his HP for free like that.
That's true.
I'm not going in for that.
Okay. So it's ruined. Caster's left. He's gone back. He's now towards the bottom side. It's over.
All right. Well, it was fun while it lasted.
Yeah, that's right. A minute of time that unfortunately Caster's not going to get back. Meanwhile, SOFM was clearing topside, moves towards the bottom wolves, and just has that extra bit of experience advantage.
Kind of reminds me of a scene of Life. I don't know if you've seen that movie. Eddie Murphy involved.
No, I love Eddie Murphy, though.
Very young. You should watch it. It is a classic. There was one time where he was in the bar, holding on to the waitress who was trying to steal like money from him or something. She's like, "You're hurting my arm." Oh, God dang it.
No. You know is there anything like that, Raz? That's first blood over to RNG.
Ruining my story. I was getting comfortable too, but you're seeing RNG getting pretty comfortable themselves.
Yeah, 4 members down here. SOFM might have to leave as the push comes through. Now, Uzi and Ming have already picked up 1 bit of turret plating here just by Caster and Xiaohu being nearby. This could be rough as SOFM turns on in. That equalizer is perfect. Ming follows up with the heroic entrance. Caster flashes forward. SOFM dives well, and that TP can't be cancelled. Flandre goes in with the perfect execution, but Uzi gets the root down. Even in the smoke screen, he looks for Caster. He finds him, and that's his escape.
Let's see if they can get more. Fun is rotating in.
He doesn't want to escape. He flashes on in for the 5-point strike. Xiaohu gets the flame spitter down. The shuriken flip lands. Flandre's back in. He gets him down. Uzi dies as well. How did LNG turn this around?
Just like that. They thought that Akali would be right for the pickings. Ends up getting the straggler. And Fen comes just in time to even up the play. That's pretty crazy because RNG had a really good response to J4 quote-unquote getting picked, that you're able to get the ultimate off. And just like, what the hell are you guys doing? You're suddenly going in for a play yourself.
Duan's roaming again already. He got the mobility boots. He feels empowered. Okay.
Well, I guess we'll look at this first, and then we'll be surprised when one of those two gets picked off. But yeah, I mean, this was great, as you mentioned. SOFM gets picked on the top side, Duan on the bot side, and it was the teleport that really came into play. The moment Corki ends up rotating too, because she had faith that Flandre would be able to survive. Sticks around after, look at this. Ming says, okay, I'll let you go. And then Uzi's like, all right, just in case, I'll give you a heads up, Xiaohu. Little did they know that Fen would just come right through on the back and murk them on that one. So it seems like SOFM and Dwan didn't get anything up top side. I'm always concerned about that, what we missed, but I don't see anything.
I think it was just a scuttle crab and pushing in towards the Wolves. I think the Wolves were taken in the end.
Look, my investigative mind is not too large.
And you can't use your computer for that because they're in the replay as well.
That's true.
They're actually behind. They don't know this right now, but we're talking to them. So a lot's changed because now we go back to stable lanes where for LNG, they actually have the gold lead for the first time in this game. They were losing out heavy on the bottom side. Mid, was a little bit even, and on top side now a lead here for FLICKR, who picked up the kill off the engage as well. Remember, Langxing did not join that fight.
All right, we have a package here for Corki. It's just a Cloud Dragon 2, so you can't really use it for that one. I don't think it would be too beneficial. But at least you would threaten towards bot side. So I want to see if SOFM can try and use something off of this. Just kidding.
As you say that.
It was probably just off, just about to lose cooldown too. We only saw the back half of it.
Like, you're giving benefit of the doubt here tonight, Raz. Being very kind. 15 CS lead here for FenFen in the mid lane. Picked up Sheen off of getting that kill. So, much better early start here for LNG, but we've got another bloody game once again. RNG in game 1, game 2, they matched the aggression of LNG, and same to be said here in game 3.
It's more the surprise factor. That could have been a very easy RNG early game if it wasn't just for how good FLICKR was there. Sure. We'll find another pick here.
Remember, Halo Blade's Rek'Sai, so you're going to get the burst down. Carson now goes in for the electrocute. The ult comes through from Asura early. Dwan once again gets a 2-man knockup as Min goes in for the ultimate, gets the knockup himself onto Dwan. Langxing is teleported in. FenFen's here as well. Now, FLICKR has roamed down, but Xiao doesn't know that just yet. As here he comes with perfect execution. Xiao flashes away, but FLICKR doesn't want to commit. Until now, he finds himself on the back half. Sure, complete lands. Will he re-engage? FLICKR flies through as a 5 versus 5 at the bottom lane begins. There's Equalizer down to burn. FLICKR in the death realm with Langxing. This Akali almost dies, but Langxing disengages with the Cataclysm down from Caster. It's another bestie fight, but RNG have the damage. SOFM is trying to slide his way out, and he will. A 2 for 1 by RNG.
Yeah, the coast is clear at SOFM. It's okay to come out. I love that ultimate from Langxing to just eliminate him from the fight. Another thing too, J4 setting up, Cataclysm, allowing the rest of the team to just walk up and net the kills for themselves. 2, 1, and 3 right now for Muzi. I guess LNG will still be able to cut the Cloud Dragon, but all in all, I love this one from RNG.
Let's have a look again, because this went for a while.
Teleports were pretty crucial here, because it was a good start from LNG, but then in comes the rest of the crew. FunFun had to be routed to the left. They were pretty dispersed. It was FLICKR, as you mentioned, that was the difference, being able to get the pick on towards Xiaohu. I think the ultimate didn't actually nail Karsa, that was the goal, but he was just short from being able to get that damage across. Here's the great part of the fight. Ultimate from Xiaohu puts them to the right. The ultimate from Langxing just nails FLICKR, so he wasn't going to be able to help out and join. And it was an easy pickup from RNG from that point forward.
Perfect stopwatch there from Casa. Dies in the end though, so 2 for 1 trade as stated. Means that for RNG, getting a small benefit onto Uzi, who's 2, 1, and 3.
And man, these replays always last so long that we just don't see the setup.
I know.
They're instantly on Rift
Must be a nightmare for you. I mean, for me as a play-by-play, I'm like, yeah, we're cool. We're
this
fine.
is even worse.
Yeah, 1 versus 2. Langxing gonna have to flash. That's an easy kill. What more to be said? As Rift Herald was picked up by RNG this time, they're gonna make the counter trade.
I couldn't talk about my movie reference. Couldn't see what's happening on the map.
I'm still so curious.
We're just going towards. You'll watch the movie. It's great.
Yeah, thank you.
Fine.
All right, turret trade here. Of course, RNG are going to have the setup with the Rift Herald and the faster push with turret plating still available. This is going to go down pretty quick as I want to have a quick look at the bottom side. I think RNG need to hurry this up a little bit.
They'll have the Alistar and Kai'Sa to be able to match the top lane wave. In fact, they have Corki here just in case, so it shouldn't be able to get pushed completely into the second turret.
Yep.
Okay, just lying.
They're
RNG
committing.
wants to commit.
Look at that.
All right.
That is a nightmare.
The jig is up. You're allowing this Rift Trail to go all the way in.
I think they're going to be happy, though, because Xiaohu does not have the ultimate. So that's half the threat from RNG down. As LNG push the bottom lane, Inner's not going to go down the top side.
But I just love that a little bit more from RNG. They're allowing it to fully push in, so now LNG has to push in an extra wave. And then they have the fear of cutting through the red side jungle towards mid, so FenFen has to be able to just defend this alongside the Alistar. So you get a free base here if you're RNG. A lot of it worked out there, but to the point that we were making earlier, a lot of turret plating gold now is on towards the Akali.
The Akali who, okay, hang on.
I wasn't even looking for somebody, but I guess I found you.
There he is. I was just looking at items across the board. RNG, the only items they have that are complete is the Cinder Hulk on Kasa and the Essence Reaver on Uzi. Xiaohu Langxing still without their first. Where you look at Flandre and Funfun, it's the Trinity Force, the Hextech Gunblade. That's already in their back pockets because they're the most fed members.
Yeah, if we're having a conversation about who scales, I think it's a very complex one. Because I think both teams have pretty damn good late game comps. Corki Kaisa is a great response front to back. And then you have the Akali if she ends up coming through in a great flank. Other side, Uzi and Ming, great in the late game with the Xayah Rakan. And really, the question mark to me is how Rumble plays a role in this. Not only can J4 stand a test of time with how tanky he can get, but also if Xiaohu can get a great ultimate, then I would say RNG wins out the team fight.
Okay.
But if he doesn't nail that ultimate, and you see how much damage is there from our LNG, they can easily pick off Uzi and Xiaohu in the beginning of the fight. So positioning and execution is really the name of the game.
That's always a perfect conversation when you think that, okay, it comes down to execution. That means it's skill-based. That means we get to a late game where it's that one exciting team fight where we've had execution be the name of the game in this series so far.
And maybe we don't get a team fight. You know,
maybe not.
You know, God forbid, if you look towards LNG, they can just play towards Flandre's advantage in his own matchup. If Xiaohu or Langxing match him in a side lane, Flandre should win. So that's, to me, like what LNG should be doing. But you can already see Akali kind of rotating towards the team. I think we're just going to be seeing both squads who have been so successful through team fights throughout their seasons kind of just go right back to that.
Yeah, why not? Xiaohu heading towards this.
Get away from me.
A little bit crispy. Oh, send out the Vel'Koz. Are we the only region still that can do emotes?
I want to say yes, but there's a lot of national leagues. So I'll just say yes for now, and I'll be the ignorant man.
That's up to someone to correct. I want to look closer at LNG for a second, though, while they have the gold lead, while LNG at this 15-minute mark are looking pretty confident. I was just noticing
in my little league, we have all of them.
The 50 CS lead for Funfun at the moment. There's a 20 CS lead here for Flandre. In their individual lanes, they have dominated, while Uzi again has a 50 CS lead himself. So there's big margins in each of these lanes. It's one thing that I look at and go, okay, that's why we see the early Trinity Force. That's why we see the Hextech Gunblade so quickly. Second items on their way. And we've gotten to a bit of a lull state here at 15 minutes.
It's going to take some time for LNG to be confident right now with the second item because Essence Reaver is going to be the go-to, which is a big payoff for the Corki later on in the game. But right now, he's going to be leaning on to the members in which you've mentioned, primarily the Akali, to be able to take control. Great call out here by RNG. Just a lot of pivoting here.
Oh, they want to find Funfun.
You better watch out there. That's a lot of poke that Funfun was able to throw right back at you.
The big one's scary right now. LNG posturing, and towards this dragon, they control the vision now. RNG waiting by this side brush, looking for that one pick.
Are we dueling?
Let's duel. Flandre's going to go in onto Langxing. The Death Realm is available. Will he use it? Well, he pulls him in. You can see the realms up. What's going on with those orbs on the side? Flandre takes a big burn, and Langxing just wants to get out. He waits for time. Flandre's out, but Ming can't find him in the end as LNG are looking for that big pivot. The ultimate comes down from the Rumble, but they've already found Ming in the backside. Tuan zoning them away as RNG look to re-engage.
Wow. Ming was caught. This pants down on that one. It was, first of all, Flandre realizing that he couldn't really duel. He wanted to get out of jail on that one. But a great call out here.
Wow.
Funfun will be able to get the kill.
Langxing has to flash away. Now, under the turret, Funfun almost dies himself, but he'll take that.
This is a great game. Flandre takes that fight, realizes he can't take that fight, and it was more so the response by RNG, where Ming is lunging for that kill. Gets caught up by the rest of the team. So it's unfortunate. You feel for him.
But it is, again, a net advantage here for LNG. They get the flash off of Langxing at the back of that trade. And now, it's that 1.5K gold lead still.
And I want you people to know out there that I'm a person that's fairly easy to please.
Yeah?
I want two things. Give me a high-quality game. Give me an exciting game. If you're not giving me a high-quality game and it's not exciting, what the hell am I watching? You know what I mean? We all feel that deep down.
Yeah.
This is an exciting game.
This has been a high-quality series.
High-quality series.
Yes.
There are some moments, though.
There are some moments.
I think we saw a few of those moments.
I'm glad to say we're not actually seeing them from FenFen. We're seeing actually quite the opposite in this game 3. 3-0 Corky. I mean, this guy has shored up his play, and sure, it's a different champion, but looking much more tested, much more controlled as he approaches the top lane turret.
This is a smart way for LNG.
Oh, okay. SOFM flash for flash. What do you think, Raz? What do you think? What's going through your mind? Now, when you said it's a high-quality series.
I didn't say it was high quality.
Good timing.
I just wanted them to split the map. 1-3-1. You don't always have to go for the kills.
He gets the turret.
You would have gotten it anyways. I'm cool with that, man. Just relax.
RNG are going to try and get the mid lane turret while the fiasco has ceased in the top side. For LNG, easy defense here. And what happens next?
This room's getting a little hot.
Yeah. Well, it's going to continue. We've got a minute till Baron, Raz. So set yourself up.
I hope this isn't the last game. You see Uzi just wiping his sweat. I wonder if it's because he's hot or is just SOFM's always watching. Yeah, he's always watching.
Always watching. Is Carson going to be fine here in the mid lane by himself? RNG bringing up some momentum with Ming trying to find a pick here onto Asura. That turret almost went down a minion, so back to square one it feels as FenFen has package and hello. This Corky wants to go in, but Carson secures the Raptors.
Finally able to get his Essence Reaver. So I'm glad that they were very close to being able to get that mid lane turret. Just like from the perspective of LNG, you don't want this to be an A-ramp. Cosplaying Talia.
Yep. I just realized we have 2 equalizers in this game, technically, when Corky has his package up.
Yep. Just walk up and tickle it. Say what's up. Observer, just look at the mid lane tower.
It's dead.
I want to see someone go for it.
They're scared.
I know LNG too well. They're willing to risk some HP for this tower.
I mean, you just saw SOFM flash over the wall. So if you're talking about risks.
Okay, they got it.
There you go.
It was all right. But yeah, I just really require FenFen and, Akali to be in their lanes.
Okay.
They have a lot of control here. Technically, they can go towards the next dragon rather than focusing fully on towards the Baron buff, but at this pace, Flandre doesn't have to move. He has teleport too, so he's fine. Corky his entire focus is to be able to get his 3rd item. So really, if we're just talking about LNG's perspective, it's just farming and putting yourself in a side lane where you're getting so much experience for yourself. That's why there's actually such a large experience discrepancy between Shahu and FenFen. When you pick a composition like Mordekaiser and Rumble, you can't necessarily take sideways, or at least you're just going to get pummeled by SOFM and Flandre or SOFM and FenFen. That's why Shahu's predominantly picking up shared experience.
Yeah.
Why is a level 11 to the level 13 of FenFen?
Kind of comes back to that point where we stated at the start of the show, there's been times where Uzi will just be given other waves because either he can be the only one to manage it, deal with it, or he's just been given it to level himself up as Tuan. Wow, that was close.
Well, he felt that somewhere.
He got out. That's all that matters. It was Uzi farming the mid lane wave, who, by the way, 237 CS at almost 22 minutes in the game. So he's on track once again. And while the rest of RNG solo laners are missing out, are losing in experience, Uzi's making up for it here in Game 3.
He's able to net the Hex Drinker as well, dealing with the Corky and Akali, double AD. Someone needs to get knocked up by now.
This is both AD carries as well.
Rakan and Alistar are fuming. Absolutely pissed off.
But they saw that. The difference is this time they can do something about it because Mountain Dragon spawns, and that's denying the double mountain from LNG.
Yeah, there should be a fight from LNG, just let it happen. But they're not going to let it happen.
Tuan over the wall with Blastco, and Dragon is secure. Tuan goes into the back of the pit as Death Realm here going to be from Lung Xing. FenFen is taking him on though. Inside of it, Uzi picks up Tuan first. That's a great death grasp onto Flandre. He gets knocked up on the way out as The ultimate drops down, Flandre re-engages into the back of the pit, goes golden inside the Cataclysm, and Xiao Hu has been deleted. RNG are cornered away, and Uzi gets no one with the Blade Caller. Kasa re-engages, Uzi still lives, he's auto-attacking, but the Rek'Sai ult, it hits Kasa. Uzi now has the range, but doesn't need to finish it off as FenFen. They're on a whim, they're on such a whim. Ming goes into die. Asura and FenFen are left alone, and they win the fight.
That was such a beautiful flight from Flandre and FenFen. And Asura was just eating popcorn watching on the side. If anyone was looking to escape. But no one on the side of RNG wanted to leave. They buckled down in the pit and fought. And so what you saw was FenFen finally having that moment for himself, taking advantage in the fight.
By a whim, he survived by the slither of a health bar. Took out Ming and Uzi with him as well. So 5-0 on the Corki now after a LNG team fight win.
I was concerned with how much work Flandre, SOFM, and FenFen put in that fight, that Asura wouldn't have the ability to contribute. Because he had put himself in such a position where, sure, he was stopping them from leaving, but he wasn't helping his team in winning the fight. So take a look at this right from the get-go. Yep, Longsing makes the wrong duel. Don't take this fight. Corki's taking you on. And so while he's losing a considerable amount of HP, he also was able to reposition himself. Take a look at the fact that Flandre saves his own HP bar by using his E to get right in there and deny the ultimate from the Rumble, was able to also help out in the fight. So take a look at Asura. That's all I want you to look at. While there's an epic fight happening in the pit, Asura's like, let me in that fight. I have 80% HP. I can be a great contributor.
Look at this.
But it was FenFen able to just wild out at the end there.
Uzi sends out the Q. Asura helps save his life.
You know, it's one of those. You watch Yu-Gi-Oh, right?
I mean, not anymore. I mean, 10
look,
years
okay,
ago.
no one watches Yu-Gi-Oh right now. That's not the question.
It was. It wasn't past tense.
All right, fair
oh,
enough.
hang on. Raz, pause.
Right.
Because FenFen walks blindly. He would have died if he didn't have the package. Kasa helps find a pick.
All right. I'm
Go.
gonna just power along through these fights. So basically, the people who have the power to put you in the Shadow Realm duels, they're not newbies. They're experienced enough to know that they should be taking winnable fights.
Yep. Sorry, you got about 3 seconds.
Longsing
2,
took a fight.
1.
He had no chance of winning. Now back to the fight.
I'll take it, because Kasa goes in immediately. Great equalizer down the flash away from SOFM with Cataclysm already used. Brian goes for the re-engagement. LNG have abandoned him. RNG was set up around the Baron, and LNG walked willingly in as Kasa. You know he suspects something.
He's just looking for that Hail Mary steal.
FenFen's there. They're going to spot him out still with the vision. Kasa gets burnt down. Ming jumps on in to defend. Now LNG still want to take a fight with 15 seconds left on their support.
All right. At least they stopped them from going straight towards the Baron buff. A lot of damage taken to Karsa. Great job from LNG to prolong that. They still have a 4K gold lead, LNG does. So LNG can still elongate the series. But RNG are still packing a punch.
At this point, there's 2 things you need to look out for. It's the equalizer and if Uzi's alive in the fight. Because Uzi at this point, all the gold is on him. And he's tunneling towards that 3rd item in what seems to be a rapid fire cannon with Ming at his wing.
We were so close to being able to see just an endgame scenario. Karsa had no reason to be in that position to look for a fight. With how much SOFM was chunked, Baron buff was live and available for the 5 members of RNG, I think he was ultimately concerned about SOFM coming in for a smite steal. But just send the Rakan for that venture. Send anyone else. They can be the ones that stop it. You should be able to pick up that Baron buff and leap yourself into an advantage. Now they're back at step 1.
Also notice that for LNG, look at their mid lane. Flame Horizon time, Raz.
Oh, yeah.
FenFen has that 100 CS over Xiao Hu. And that is a feat.
He's also just stacked right now.
He's super stacked. That rapid fire cannon just came in.
That's the thing. When you're going straight towards the Essence Reaver build, we all know by the time you hit that Infinity Edge mark, you are a beast to beat. Like, no one can touch you.
One shot, yeah.
No one can slam you. That's the risk of going towards this item build. It takes a lot of time and a lot of resources. But he's at a state right now that he can be a major contributor in the fights. And by the time he hits his IE, they completely have outscaled RNG. So even though I said it was based off execution, maybe.
Oh, maybe it is, because Ming goes in. That quickness hits 3 people. Equalizer layers down. Drive gets a good knock-up, but into the back line, their jungler's already dead. RNG hits the button so quickly. LNG goes golden inside his own death throw of a FLICKR in the backside. He's a busy boy, as Uzi is now left alive. The flush away from Asura. It is Chaos incarnate. Uzi wants the 1v3. Knocked up by Dwan. He needs some help. He gets a blade call.
Yeah!
That was messy. It's a chaotic build with a penta-kill over to FLICKR.
FLICKR is a stylish man. Did you see that right at the beginning? Was able to just jump straight in. And the moment Uzi even had the time to fight back in a shroud. That's why you don't let this man pick up the Akali.
Replay time, baby. Get Baron, then show us what we need to see.
We don't
two
even
members
need to
LNG.
see it. Don't see the Baron buff being taken. That's a wait. Are they contesting it?
Well, hang on.
Is that what? No, they can't contest it.
No,
Give them the Baron.
They got double mountain res.
Yeah, it's over. All right.
Okay.
Throw the footage at us. Throw it.
Because, man.
Fling it.
Like, Uzi went into that knowingly. Dwan re-engaged.
What's taking so long? There's literally nothing else I care about.
All right, walk me through FLICKR's adventure.
So the startup by Ming was beautiful. He was able to get 3 people into it. But now you're looking straight towards the Akali, able to follow up in there. And then my point of view is Ming's incredibly low. Gets to him easily. Uzi's already uses. He has to flash away to try and get the kill on towards Asura and dodge away by FLICKR. And then this was a great moment. Q in, duck right out so you get your passive, walk in, passive auto attack, and Q. And I don't think Longxing recognized that, so when you bring him right in, you're letting him get the penta.
You're like, oh my god, it happened. Pentakill for LNG, their hopes riding on this game, and that fight might have been enough to bring them into a game 4. However, still with the Baron buff, they need to siege, they need to break the base to give them that confidence moving forward.
I think RNG is still shell-shocked, honestly.
It would be too. It all happened.
It reminds you why you
So
ban
quickly.
Akali.
Yes. Why Akali feels very good at the moment.
And it's not even a flex for this team. Technically, you know, Fun can play it, but you all know that it's going to be
top.
FLICKR.
Yeah, they don't swap lanes
So
either.
put respect on his name.
FLICKR now on the top side. He brings attention to LNG. The Baron buff has pushed in 1 inner, 2 in the mid lane as well.
Ooh, they have 1 more. Oh, there we
Close,
go.
but there goes the turret anyway, so all inners now broken. LNG with an 8k gold lead in this game. We'll give it a bit more, about 9. Now approaching inhibitor turrets.
This is soon to be a triple cannon minion wave. So Longxing, yeah, bring that right up close. Please take these out.
Oh, Ming looking for engage. I'm not sure you find that with Fen and FLICKR right there.
Thankfully, those 2 cannon minions are dead because this 3rd one would have been a real problem to deal with. But yeah, this is just a lot of compounding pressure. It's so hard for RNG to actually push them off if Longxing is the one tasked to do it.
RNG just trying to defend this as best they can. The wave clear is there, but LNG can jump on a moment's notice. This is risky, but LNG are backing away with Baron 1 minute till expiry. What about the sideways? I feel like the sideways here, you send the Corki to top side. What do you think, Raz?
Just let Corki do his own thing. There's no reason for Corki to be alongside Asura and to have, you know, your top lane completely barren. Send the Corki up there. That should be an easy inhibitor being picked up by you. They're going for a fight, though.
Engage from RNG. They find the piece. The equalizer goes down in the meantime. SOFM dies. How are RNG getting these picks?
It's the lane assignment. Simple and pure. It's actually so easy for the Rumble ultimate to be impactful. There's no reason for you to be baiting for a fight. That's the one way RNG come back into the game. Please split them up.
I mean, they've still got 20 seconds of Baron. Even with the member down, they're pushed in towards this inhibitor turret. Baron minions are knocking it down, but inhibitor turret stays standing. 10 seconds, finally. Fen in his own lane.
Fen can do whatever he wants. Just don't group with the team.
He's now pushing in for even more. Baron will expire as of now, and LNG might need to back away.
But send the Corki bottom lane and have the Kai'Sa up mid. This is where the difficulty comes in now of dealing with the RNG team fight.
FLICKR has been split up towards the top side. They won't be able to find Fen, but they saved their inhibitor.
At least. So Good job from RNG to defend all of this. It's very difficult to deal with it. But all LNG, what they're looking for is just that one last team fight to blow this all open and to finally get momentum on their side in this series.
And finally end this game that they found a pentakill in. That's the least thing. That's the least you want, you know?
I think there's a worrying trend of teams getting pentakills and then losing the game.
What was the last one?
I remember Upset being able to get a pentakill and losing their games. There's actually been a few this year.
Oh, it just hurts.
It hurts, and it's happening too often. So let's wrap this one up.
Okay.
Wrap this up.
If Flandre's got to wrap it on Death Cat, so if you want to talk about wrapping it up. Wrapping it up. 4 items on the Akali, 4 on the Corki in the mid lane, 4 on the Kai'Sa. Everything set up for LNG to succeed, and now we just wait for that next Baron, it feels like.
It doesn't have to be this way, LNG. But I'm going to let you do you. You know, they're an incredibly skilled team. And a lot of the times, if you see execution like that last team fight, could be the difference. This Alistar, though, he knows. We all know.
You wouldn't expect Caster to be there. Very deep in enemy lines. LNG can't find him. He's out of there. But trying to get positioning around Baron, trying to get that pick with longer death timers in the game at 33 minutes.
At least they're playing through mid lane wave so they can get control when Baron buff is up and available. But you're still asking for a team fight. That's where I think I guess they can't. Okay.
Okay, flag and drag out of there. Look at Ming, though. It was a bait. And down goes the red carpet. And Fen down goes he. That was a amazing bait from Karsa.
You have 30 seconds until Baron comes up. Send Karsa back packing. Healthy. Oh.
Over Flandre.
Smart.
Cheeky.
Very smart. Delay the back so RNG can't just go straight towards Baron with the 40-second death timer Fen has.
Okay, RNG making the move. 40 seconds, as you mentioned. Teleport available here for Langxing, but he's with the group, so they're just channeling in for now.
It doesn't have to be like this, LNG. There's a bottom lane wave that you can be sending the court.
We're looking at this again.
Yeah, that was a great pickup by Ming.
Wow.
Comboed up with the ultimate from both Cataclysm from Jarvan.
Here we go.
By Xiaohu. Let's see what we can do here.
Still 15 seconds on Fen. Flandre, the one to watch. The man who picked up a pentakill is going to try and do it again. 2K, 1K, they're still not there. It's Rumble who secures it into the ulti. Goes SOFM as Dwan makes the engage, gets a 3-man pulverized. But Flandre's out of the fight. Dwan's out of the fight. Asura's out of the fight. They don't want to go in. Flandre re-engages and finds himself a cheeky Ming. Can he do it again? But no, he can't. While Fen comes back alive. He wants to end the game.
Yeah, they want to try and slow him down, but there are 2 people who have just based right now.
Asura just ults into Uzi. What a flash from the AD carry. Now takes on Caster. Gets him as well. LNG, that could be enough.
3 dead members and a 50-second death timer on your major carry. This could be the major win here for LNG.
He flashes away from the Blade Caller, survives, wins the 1v2. Now LNG channeling down with 2 inhibitors broken. They may not have the Baron buff, but they have the momentum.
Let's see. Just that one last pick that they need. Surik took a lot of damage here, but should be able to keep up. Fen is around.
Minion wave finally coming in. The concern is the wave clear.
They have to bounce. Ming is still there who can start the fight. They can't deal with that. And even worse, 18 seconds left on Uzi's death timer. So they got what they came for. But Baron buff is still there for RNG. And I think that's the major concern. This is LNG with a huge gold lead. They played with their food. And now they're basically on a gold swing for RNG. They couldn't end the game where it really counted. So take a look at this.
Go again.
This was a great pickup by Asura. Being able to catch him straight in towards Uzi because that was the damage dealer. Beautiful flash too. Wow.
That was a great moment. We talked about the AD carries so many times in this series. It just goes to show you. Hitting the mark here, Asura. Almost able to end the game, but not quite. Baron up for a minute 30 here for RNG, and this will be a very defensive Baron just to get the waves pushed out and mitigate these open inhibitors.
It depends, because you have 5 men ready to fight, and they're already grouped up. They have the wave ready. I think they want to find that impactful fight now when they have the control of the wave.
Okay.
But take a look at the bottom lane wave right now. It's Corki alone with Langxing. This is what LNG should have done right from the very beginning. They've learned from their mistake. At least should be able to get some damage done now.
Fen down here by himself has package. Xiaohu in the wing. Watch for the equalizer.
All right, he sees nothing. That's cool.
They're going to disappear. Casa and Xiaohu just gone.
But this is what I wanted to see from LNG. Thankfully, that's the case. He has the package, so there's actually nothing that can just keep him there. He's going to be able to get out of there scot-free. It's the rest of LNG that recognizes that the collapse was happening and they were starting to push in mid through them, their own. So you're right. At the end of the day now, that's just going to be a defensive Baron buff that they have for themselves. They couldn't get a team fight rolling for them. And now they're back up, steady. Full items locked in by Uzi.
That's right. And also Asura there as well. So Bar getting rid of the boots, which is ultra late game. We're at that point where gold is getting meaningless.
And you also have Xiaohu to kind of double down on that point. He was holding on to that elixir, has just popped it because this is the moment that they're looking for.
3-item rumble needs that equalizer to land.
It's the moment we're talking about is Elder Dragon. So Elder Dragon's going to be the one that you want to fight for. Let's see if LNG finds that major pick.
Remember, we've seen many trades for Elder for Baron. What do LNG want to choose? They're heading towards top side, or SOFM just repositioning?
We're getting there. LNG wants to fight for this. Is SOFM just going to look for that steal first and foremost?
I mean, he needs to get into the pit. 5K is going down quick.
They
They don't have vision. Now, finally, over the wall into the Death Realm. That's great. Security for RNG while Dwan might be caught out. Blind Ray still to watch through. The Pulverize comes through for the equalizer. Lays down the carpet. It's a 1-for-1 trade with the jungler going down. Do LNG stay? Blandre going to be flushed on Uzi. That's ambitious.
Oh my god, now they're just routed. They're on the wrong side of the map.
Rift Raz.
At least they're buying for some time, but these are long death timers we're talking about.
They're looking for Fen Uzi moving forward with Ming. They don't know where the rest of LNG are. This is just messy.
They're just trying to snipe a member. This is the final fight in the game.
They might turn for the team fight. Blandre teleported in. RNG alone. The flash from SOFM. Blandre locks on down to Lungting. You know Blandre's going to go back in. The Akali launches on down but gets bursted down. RNG in there. Whacked down. Obliterate. RNG find the picks they need. And Fen just wants this game to end, but Asura walking through. Fen rejoining the fight. Xiaohu flushing in. RNG love the messy fight.
60-second death timers from both Asura and Fen. SOFM will come up and alive, but this is the start of that parade. Run straight down mid and see if anyone can catch you.
Dwan has been spotted by a ward, needs to be careful. RNG, you said the parade begins. They're starting to collapse and crush these turrets.
Dwan just wanted to pick up the wave. If he can try and hold the wave back, he would be in a good spot. But RNG's kept cluttered right next to it, so there's no way to be able to take it away from them. Let's see if there's anyone that's going to stop them.
Can they end Raz? I mean, 15
they
seconds
can do it
on
easily.
Blandre, SOFM, jungle, you're right. The carries in Asura and Fen dying so late means this is RNG once again looking for an unexpected ending. SOFM trying to delay for time. Dwan doing the same. The ult comes through. He gets one. Shink, that's important. But Uzi still is the 80 carry alive. Goes into GA. Now RNG have a bare nexus. LNG, is this the way it ends? Is your quarterfinal curse still there? Blandre tries hard. He gets the pentakill this game, but Uzi is onto the nexus. He's firing away, Raz. The flash from Asura. He autos. Does he get it? No! RNG, the 80 carry gets the triple kill, but the game's not over yet.
One last auto attack.
I think they can end it as well.
Take a look at teleport from Fen. It's just coming up too. This should be the game.
We're
just
going
like that
to a game 4 off 100 HP Nexus. Teleport here is true. 15 seconds on Lungting. I don't think he has time.
There's no way. You have double AD carries ready to blow this one open. That is a crazy way to be able to take this game.
Nexus turret being taken here from LNG. Smile on Fen's face. This series ain't over. We're going to a game 4.
Wow. That is the most adrenaline pumping moment you can have. We've had moments like these in Spring Split, but in a playoff match, in a series set match, you lose that one auto attack away from packing your bags home and looking to 2020. LNG is back.
They survive. By a whim, they survive. Uzi needed one more auto attack and that game was over. But now LNG, their return, their reverse sweep begins.
This is when everyone starts hyper-analyzing that very moment.
Yes.
You think about that last auto attack, who could have dished it? You're thinking towards Long Sing, sending the Rek'Sai into the Death Realm. Probably could have been able to just put in some work himself, but he was thinking about the well-being of the primary carry in Uzi. And so when you get to that point in the game, everything comes down to that small bit of calculation. RNG wasn't able to get it. LNG was able to come back into this game. And I want to remind people, by the way, RNG had no business coming back in this game.
Yeah, that was an LNG win. That was a 10K gold lead.
It was literally a 10K. It was the most far away you can come back. And it was LNG throwing leads again and again, even with the pentakill in large. But finally, they were able to adapt within the game, find that one moment to come back. A great game for a great series.
Great way to continue the series.
Entertaining is the key word.
Yes, entertaining games we've had. Because there were some moments in that game, there were some great moments. And running up the mid lane, I thought that was it. I thought the RNG 3-0 was stated right there.
I think everyone thought that. Especially when RNG was able to team fight. I mean, they're going to team fight. But able to just like ring the game back into their favor when it was a 10K gold deficit. That's when you start sweating. But now you're back to step one, level one, in the next game, and the momentum has come swinging back to LNG. I want to see if the adaptation of that best of 5 starts to play in the factor. Because remember, if it was a best of 3, easy win for RNG. We're done, we're packing home. But for a best of 5, you have that added adaptation. Now you're thinking about the Akali factor.
Yeah.
Bringing carries back to Flandre.
At least he got a pentakill and won the game.
And I think the major adaptation isn't the picks. It's literally when you have a split push comp. Split push.
Yeah.
Split push. That's all I got to say, but I think that we're going to be seeing a much better game coming into Game 4 as well.
I hope so, because after that, I'm ready for what comes next. We're going to have a short break to recover and head into Game 4, where LNG try to reverse sweep.
Right now we're on the Baron, so I'll put that on hold and see what the response is. There are some very fast individuals.
Oh no, Flandre has ult that flag. It's a cannon stopped by the Aurelia Flawless Duet, so he has to go golden. There's tempered fade onto Chili. The Flawless Duet once again comes into Vanguard's edge, and now for Gorgo trying to take the fight himself, comes into OMG but unable to find it. LNG in a choke, they bring it to be theirs, and Kane now destroyed. The Ezreal couldn't play with the front line.
中塔一旦掉了，小龙区的视野。
这里要定一下这位 Plex， 交出一个闪现，直接走。后面交了个 TP 来自于阿卡丽，但是阿卡丽落下来的时候，子杰中单是已经率先阵亡了。花田交了一个闪现要走，旁边这里直接大招过去收下一个终结人头，又一 Q， 陈阳哥收到一个双杀，而且后台收不掉他。
Still very close around and SOFM continuing to hunt down for these kills, but this time Silas is here.
Yeah, Plex coming down makes it a 4v2. The killer instinct for Kramer to get out. RD even doesn't have the flash, but he's going to die anyway. So Asura picking up the kill with the TP coming through. This is the Pop Blossom down from Lies, but he uses it as no one's in it. They get the Blade Caller back. Lies as the flash, but he comes in to die.
But somehow SMLD dying in a solo kill situation.
Oh, now we're going to find another engage. Sort out here with the Solar Flare. Good lockdown here from Wayway. The Cataclysm as well pairs in, but Maples by himself gets stuck by Flandre. Tuan will die, but it's worth it at the moment. SMLD with package in hand as Rip Herald resets.
Dunfun somehow survived that entire skirmish. Here comes Asura.
Asura once again has 2 kills, picked up the Manamune as his first back as he almost kills him. The supreme display of talent shows nothing but class for LNG as they trade once again. Now Flandre chasing up with the Gragas as Angel wants to join, but his 80 carry's already dead. He has to book it. We struggled to believe in the past 5 series have been sloppy. and Suning want to take this even further, but LNG are ready for that team fight.
Oh, is this game going to be decided on 50-50?
Oh,
No!
that's a flash on in with the ultimate, the quickness used. That's why they get the flag drag in with the Cataclysm. Drive the backline, get the head up, pulverize. While Sura ults in the backside, he flashes on out, but he's still alive. LNG are taking it. They're looking to send themselves up to playoffs, and that fight could have been it.
I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground. I've never been this way. I felt so hard, and I end my life. I'll brand new start. I can't walk away. I've never been this far. My feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
This is game over, you can feel the ground rumble. When I hit the ground running, you should move a lane over. Rain holder, we don't run on the same motor. I'm a chain smoker, you a lighter to a flamethrower. I come from an insane culture, living like a trained soldier, just to make it a day older. No closure, remain closer to the days when I could feel the hunger pains I knew I would take. I knew I knew this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I will never lose, I'm the greatest. Just face it, I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I ain't going out. I was made for this, and I will never lose. I was made for this. I feel colossal, choir sing the gospel. I can make the sky move, breathing through my nostrils.
soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. There's enough above.
What a way to lead us into Game 4. RNG on the verge of taking a 3-0, but one auto attack, one bit of the Nexus left. Held out, and LNG turned it right back around. This is Raz, I'm Mysterix, and Flandre, who got a pentakill, who played a great game, will get MVP. That was well-deserved, and boy, did LNG fight back.
I just didn't want to see another sad case of a man kneeling a pentakill. And not even a free pentakill too. That man worked for it. He solo won the team fight for it. And then being able to get in, you know, and still finding a loss. It was very close to that happening. But incredible game by Flandre. He got his Akali play. And there were two replays that really stood out. It was this one, the one that we were referring to. He was on the right side of the fight, dealing a lot of damage towards Karsa, follows him in, finds the pick on towards Ming, nails down his Shroud, so suddenly Uzi has to get away from it. And he was able to rejoin the fight. He was a main reason why they won this one. He put in a deep amount of work. And then Long Sing is like, all right, get over here. Bring it in.
Okay.
And then it was the final moment where you think that this game is over. You know, RNG was able to nail down 3 main picks on towards Funfun, Asura, and Flandre. And you're looking to members, as I mentioned before the break, who could have landed that extra bit of a, you know, hurt towards the turret. And you think a little bit more towards Long Sing, just a little bit before he ended up dying. And then at the very end, if they didn't actually go towards Flandre when he didn't have passive, and then just tried to put their full focus towards the Baron, or at least the Nexus turrets than yourself, then they maybe would have done it. But back to the point that I made earlier, they shouldn't even have gotten to this stage. LNG, when they pick compositions like this, just need to send the Corki away from the team.
Agreed.
We should never be in a 10k gold lead and everyone is just grouping up against a team fight comp, especially around nearer corridors. So that happened consistently. SOFM got picked, Baron Buff got took. You just got a lot of weird situations where LNG was throwing a lead. So I think that they've learned now. They've actually, going into the next game, recognizing what to do with that comp. So they should go back to the same comp. They are actually just so good on these individual picks that it makes a lot of sense for them to go. Because Funfun had his best game in the series with it.
Yeah.
So I want to see it.
Flandre's Akali. I expect that to be banned or taken away because that is a threat. It's one that constantly, as you mentioned, LNG in the past, it has had to have that respect banned because he's just so damn good on it.
Yep. Just like all the time, if you're on blue side, you have to respect ban the Vladimir versus Nuguri and, of course, Flandre. You have to give that love towards the Akali as well. All these carry options that can 1v9 team fights take away because if the game gets to that state, then those are the issues. But before we go into the game, I want to be hearing from Ming and Coach Steak and what they have to say.
自己状态一般般吧，然后队友状态的话，应该还可以继续提升很大吧，然后自己状态的话也会慢慢调整好。
我们现在需要加强的就是队伍的中后期的处理吧，因为这一部分的话，我们现在可能还偏弱一点。
I mean, I think a lot of the ways they ended up losing those team fights, sure, the mid-game situations, but I think they were able to really slow down LNG's game because of how they dealt with mid-late game situation. In fact, I think they outplayed LNG pretty severely in that reason. So I would agree with that to a certain degree. And going into the next game where the slate is clean and LNG comes in with a greater focus, I want to see what we end up getting. The great adaptation from Coach Kenju.
If we get that adaptation, it's the start of the reverse sweep we've already seen. It's that momentum that LNG now have to take us to a game 5. But you saw RNG, they're looking relaxed, they're looking better. It is resetting after the way that game 3 ended.
Yeah, with so much adrenaline, the most important thing to think about is to actually get that game out of your system, out of your mind. Because the next game has no reason or kind of basically nothing that will impact the next game for you. So that's the primary point that I would have for LNG, especially RNG. something that's kind of aside, as a side point is, you know, I'm just going to talk about Steak a little bit. His hair is growing. It's growing quite large now.
I noticed.
I remember he cut his hair and made it so it was just a very short one so he could fit the headset on without having the catastrophe happen. But now he's going right back to Afro mode. And I love Afro mode.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is this the largest the Afro's ever been for?
No, certainly not. No. It's been larger when he's a player.
Right.
There's a reason why people know Steak so easily when he was on Flash Rolls and all that. His hair was wild.
Yeah.
And so I'm glad that he's taken a step back, but I also want him to go back to that retro mode.
All right. Well,
retro Steak, bring it back.
Hairstyles aside. Going into this game 4, didn't get side selection, but I assume here for RNG that whatever side it may be, we look towards, as I mentioned before, the Akali ban.
Game 4?
Yes.
So game 4 should be side selection towards lower seeded team, which is LNG. So they should be on red side, actually.
Okay.
We'll see.
It's funny because in the split, LNG, the favorite side was the blue side. They were a blue-sided team alongside BLG in the regular split. But we're moving into 9-15, we're moving into playoffs where a lot changes.
Yeah, I think currently we've seen it from the players as well. They've made statements that blue side right now is just objectively stronger. There are a lot of great picks to go through, but if you're on blue side, you can get priority on, you know, Gragas or something, and then also have counter pick towards enemy bot lane. A lot of the times enemy bot lane would look to pick up like Kai'Sa or Nautilus on their second run. And you can easily get a counter pick towards, like, let's say a Varus or an Ezreal or a Xayah or Rakan, really. So a lot of times you get a good matchup. You get a good blind pick matchup mid too. There's not a great counter pick that a lot of the times red side is known for. And so that's just one of the main reasons that we've been seeing blue side be so successful as of late.
If we're talking about matchups here, what matchup do you think's dictated the series so far? Because if I looked at first glance and say, well, the bottom side's been very impactful in lane for RNG, but it's also been about like how the top lane dynamic can affect the rest of the map as well.
Yeah, I think it's a split between jungle and top lane. I think jungle is what our expectations were coming in, and we were rewarded a lot of situations where, you know, there were triple buffs coming through, great adaptations to that, great ganks as well, and really smart. If we're talking about mind games, Karsa and SOFM has had really smart ways of dealing with counter games.
Yeah.
And so this series have really delivered for junglers. If we're talking about top laners, Longswing has really had an impactful one. Initially, if we're having my favorite matchup coming into this series would have been a Flandre versus Longswing historically. But, you know, my expectation was Longswing wasn't going to have a good series. I was far from the truth with how well he's able to come in a lot of these team fights. So I would say top lane jungle because Longswing's coming in strong versus a Flandre who's popping out and having incredible team fight situations on his Akali.
Especially when the dynamic in that top lane has changed constantly, like each and every game. It's been different stylistic picks as well.
Yeah, the Riven was good.
Yeah,
didn't net them that win. It was more so like the dual AD carries that were performing in team fights poorly. The Camille was pretty damn sick too. But now you're going towards the Akali, which is a heavier dive threat. And it's so hard to just push off of you.
When we saw RNG on that blue side where the priority shifted once again, the bans changed in that game 3. Now, I know a lot of this is about the draft. A lot of this is about what changed in the pick and ban. But that game itself, I mean, all these games have been sick, but game 3 is going to leave a lasting impression on this series and on the rest of playoffs.
That's why when people talk about best of fives, they talk about how long of a series it is, how arduous it is. Like, basically, you come in and it just feels like it can take a toll. And one of the easiest things to forget is the reason why you ban something in game 1 and game 2, right? You start to adapt within the series and say, all right, game 3, the Akali slammed me. Get it out of here. And then what do you end up losing out for the ban? Well, maybe the Gragas comes back, right? That was a respect ban that had to come through. Or another one was the Sivir. The Sivir was pretty huge for RNG in the previous games, and it was banned respectfully in the last one, or in game 2. Maybe the Sivir comes back because they're starting to throw bans towards maybe the Rumble that you start to respect really early on in the season.
But where do we go for LNG, Raz? Do we take a step forward or a step back? I want to see this go the distance. I want to see what LNG have to offer going into game 4 because They've made it this far. So now, see if they can do the full mile.
Camille ban right from the get-go from RNG.
Right.
They don't want to see that anymore, but junglers being taken down. Maybe we're going to be seeing another first pick Jarvan. It's the one that's been now up and available for picks.
No Akali ban here yet. So Karma instead means the Jarvan, as you mentioned, is still available.
I like the Karma ban because it's dual focus. Now you have an easier mid lane to deal with, and at the same time, you don't have that protection for Uzi. So Uzi, if he's thinking about that Sivir that's up and available, pretty difficult when the Karma is not there. Let's see if their trigger fingers are there for the Lulu pick.
Maybe. They got the first pick Aatrox at the very least. So going back to the theme, and LNG look at this Akali and go, hell yeah, we can pick this up again.
Akali, Kai'Sa, lock it in with full confidence. LNG knows that they were doing so well because of that in team fights. They should easily go back to those 2 picks.
Remember that for Xiaohu as well, this is also a denial. Something I didn't mention in the last game just because Flandre is so damn good with it. But we get 2 games in a row with Flandre's Akali.
There's nothing that's going to push LNG to change their composition.
Yeah.
They had a considerable advantage last game. So go towards a Rek'Sai. Or maybe Fen is feeling the Corki and wants to prioritize that much earlier. So let's see what that pick is going to be. A change there with the Xayah locked in. Xayah was, of course, the same pick.
We got the Zyrakan last time around. We get the Jarvan once again. Why is there double smite in the mid lane?
That'll be changed. Unless if it is a Jizuke Karthus.
Ah, yes. That's what you want to see.
That pick could have worked out until the level 1 happened.
Until the triple kill Caitlyn happened, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was something.
That was nice.
All right, we'll keep track of that summoner. It's always a little bit bait and switchy, but okay. SOFM moves over to the Sejuani for game 4.
It'll allow now for the Renekton to be a pretty powerful one. So I imagine the Akali and Sejuani to already be a pretty strong duo. But if you're thinking about top lane picks, maybe it's going to be a Renekton mid that Fen can field for himself. Maybe it's a Renekton top lane. Fen can pick up the Akali. Let's see what it's going to be in the second phase, because LNG is saying no more Corki.
No more Corki,
We made use of it in the last one. Now we just want to brawl.
Corki banned. Then RNG, what direction do they take? Because a couple of supports still open, but it's the Aurelia they're scared of here if Fen gets his hands on.
RNG have already locked themselves a pretty good composition for a Rumble. So Rumble with Smite is just fine. It works out very well. Pretty easy to farm up enemy or your Raptors, I suppose. And you also have the Cataclysm that worked well in the last comp to just use your ultimate for. So RNG is surely going towards the safe Rumble pickup. It's going to be LNG that'll respond to it.
Z-Ban this time away from it by LNG. Means that Rakan that RNG paired last time is still with them. The final ban here for RNG. What do you do? Raz, Kiana's there. Okay. Fen's played that many a time.
Let's see, is the Nautilus still up and available? Yes, it is. I would personally go towards the Nautilus. You have a great amount of CC alongside the Sejuani. You could set up for the Sejuani pretty well.
Yeah.
Alistar is also respectable. At the end of the day, you just need a way to start the fights. And it just comes down to the confidence in what Dwan wants to play. Because while I would go Nautilus, he is an established Alistar player. And sometimes comfort is what you go towards.
Also an established volley bear, apparently.
All right. We got ourselves a volley. There's one thing that I don't like. It's a blind volley.
Yeah?
But I like the concept. Now we're thinking about LNG kind of focusing towards the bot side of the map to get lane advantages. It's a pretty short-ranged 80 carry. That's the purpose behind it, to be able to get straight towards him. And also you can impact the flag and drag with your roar.
I was going to say, then do you just see Ming's Morgana again? There it is, locked in. Denies the flip, of course. So, strong bottom side here for RNG in game 4.
Yeah, we need another pick to get a Glacial going.
Okay.
Yeah. What would that be? Ron
Ash mid.
Yes.
Ash mid. No bed. Okay.
Ah, Zoe.
Now, a very rare occurrence to see Xiaohu Zoe. Something is up. This is serious.
He is a fantastic Zoe player.
That he is.
He's a really good Zoe player. But remember, you're picking this one blind. A lot of confidence when you know you have a J4 by your side. And so, here we go. We're going back towards the Tristana mid here now for Fen.
Okay, Fen hasn't won on it in this series yet. So this is a confident move when your tournament life, when your 2019 LPL life hangs in the balance. LNG decide they're going to return to Tristana again.
All right. I love to see this from LNG. The Volibear is going to be a tough one, knowing that you have the Morgana shield looking to just block you with that Matumbo finger wag. I want to see if LNG is going to be there to be able to get that punch first. Dwan is a consistent roamer. He's the one who wants to at least find any window possible. In the last games we've seen from him, he's been matched by Ming pretty consistently.
Yeah.
So Ming has always been there to block him. I wonder if he finds that one opportunity to get his team a lead.
Because in that lane, we've already seen what Ming can do with the Morgana. This is a potent pick. One that I know he's confident with, and coaches talking to each other again. I love this.
Yeah.
They're in high spirits, and we'll see. We'll see what the spirits are like if this goes the distance, because we're set up again with an LNG composition that includes that on your screen. The Akali back on Flandre after he just got a pentakill in that game.
It's back in action. Sometimes, you know, you just want to test the waters. RNG is saying we have 1 game buffer. Let's see if he can do it again. I don't like the challenge, but you know what? With the composition they've built for themselves, I think it's a pretty damn good one. It's a great pick composition. You can work around Xiaohu's Sleepy Trouble Bubble. And then at the same time, if you get him, flag drag, Ming locks them down with a binding themselves. Let's see if RNG can get it rolling.
The 1 game buffer period. I like that. Because for RNG, still a match point. LNG are the ones who have to force this reverse sweep. We're going into game 4 after what was a crazy game 3. It has been a nutty series so far. Raz, we're back. I'm not sure I recovered from the last game, but here we are.
We're not getting the LGD chance as much these
No,
days.
It's a little bit serious after.
Rest in peace. Happens. You know?
Yeah.
I blame
For
Vici.
whatever game it is.
It's yeah, what is it? You know? You tell me. League of Legends 2. Anyways.
Great. Tell me.
Let's take a look at these.
Tell me a story.
A lot of inspiration tree in secondary just provides you so much with biscuits. So that's the expectation. Let's see if there are any stopwatches in tow. Make it so it's pretty early. No stopwatch. 2 stopwatches. There we go. We got them. 2 stopwatches on the side of RNG. Ooh, a lot of damage being taken now by Xiaohu.
I want to point out that Fen, I didn't get a close look at the secondary there, Raz, but in game number 2, he picked up Demolish, so he had the Resolve tree as a secondary Tristana. Looks like we saw a little bit there in the mid lane trade as well. That binding lands on the tippy toe of Asura.
I almost forgot what it was like to watch Ming play Morgana. Thanks for the reminder.
It was a long game 3, I don't blame you. The fact that we're seeing this again, I mean, this is what pushed them towards that victory in both games, I'd say, is Dwan. Gonna get the flip here, but look at this, the bottom lane from RNG really just pushing LNG back.
Well, damn. You know, we're back at it. Always watch out for Morgana. She's in a really good range to get a binding on Nasura. Able to get a free down damage. If you can get the passive off of the Volibear, that's a nice blessing.
But they hit level 2 so early. There's no Black Shield onto Uzi. There's going to be second skin stack with the Ignite. They pick their window and they pick it fast.
And that's why you pick yourself a Volibear. You just run at them. Short-range AD carry. Uzi realized he was dead there, didn't want to burn his own flash for it. Let's find out what happened there. Let's do some investigation.
A pause.
Who is calling the referee? Let's find out.
Okay. Well,
send the cameraman in.
While we discover the cause of this pause.
Who's the culprit?
Gives us a quick breakdown of an exciting first blood. LNG off with a bang here in game 4, Raz.
I think Uzi just wants to check on his wounds. You know, that happened way too quickly. That's why if you're, you know, taking a vacation over to Vancouver, don't go hiking alone. We got wild grizzlies.
Okay. Is this like a me thing? Where does this go? I don't
know
get
if you're going to. Are you going to Vancouver soon?
No, I'm not.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, great.
There are a lot of animals in Australia, so I guess that's an equal point to make if you're going into the Australian wilderness.
Yeah, but people complain about the
called
spiders
Sydney CBD
and the snakes. Yeah, they're a lot worse there. Well, Raz,
they're called drivers too. They can open you up. You got wild drivers out there.
Yeah, we do. We really do.
They basically act like bears.
People are just angry driving in Sydney.
Yeah?
They're just so angry.
Well,
I don't understand.
I've seen the streets. The streets are awful. And I'm not talking about the driving. I'm talking about literally how the streets were built.
Oh, yeah. You know what I say when people ask me, how, what is Sydney like to drive in? I'm like, someone sneezed in a handkerchief and then said, here, do that. And that's literally how they built Sydney roads.
I was told,
it's a
and it could be a lie for any Australian out there, please set me straight if that's the case, that it was built for, horse riding, really way back in the day.
Oh, really?
And a lot of the systems were pretty much kept. This one is Uzi just getting slammed. So I don't know what else to say about this one.
Yep. Horses in the back. Right. Well, level 2 quickly hit there by the bottom lane of LNG.
Just in case you missed it.
We did not. So, no answer as of yet.
I'm cool with that. I'm all right with the mystery.
Yeah.
This is what great movies and shows are built off of. You figure it out.
Okay.
They're trying to hide it from us.
Name a good movie that's built off the mystery, where we have to figure it out.
Where we have to figure it out?
Go, give me an example.
Well, I'm going to say a game. I was about to say Last of Us. That's the wrong genre. It's still pretty scary, I suppose.
Yeah, but is that the mystery? You kind of know what's going on the whole time. Oh, not all. No, you don't. Okay, I'll take that one.
It's that I can't remember the name, so it's up to you guys now to figure out what I'm trying to think of, which is when you're on that mountain alone and there's some beasts trying to kill you, find out there's multiple beasts trying to kill you with your ridiculous hedonistic friends. Anyways, I'm just going to throw that out there.
Okay.
Just it's up to you guys. I'm watching the chat, so if you can give me an answer, then I'm very grateful.
Absolutely no clue. I saw Inception. I'm down with that. That's
It's
a
a game,
mystery.
by the
That's
way.
great.
Inception.
Inception movie.
It's not where.
But that is the mystery. That is a whole. What do you mean?
All right. Well, cool.
That is
Until
the movie.
Dawn. Who got it? Kex301. Thank you very much. Until Dawn is what I was thinking.
Okay. Yeah.
That is far more legitimate than what you were saying with Inception.
I get your point. I've just been told what we're waiting for. Lung Xing has reported an in-game issue. So until that's resolved and checked by the referees, we are here in limbo.
Did you say Lung Xing?
Lung Xing.
Oh.
So it was not Uzi or Mink. Wasn't the bottom lane at all.
I only heard RNG, but that's crazy. What happened up top side? Or is he pausing for them? At the end of the day, we all saw what happened.
You're dangerous, right?
We all saw what happened, okay? Which was a bear mauling, a certain person choosing not to flash.
Yep.
And maybe it's dependent around that.
Said Lung Xing, you do it.
What?
You do it. No.
I mean, I'm not too tight on whoever was doing it, but at the end of the day, someone just got an issue in-game.
Yep. Okay. Well, a couple of consequences here.
What's the consequence?
For First Blood?
Oh, yeah, it's a big consequence.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry I'm bringing this back to the game.
That just justifies the Vola Bear
Just
pick.
before we go
What's
back to
up?
the game, did
Okay,
you
what's
tell
up?
me about that Life movie or whatever? What was the point back then? I know that's really out of context, but I'm so curious.
Yeah, actually.
You tell me about the Eddie Murphy movie.
So basically, there was a big bait, right? The bait in game was the fact that I think Ming went for the kill after what was, a great opportunity to get the kill on towards the Akali.
Right.
So, of course, great opportunity, went for it, died for it. Great. Spoiler alert, I suppose, but it was like the first 10 minutes of the movie, which is, waiter comes in, steals a man money. He's like, all right, I'm going to get you. Goes over, gets caught in some scandal, thrown into prison for life.
Okay, I get that.
Yeah, it's a beautiful movie. You should watch it. That part of the movie is actually just, all right. It was okay.
Okay.
It was just funny. It was a very comical part of it because he was on a mad chase to get his money back.
Right. Okay.
And then he gets thrown into life in prison. Don't you just love that when it happens?
Yeah, when it happens. So relatable.
It's great. It's
Good
good stuff.
I'll go and watch it because you kind of had to be there, right? You had to be there.
You had to be there back in the days,
Now, I'm going to inform everyone because I know you're going to be saying things, but here in Shanghai, it is very hot tonight. I think it's about 30, 31 degrees. The reason Uzi has tissues over his ears is because it's hot. It's super hot. I'm sweating right now. And that's with the air conditioning on, which Raz will not let me.
It's on.
You won't let me put it down below 23.
Because it's bloody cold.
I want 21, 20. is decent.
Yeah, you just want to make this a freezer.
But
let's
it's
be
like
honest.
35 degrees in this country, and it's so humid.
Okay, first of all, it doesn't actually matter how hot it is outside if you make the entire studio a closed space, a bloody freezer. Do you want meat packed in here? We have enough bodies here.
But you know
But
what
then you're trying to compare that to Uzi,
But
where the AC isn't good.
The AC there is
not
bad.
good.
In Hongqiao?
Yes.
Is it? You were there with with Cesaro and Xavier Woods.
I was literally there a couple days ago.
And what did you think?
I was hot.
Okay. But when you say you were hot, like the hot, normal hot, or your hot?
Are you trying to say my hot is different from your hot?
Your hot is not normal hot. You feel cold at like 22 degrees. That's ridiculous. That's nice.
That's all right.
And you're from Canada.
You trying to do something? Are you trying
Canada's
to say I'm less
cold.
Canadian than other Canadians?
No, I'm saying Canada's
I'm
cold.
trying really hard to feel offended right now. I'm making the attempt.
Look, my point is, it is hot in that stadium, and that's justified. I mean, here sometimes I'm in office, and sometimes I'm playing league. I put a tissue over the mouse because you sweat. You sweat a lot.
You're trying. Okay, so just for anybody out there, I'm just gonna put this to a stop because he is the only human being to feel hot no matter what.
Right.
Any situation I'm in a room with you, it's a normal temperature. It can be winter for all I care. And you're starting to sweat. And you're just saying you're hot. And I look to anybody else, they're like, what are you talking about? It's freaking freezing in here. And then you try to make it normalized.
No.
You calm down. You need help.
It's not.
It's on you.
It's
and
not
I'm
my fault.
glad that we had this opportunity to set things straight.
Yeah, it was like my own little therapy session as we get back into game 4. Now, the issue has been resolved. As far as I know, there was nothing that warranted anything, I would say, as we go back in.
Oh, but is he about to get this kill?
Now, Dwan still has Chosen of the Storm, so the passive should be able to give him healing. As Xiao comes on down, he's going to get flipped. SOFM's here as well. Troll Bubble lands. RNG have walked into the meat grinder as here comes the Permafrost onto the Zoe. Kai's going to be blocked away by Ming as Uzi comes back in, and Fen's joining the chase.
Are we all just in on the party?
We are. There's a flash from Ming. The binding doesn't connect. It swings past Fen as Uzi is trying to get the mid laner. RNG bring 4 members down, and now the health bar's in favor of them as the flag drag onto Fen. They're going to get the kill, the trade. It's now 1-for-1 on the scoreboard, and RNG come out of the pause into the furnace.
A pretty damn good response, seeing as you have about 8 people in the bottom lane. But Karsa, watch out now.
He does have flag and drag available, so this is an easy escape. But SOFM, this time there's going to be no fight over the Scuttle Crab. It's going to be his.
Yeah, you know, get your advantage and walk away from the situation. It's pretty nice seeing as you lost First Blood, but you're able to find a great fight. Also just shared gold amongst other members here. So good stuff coming out of them. Kill gold going over to J4 at the very end of it.
Look across the board, and after that fight, I see about 1, 2, 3. 3 flashes burnt down in that bottom lane for RNG, and 2 for LNG. So after that hefty trade, kind of back to watching SOFM. He's deep in enemy jungle.
The good old gank bottom lane technique.
Zoe has no flash. There's the rocket jump immediately. Xiaohu's going to take the satchel charge. Here comes the volley bear as well. Over the top. LNG pick up another. That was a great gank.
You may see some great adaptations between both of these teams throughout the series, but one thing that's remained true throughout, 3-man gank mid towards Xiaohu. He must hate this team.
Yes, getting bullied a lot. So Ming isn't able to roam up in time, heads back to lane after Dwan does the same. Now Lungxing in the top lane, doesn't get the Infernal Chains, but Flandre getting bullied up here.
Yeah, still able to get the electrocute damage there, so good on Longxing.
Oh, wow.
May even be better. Wow.
Flash from Flandre.
Definitely needed to flash there. I didn't think he would get the sweet spot on Q2. That's just this crazy range.
Lungxing is really advanced in this series. I mean, from game 1 to game 4, better in team fighting, and over Flandre, this is a great start to his lane.
He is a great player, and I want people to remember that. A lot of the problems that end up happening is mostly in decision-making and team play. That's something that we can never get an answer on, depending on what they're telling each other. But when you see moments like these, you're damn happy. So good stuff coming in from Longsing, sending Flandre right back. So teleport advantage now there for Longsing.
Has a shove in lane as well, and there's nowhere near for the jungle presence right now. Look at where SOFM is, heading towards the bottom side, where it's an Infernal Dragon, so of course you want to add pressure to this lane.
So you see it on the side of the screen, just a fan contribution coming in from Billy, just saying, you know, Jayo to Longsing. So someone out there just said, hey, I'm sending you love. That's just the fun stuff that you end up seeing on the Chinese side of the broadcast.
Right.
That was good stuff in the top lane.
Yep.
They should just send in messages, you know, just like actual words of encouragement.
Oh, hang on. There's a Black Shield interaction we're talking about. Dwana unable to get the Rolling Thunder as SOFM spotted out on this ward. Look at that. Fen was even making the roam. This feels like a FPX light.
I didn't know that he would lose Aftershock, even with the Black Shield coming through, but that was the case there. Karsa may find a good opportunity topside. Flandre, watch out.
I mean, he has ult available. He's going to have to use it to escape. This slowdown from Karsa. Flandre, perfect execution. The second channel's still there. Karsa forces it out of him.
Messing around there.
Yeah, it's the old Lee Sin mechanic.
Hell yeah. See what's happening here. Dwan's really low, by the way.
Fen's not here yet. Heal burn.
Yeah, you needed that movement speed. Dwan was playing around a little bit too much, and that was a great Sleepy Trouble Bubble used as a trap. So one of the many things that people dislike about Zoe is the fact that her Sleepy Trouble Bubble is just kind of used as a trap if it ends up missing.
Good to see Xiaohu matching the roams here, because Fen gets such an easy shove and then makes his way to threaten the bottom lane. Because LNG have been controlling vision in this river for a very long time now.
You finally get to see Uzi and Ming just do what they've been doing in the first 2 games. Having a lot of pressure in the bot side of the map. The CS advantage is there, even with the loss of first blood. Control is certainly there, and maybe even looking for a dive. Zoe is ready for this.
Going to be spotted out as well, so an inkling here for LNG. Their bottom lane are trying to leave, but Karsa's not going to let them. Cataclysm immediately. Flag and Drag still available. He gets flipped around. Karsa with the Black Shield as well. Can't reach Dwan. They're out of there. Summoner's burnt, but RNG are committing for the turret and plating.
There we go. You got a lot out of that one. Double flash, turret plating. Maybe you can get the second one too. I want to see if that's going to be the case, but that is a lot for that dive.
And Karsa still has flash available, so he can repeat, and Cataclysm's not that long of a cooldown. So Asura and Dwan, this is only the beginning.
Yeah, 160 gold on turret plating going solely towards Uzi. And of course, 160 dispersed both to Uzi and Ming. So that's a lot of gold that they were able to have early on. For Ming, that can be turned into just outright control wards. I want to see if Dwan's looking for something.
I mean, there's the Dark Binding. You're going to see yourself from Dwan as he looks for the flip, finds it onto Ming, but the root comes back in. Ignite down, as Ultimate swings and misses. Uzi walks forward anyway, ults onto Dwan, but the Chosen of the Storm saves him as Uzi now has to get out, but in comes Karsa again. The Blade Caller gives Uzi his kill. And Dwan survived, but Xiaohu looking for the kill.
And then, okay.
Hello, Lungshin got here somehow, dunks Asura. 5 people of RNG in the bottom side, and they're just playing their characteristic style.
LNG, we're not on the same page on that one. Sejuani goes in, even if it didn't nail anyone, the follow-up just didn't exist. Asura wasn't going to be finding that one with how low he was. Flashless too. So it's just a great coordination play coming in from RNG. 9 minutes into the game, they get that bottom lane turret.
And all the plating that goes with it. Curious to see how much Uzi got, but you know it's going to be a ton. 20 CS lead in the bottom lane, and although mid is winning out, although top has the same discrepancy, for LNG, they've lost a lot earlier on. Makes sense that they want to prioritize the Infernal Dragon.
You know how funny this would be? If you made all that work to get that bottom lane turret, LNG gets Infernal, and the next one is an Infernal, and suddenly LNG's investment paid off. Thank God.
Okay.
Thank God. I just don't like seeing that.
Yeah. We'll have a look again, because Asura and Dwan thought they had to engage.
So who's the follow-up? Asura? Think how low he is. He's incredibly low. Uzi is so confident here. He can try and get the assassination onto Dwan and still find a way out, because it's SOFM alone in this case. And yeah, I didn't see him either. Longsing ends up finding his way here through a teleport of his own and just dunks Asura.
I think it was either Karsa or Ming that put that deep ward, so it was kind of the foresight for the play here for RNG. And speaking of foresight, it's now onto the Rift Herald. It's now the transition of lanes to secure this objective, with turret plating still up for another 3 minutes 30.
This is one of those slow-rolling boulders. You can see it coming, but you just can't stop it. RNG is able to accrue so much gold. LNG has to give away top lane turret And with how early it is in the game, not only is it going to be turret plating and the turret itself, but then they can start setting up for mid lane turret plating as well. We are cashing out right now if you're RNG.
On the one member that always cashes out. Uzi is set up to succeed in this game. Now, while Asura is able to pick up some turret plating of his own,
it's just sad.
Lungxing's coming down, Xiaohu here to support, and that means that SOFM won't be able to find the counter gank.
Yeah, that's what you're trading it for. Let's see, they can stick around pretty easily to get this turret down because it's just FLICKR who's here looking to stop them. Heavy ping's coming through right now.
I mean, it's the volley bear who's very angry.
You got to be really pissed off if you're LNG. You want to find a play that can bring you back into this one, but there we go. At least they stopped this top lane turret going down on that wave.
4 bits of plating for it as well, all over to Uzi and Ming. That's going to be an Essence Reaver as his next back, but he's staying in lane for a little bit longer, still growing that CS lead, still building up towards 100 CS at 12 minutes.
I think what we need to be seeing from LNG, you're seeing it right now. Tristan is leaning towards the top side. Sejuani is certainly going to be going towards the top side. Anything to look to stop RNG from picking up the turret. If they go for it, they can get an easy team fight off the back of it. So RNG recognizes that to be the game state. They end up basing themselves. Essence Reaper already being picked up by Uzi, so as he readjusts his tissue-filled
Tissue,
headphones.
gotta get that, you know. Get some of the sweat out.
They're going to go up top side pretty easily. RNG should just group on it.
It's a carry game, so you're going to make sure you're set up to succeed here for Uzi. Carson nearby now.
That's why you got to stuff more tissues. So much tissues that you can't hear your own
You can't
teammates.
hear, you don't need to hear team. Lungxing might be caught out here, though. SOFM has the ulti world, and it's going to be popped in. Whoops. There's a name that comes to mind from North America. I know people will be shouting, but SOFM just trying to find the mark.
I mean, what are you going to say about that?
I don't need to say anything. I've done enough.
Well, what am I going to say?
You talk about the turret, though, Raz. I'll bring you back to reality because RNG have broken down 2 outer turrets before 14 minutes. That is just so much gold over to this Xayah, I should say. And speaking of the Kai'Sa, Asura and Dwan just trying to break down one themselves.
At least they're now fully committing to it, but the full map control there now for RNG. Oh, fun, please. Let's see if he can
Now he
get
has
out.
rocket jump. That's a good ult to push Kai'Sa into the turret. Flash burnt here, so maybe he didn't. And Kai'Sa just going to walk away. Now mid lane turret on the menu for RNG.
The problem with rocket jump is a lot of these abilities can cancel it out, and the animation for rocket jump is pretty apparent if you're looking for it.
True.
So I think they were just looking to cancel out FunFun's rocket jump if it was available. And now, down goes your turret plating's mid.
They've already gotten 10 bits of turret plating. RNG make that 11.
Get them all. You have about 20 seconds left. Yeah, they're not going to get them all, but get as much as you can.
If only there was a second Rift Herald at this point. Well, RNG, their gold almost towards that 2K mark here at just about 14 minutes. First item already picked up for Uzi, as we mentioned. Almost towards the Luden's Echo here for Xiaohu. And Hex Drinker being utilized first by Lungxing, who has had an okay time in the solo lane. But having said that, he is down almost 30 CS of FLICKR. So FLICKR, although almost being bullied early, he's set up to succeed once again.
Yeah, so LNG right now are not completely out of it. If we're just talking about how the team fight's looking, it's still pretty damn good. Nice ultimate from Uzi, but SOFM forcing it out of him. Yeah, we're in Gold City. 1,700 gold.
LNG got a bit as well, actually.
That is true. They were trading mostly. That was what it was for. Good trades at the end of the day, but a lot of it is now just Uzi ultra accelerated in his build. But you're right, back to your point about the Akali. Akali can really change how these fights go, because if we all come down to who's getting the bulk of the gold, Uzi still needs time before he's competent in fights. That was close. That would have done max damage, by the way.
It would have, but remember that Xiaohu still doesn't have his first item, and this Zoe has sacrificed a lot to make sure that Uzi succeeds. Down in CS in the mid lane as well, going up against the Blade of the Ruined King Tristana. RNG still willing to push this lane, but it looks like we're skirmishing around the dragon that's been sitting there for a while.
Yeah, they don't want LNG to get both of these dragons so they can be dragon stacking and force these major team fights later on. Let's see what the next dragon is, because I do talk about rolling the dice. And if you end up taking down Cloud Dragon and then putting up an equally and powerful dragon, no, then we double Cloud.
Yep.
That's completely fine then, so it's far more useful for RNG now. Especially with the pick composition that they have. So it's nice to have. But this siege is going to be contested here by LNG.
Flandre in for the flank. Level 11 Akali has a window in, but gets locked down with the binding again by Ming. He ults immediately. Flandre out with the shuriken flip. And he's out of the fight completely. Perfect execution used, while meanwhile LNG are happy to trade because Fan is pushing the side lane.
Really good pick by RNG. Now you put another timer on Flandre where he can't really be useful. So you're losing this turret 100%.
That's true. So maybe not worth it, as Fan will be able to push in the wave. RNG finally break all outer turrets before 20 minutes in the game.
That's why we talk about execution being so crucial. If he didn't get caught out, if that opening was there, he would have been able to secure a winning fight for his team, or at least a lot of flashes from RNG. But because they were able to catch him, push him off to the side, free turret now there for RNG. RNG gets a whole stack of gold on their primary carries. Luden's Echo should be there for Shahu after this wave, I would assume.
Yep.
So right now, we're banking it for RNG, but LNG is certainly banking on fights. If they can get that crucial team fight that we saw in the previous game, that will give them that lead.
The difference this game, though, I'll say, is Ming goes from Rakan to Morgana. And there is a difference in champion. And Ming's Morgana, again, just so crucial in game 1 and 2.
He should have got MVP in both of those games.
Yes, we're still upset.
We're still mad.
It's been 2 hours.
You can't shut us up.
It was great. I mean, it won game 2, Raz. It was directly the winner.
I can understand game 2 because of Ezreal, but no.
But game 1, the blind binding.
Yes, game 1.
The BB, you know?
Yeah.
He said goodbye.
We're sending in our complaints.
Well, we'll have to wait. We'll have to see if LNG could take us the distance or if this will be it. Because it looks like one final stand is what this game could come down to. But at this point for RNG, the snowball, as you mentioned, what did you say, Boulder was rolling?
Yep. It's still kind of rolling. If we're just taking take a look at the map, both teams are just trying to strive for items. Uzi's going towards his Infinity Edge where he feels comfortable. Remember, you still have that attack speed with your lethal tempo, so you're in a pretty good spot in team fight. So I see that being his primary goal. He doesn't want to start a fight until he gets that item. If you look towards LNG, you're saying the same thing for the Kaisa, who wants to get the Muramana Guinsu's Rage Blade.
Yep.
So that's why there's always been a discussion about a lull state, but it's not as if teams are just walking around having not a goal in mind. It's mostly because their goal is simply farming and being patient to that point. It's something that LNG's honestly had to learn, being on the same page and just simply being patient. And we're currently starting to see that.
A team that has the longest game time in the LPL, so you can see their evolution here in the Summer Split. A team that, remember that Snake, what did they finish 13th in spring, if I'm not mistaken? And back when they were called Snake.
Look, if you're below 12, you're out of my mind.
Oh, okay. Elitist.
I mean, no, I'm just saying, if you're just one series away, you might as well just be 15th.
Oh my God, Raz.
I'm just saying, all right.
Okay, all right.
I'm just putting that out there.
So
the
you're not
difference is literally one series.
You're not like me thinking, oh, hang on, pull that. That's a good pick. Cataclysm onto 4. LNG being caught out as Fen has to jump away. Uzi now comes back with an Infinity Edge. This is a big RNG, but Flandre tries to shut him down. He's into the Shroud. Uzi pulls it back. Will he survive? The flash away from Flandre on an edge. A nice edge. As Flan, look at this, the volley bear. 1v1 me caster. The Ignite doesn't tick away. He flips him for the kill. But now Xiaohu is angry. Yeah, he's going to get the trade. A messy fight that should have held so many more deaths.
But there was just such a primary focus in the mid lane that you forgot that Karsa went hiking. And the bear found him, and that's all you really need. That's all that you really need. You just need that little bit of time. And of course, that kill ends up going over to Duan. That's pretty crazy, and a lot of it was towards Flandre, who is so close to being able to net the kill and still finds a way out. Take a look at this, a great Cataclysm.
Yeah.
Even finding the flash of a Suri, he needed to ult out of the damn Cataclysm itself. So they were able to flash out completely, and then you get to see the primary focus. Uzi needs to deal with the Akali trying to rub a face, and then you see Karsa forgetting that Duan is a beast. You can't touch this. Get back here.
Yeah! And then Xiao one-shots him, because you remember, that is a support volley bear.
Don't fight the bear. I don't care what role he is. His class is class.
Well said, Barento Raz Muhammad. Well, A 1-for-1 trade. And you know what? I take that if you're LNG, because the way that fight started, like I said, it should have been so much worse. Uzi came into that fight with an Infinity Edge and Essence Reaver completed. So this man's online, and you can see the damage output. Enough for Flandre to warrant jumping on him at all costs.
Yeah, next time that bear's coming in with a steel chair, I just need to see him just go straight towards, like, what's a good item? Righteous Glory.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Righteous Glory. Shirelles is fine as well, by the way.
No, it's not,
yes,
but I'll approve it.
It buffs the ultimate damage.
Please, no.
That and Dead Man's Plate.
Just get those claws out.
Okay. Infinity Edge. Oh, yeah. Have you ever played top lane Volibear?
No, never.
Well,
never going to.
It's a mistake. Top lane Volibear, I think it's like 49%. And look at this one. Almost finds a flip around. RNG going aggressive into the enemy jungle of LNG. Now, Fen even jumps away. This is the setup around Baron, while Flandre and Langxing going to fight in the bottom lane.
I want to see, of course, thankfully, Langxing was able to... Wait a minute!
No, we gotta
back
go
to the bottom lane!
He will get the turret. Flandre goes in for the win.
I'm sorry that I even questioned this observer.
Ooh, hang on, no, not anymore. This is going to be Xiaohu getting locked down there with the Glacial Prison, as Xiaohu will also find himself the Trouble Bubble. The re-engaged one doesn't have the passive, so he dies. Xiaohu finds him, and Uzi now runs up for another kill.
This is the RNG composition online. Morgana, Q, Sleepy Trouble Bubble, anything they can go in on. So I want to see what LNG can do as a response, because while RNG needs to base, these are getting progressively longer death timers now.
Langxing's walking up to the mid lane as well. LNG's target, push in that mid wave and get that turret. Finally, they have the inside track, and RNG are pathing very strangely. Uzi actually gets the root down on the Fen. He cleanses away to survive. Never mind, it was another ultimate bait.
That's the difficulty of Tristana. You know, people say you have a dash, you can go in a little bit further, but everybody that has the skill to deal with your dash will deal with it. So good luck on that one. Yeah. He will have Flash soon enough. He'll have, he doesn't have Cleanse because he just had to use it, but Flash is really good enough for the next fight.
You can just see Uzi and Ming running as the pair. Right now, the biggest threat on Summoner's Rift, and utilizing it well, heading back towards the top side. And this jungle, this is where they want to find their pickers. SOFM's here once again. They find the knock-up. Look at Casa waiting for the flag and drag, but they'll just take the red buff. That's a good sentiment.
But yeah, now Daddy Ming is here. Let's get another Q across. Let's pick some people out. That's what I'm looking for. All you need is the Zoe and the Morgana to make you happy.
It's not like RNG have to be anywhere else. The bottom wave pushing in as SOFM has to run away again with the Arctic Assault. Bottom wave, further to my point, that's a slow push for RNG at the time being. So they just go mid. This is going to be a big shove.
The wave clear isn't there for LNG. It's in their 80 carries that are pretty low in range and are risking their life. Okay, well, we're going back.
I love that trouble bubble from Xiao. He puts it behind. SOFM can't go backwards. Almost dies anyway.
Now the jungler's out of the map. He's going to take a bit of time to come right on. Now they're not going to be starting Bearmuff immediately, but they did set up a lot of time for Uzi to get towards his next item. So I want to see if it's going to be, wow, just like that. Okay, so I can't even make the guess yet.
Yeah, okay.
I was trying. I mean, we all knew it was going to be rapid fire cannon, but he just came out and bought it first buy.
Big Uzi once again. We've seen some pretty good games from Uzi. I know there wasn't too much questions about this 80 carry coming into the matchup, but you always have your suspicions, much like you do with players like iBoy. Jackie Love is a great example as to how they're going to perform in playoffs. What do they look this time around? This time around, safe to say that, yeah.
Maybe about Asura, though. He's all, because remember, this is his first year for him. Didn't make it into the playoffs during the spring, so you'd believe this is his first playoffs. And the fact that he, you know, has gone on to this stage and is still performing well, especially up against Uzi, is definitely something you know, applaud. But the problem now is they're all grouped up. How do you take this fight? They're trying to look for it.
SOFM in a great position here, not spotted out. Sends the ult backward, launches down onto Xiaohu, but he's out of it for now. Look at the flank here from Flandre. He's been caught out. RNG is a stack. They take the blast cone together, and he hasn't done the damage. Langxing at half health has to flush away. Flandre had the right idea, but RNG collapsed in.
That pesky blast cone. You tend to forget when that came into the game, and it really put a thorn right in towards Flandre, who was in a great position to go all in.
I mean, someone backs again here from LNG. RNG now get the push on this inner turret, excuse me. Inhibitor turret actually coming up next. Tuan in a flanking position. flash burn, only fake from Xiaohu.
This sucks for LNG. You don't have a Kali with ultimate. You need to try and hold the door.
Look at this once again. SOFM has been spotted out. Arctic Assault into Uzi, but this is not the damage. Lungxing re-engaging Tuan. Too far forward. Chosen of the Storm. Not going to apply. Lungxing will die, though, as the Sura picks it up. RNG now don't have the man advantage.
How did they come out of that one with a kill?
Uzi deciding to go in to go out. Fen has to flash out. RNG still have the fight. The Root Caller again. Uzi is unstoppable as Caster jumps back in, but what is going on? This is chaos. Uzi walking up to SOFM. He has to ult just to get out of there. This is some messy League of Legends.
But this is the craziest thing that I'm seeing LNG doing. You just got to kill. Here comes a teleport, though.
Okay, it's Flandre. Trouble Bubble's not going to land. He's looking for the execution. Ult comes through from Ming. The flag and drag doesn't connect. They're just trying to find him amidst the shroud. RNG trying to back away, but Flandre's looking.
He's coming, his ultimate's coming back on, but he gets Sleepy Trouble Bubble.
Has to go golden with the Sonya's Hourglass. That means LNG have to back away. Cloud is going to be the restitution.
That was crazy. He had ultimate focus on his own ultimate. Like, getting towards that point, he was trying to slow them down so they didn't go back to base, so he can find that assassination. Ends up, of course, being able to get that one pick on Longxing when they were in a position where they were losing their inhibitor turret. And they were essentially going to lose their inhibitor, but still, good play from LNG. They stopped them. They were hairs away from being able to get a team fight win and turning it on the Baron.
And even though Xiaohu was so far behind on this Zoe, I love that we get to this team fight setting in the mid game where he lands each and every trouble bubble. Each and every bubble has purpose, and this Zoe is now quite large.
Remember, we are so close to being able to see our a best of 5 go to its full 5 games.
Yeah.
It's either that or LNG's road has ended. And so you can see Flandre putting in his all.
Further to your point, remember, ladies and gentlemen, LNG and RNG both don't have the championship points. If they lose in this quarterfinal, they will not be going to Worlds. And RNG fighting like they mean it. Uzi pushing up the mid lane with 3 items, and now the QSS. The Baron's still sitting there waiting.
You might see RNG just move towards the Baron itself. I think they have ultimate vision over it. But it just comes down to not wanting to have the game be decided by a 50-50.
That's right. In the turret going to be sieged here while Uzi and Ming, out of all people, are just sitting between the waves.
Just trying to push them away from the forest itself. And let's see what happens here.
This is a deep, deep flank. He's going to be spotted out on the minion wave, though. But
okay.
Now trying to push out the mid, get that outer turret that LNG have been looking for the past 8 minutes.
Yeah, if they can finally get this turret, that would be great. It would be a step forward in being able to get vision in the enemy blue side jungle. No, they got this. Okay. Yi with little faith.
Sorry, Raz.
You've seen too much crazy stuff happen in this series.
I just came through game 3, Raz. You know what that was like.
No one's just going to leave that turret right for the pick.
Well, I don't know.
Fair enough.
I'm a play-by-play. I don't do the stats on minion damage.
What? You should.
I should?
I don't.
Do you? If I asked you, what does a sorcerer minion do? Like what damage? What would you tell me?
I'd tell him he does some deeps.
If I said 38, is that right? Oh, hang on, pause. I want statisticians to come back to me a little bit later. Ming almost gets caught out there with the Black Shield. Ultimate goes through. That is a swing and a miss. That hit the Black Shield Morgana. And now LNG are an ult down from the Sejuani.
All right. Just focus on the mid lane wave here. RNG is stuck with Ming being that low in HP. You already see Kai'Sa working on the mid lane wave that RNG won't be able to come in to rescue. With how low they really are. Take a look at this.
I mean, this is scary because LNG on one side, RNG on the other. Lungxing spotted out here by Flandre. Trouble Bubble not going to land.
You have a decently long cooldown on Sleepy Trouble Bubble when it just gets thrown out like that. They could have found an opportunity in.
Lungxing's in, Xiaohu as well. There's the burn. The bear is dead. And now Flandre stuck in the middle. They're looking to root him down with the Ignite coming down as well. This could be it for RNG. They get the double whammy. Double kill for Xiaohu.
Now they have all their members ready. Xiaohu just wants to find the remaining members.
He might have gone too far. The flash is there. Asura may be too far. The binding doesn't connect. And LNG, this is what they have to hope for. That they've delayed RNG enough to go to the Baron instead.
Now they're trying to figure out what was the best play, and it seems like it's just go towards Baron, pick that one up, and then make your final run. SOFM sniffs this one out, though. The one fear they had all game long is in reality. If he can find his way into that pit.
The miracle needs to come through. Lungxing comes over. The ult goes down. They've found SOFM. The trouble bubbles there. Good zoning from Xiaohu and Lungxing. Does the kill come through? They don't need it. They've got the Baron buff. And RNG are one step closer to finishing off this best of 5.
This is when you take that big, deep breath. RNG didn't want to go for the end game because they've done that before, and it bit them.
Yes.
So here we are. Dawn taking a boatload of damage. FLICKR, even though he played this as well as he could at the near end of it, gets slammed alongside FunFun. So we're back in this point of the game. LNG have another opportunity to pick a fight, and if they lose, that's it for them this year.
Lights out. Inhibitors exposed. Baron at the ready. Waves pushing against RNG for now, but topside pings going down while Uzi sets up the mid wave for the LNG to react.
The Colonel is slowly being swayed. 80% that he thinks that RNG is going to be able to pick this one up.
Which way are those thumbs facing, Raz?
All the way up. Nothing could stop him. You know, it's fine.
Uzi's so confident right now. This is what I love from RNG's AD carries, that he knows he's fed. He's got the shield from the Morgana. Uzi has been activated since minute number 5. And RNG been playing around it ever since, looking to try and end the game with it.
All right, let's see what happens. The poke is a little ineffective now. I think Sejuani has gotten to the max HP point where now she can regen that up. But I don't think there's ever going to be a moment in which RNG is going to let the Sejuani breathe.
Yeah. Still poking down SOFM. RNG break the inhibitor turret and the inhibitor just like that. Inhibitor in the mid lane now under siege, and LNG don't want to fight here. They want to save it for the Nexus turrets.
All right, here we go. Stacking waves now. You got this mid lane, the top lane wave.
But what happens when you get poked out before you even get a chance to fight? FLICKR gets low. They're going to lose the first Nexus turret.
You gotta
and
go
RNG
in.
are going to slow down. The Glacial Prison locks on down onto Cast, but he cataclysms the backline. Look at FLICKR coming in, trying to save the game. Onto Uzi, but he gets burned down. Azura will find a trade kill, but for RNG, they want to end it here. Uzi's firing away. They can't get near him as Azura dies to Lung Xing. RNG have it all set up for them, Raz, as FenFen runs for his life. RNG just need 1, 2... And FenFen is the last piece of the puzzle.
Let him go.
This is all they need. RNG have done it. They're not going to leave it to a crazy Nexus play. They're going to find FenFen. They're going to pull him back. And RNG are going to take this series after killing that Sejuani. No way for a comeback if everyone's dead. And RNG go to the semifinals to take on Top Esports.
It was unexpectedly tough. You know, it was a tough one in the final game. LNG was biting back. It was largely FLICKR that kept them in the series. But RNG nails it down 3-1. Great job from the team. They rallied, and a lot of the question marks that we had towards Lung Xing and the rest of the squad came through. Yeah, FLICKR is feeling a little bit salty on that one. I feel you.
I love this. Well, hugs going all around for FLICKR, and that's just the experience in the league. The respect RNG have for this man who essentially brought them to that game 4, who essentially challenged them in that third game. And that's what LNG felt like in this series. They were challenging each and every step of the way. And while it may have been 3-1, in my heart, I feel like it went to all 5.
It felt like that.
It did.
I know what you mean. And if you heard the interview or read the translation for it for FLICKR in the last series, they didn't even expect they would get it this far.
Yep.
By no means did they believe they would be able to take down Invictus Gaming. And they went up against RNG. You started to feel it, you know? They had a lot of faith in their individual players. It's not as if they were playing worse. They were trying to play against the tide. They're putting in as much as they could. It was RNG that ultimately came in with that veteran championship experience and that nailed the door shut.
Where once again, Ming on Morgana. 100% win rate in that series, by the way. So Ming looked great. I will say that in that game, I felt that LNG were so close to getting us to a game 5. It felt like that one fight could have gone their way.
Yeah, I think a lot of it came down to their counterplay towards the Akali. If you look straight down their composition, there were so many ways for them to at least snipe Akali while she's shrouded. Number 1 was the Zoe. Of course, send down the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, Q, whatever you want in the general direction where you last saw her. And then another one is the, actually surprisingly enough, the Xayah.
Right.
Because the Feather Dance, a lot of the things that can end out protecting her and then of course putting in a lot of damage towards the squishy Akali later on. And then the easiest response has been the Aatrox.
Yes.
So you saw at the very end of it, he was playing well to keep himself in the Shroud. The problem was that he was in a 1v5 situation where they could put their full focus on towards killing him. And so great fight overall, great play coming in from LNG. It's sad that the hype train ends this early.
Yeah.
But at least you now know that you're getting a 100% ready, primed RNG going into the semifinals.
With a top laner that I think performed above expectations in that series and performed with the rest of RNG.
100%. I think that, Lang Sing provided what we were expecting coming in from Sunny.
Yeah.
He was a player that was a carry. He was a carry top laner at the time. Even when resources were going straight through mid or bot lane, he was able to, take the advantages he had top side and was still able to come in through team fights in a great regard. I think that he was a very strong top lane that kind of lost that groove in the beginning of Summer Split. But now we finally get to see how he's gelling with the team, and I hope we get to see that for more games to come.
Also add there was a bit of pressure towards the top side where FLICKR got forced out of lane at one point, but FLICKR still dominated that lane and 40-50 CS up by the end of the game. But for Lang Sing, that's good news. Cast is still playing at his limit. I'm working my way down through here because Xiaohu, for me, still played a great series, but it was the first couple of Karma games where I'm like, I want to see more.
That's because he was look, I feel bad for him. He played his heart out throughout the season. He goes into this series where Karma is available, and there's nothing that will stop him from picking Karma. It just makes sense. It's a strong champion, works with the comp, and they sent multiple people at him. So that'll just happen. Sometimes, much like when SKT in the early seasons go to international events and goes up against wildcard regions, they send just 5 people at him, and you're like, well, that happened. I died.
Yeah.
The conversation better not be, oh, I was performing poorly. Oh!
No.
They sent the entire army to get me.
They were bullying him.
Yeah, they bullied him. And that's not acceptable here on the Rift.
At least we got to see the Zoe in the end as well, which in the mid to late game, that was fantastic.
Yep.
I said I was working my way down over to Uzi and Ming. This was their series. And anyone in RNG, I'd look at Uzi and Ming and say, performed fantastic.
Yeah, because a lot of us will remember why they have such low points to begin with. They went up against JDG and flatly didn't have a good series going up against Imp and Lumao. Imp and Lumao during the entire split at the time were just poor performers, worst performers in the league.
Yep.
Just flatly put. Even the bottom tier teams had their Puff and Southwinds and Killua and Zhang Wuji, but at the time, JDG's bottom lane wasn't performing well. But they go into the playoff series and they went mad, not only going up against Team WE, but against RNG, a team known for their bottom lane. So a lot of it came down to RNG losing the 2v2 and then calling in multiple members in 4v5s and 5v5s like we kind of saw during the series where we saw 8 people in the bottom lane. And their execution was poor in Spring Split. But now you fast forward to the Summer Split and we're clean. I think it's really working out well for RNG. Uzi and Ming are getting their leads. They're performing incredibly well in the laning phase. And now if you're looking on to the next series ahead, Top Esports.
Right.
Suddenly I'm scared for Top.
So Top versus RNG. Now, of course, for anyone who doesn't know, LNG are out of playoff contention for Worlds, at the very least, or at least Gauntlet contention, I should say. For RNG, they want bare minimum 3rd with small conditions here or there, but they need to make a big run. Top Esports should be scared, but also I think that's going to be a great series.
It'll be a good series. I think RNG can still find themselves in 4th place because that'll at least give them 70 points. That's what we're running on.
That's true.
So they're going to still be okay in that worst case scenario, but you always want to give yourself as much power as possible.
That's right.
Especially when they're looking this good. Just go for the whole damn chip, right? Get the damn chip. So RNG is going to be okay. It's more so the conversation now of them going up against Top Esports, where Top Esports are looking, they're not looking bad, but if we're having a comparison of like veteran teams going in there that they can get the job done, they're completely lacking in that. Now, Ben is a great support with a whole boatload of experience, world semifinalist experience. But the issue is more so when you get to that moment during spring playoffs, during Rift Rivals, it's mostly an XX and 369 that tend to fail in those moments. And I want to be able to see if they can do more than just rely on Knight. The MVP of the split, the runner-up MVP of Spring Split, the best mechanical player right now in the world, I'll say. But you can't just rely that he's going to be your only performer. So I want to see what ends up happening in that one. That's going to be a competitive one where Top's going to be looking top side.
Yep.
RNG is going to be looking bot side.
And Xiaohu versus Knight in the mid lane.
That's true.
That's great. It's exciting.
That's true. That's going to be good.
Especially when in this series we didn't get to see the Xiaohu Akali, which I've been hyping up the past couple of weeks. So that's exciting when you have the merit of the two mid laners and both play Zoe as well.
Yep.
Both have great Zoes, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think the mid lane matchup is going to be so sick that's only going to be marred by team strategy. So the entire strategy for Top Esports is support your solo laners, and if it's not your top lane, definitely support Knight. So Knight's going to be fine. He's going to play whatever he wants. He probably just saw, FLICKR pick up the Echo play versus
Didn't he play Kassadin as well?
And he played a few. Then he was able to, he said, okay, I can bring this back then. I'm cool. But Xiaohu is like, can I play LeBlanc? It's like, you're playing Karma. Karma's available. Don't you want to play Karma? It's like, I guess I'm playing Karma. So team strategy is certainly going to be a hindrance to that one, but I agree. You have all LPL players going up against each other, MVP players going up against each other, and I think that the major question in all our minds is simply our top lane. We got an answer towards Longsing. Longsing's fine. Now it's more of an answer towards 369, who is an incredible rookie talent that needs to get that respect, and hopefully he delivers it in the next round.
I mean, Longsing versus 369 is exciting. However, we've got to look back at this series. You know who gets MVP again? It's going to be Uzi this time. Again. But I will say, that man was walking forward no matter what.
Yeah. I actually don't remember. This game, this series was actually just so much.
Yeah.
That I don't even have an opinion on who would be able to get MVP. I'm kind of looking at it right now. And I think Uzi is the right MVP for this game. So, good stuff. He walked forward, as you mentioned. He had the support there from Xiaohu and Karsa. This was the 4-man bot lane we were talking about. Karsa had a really good game here as well. In fact,
there you go.
He had a lot of great cataclysm in this game.
There we go. Right.
Wait a minute. He had like multiple 4 to 5 people cataclysms.
He had some great moments. You're right.
This highlight play is turning into a J4 highlight play.
Well, hang on. Let's see where it goes from here.
Well, look at this one. But I'm a little skeptical now. This one is a good one from Xiaohu. We'll take that. We take those. That's all right. This one better not be a J4 highlight reel. Because I'm telling you, at this late at night, my mind is an enigma. This is a pretty damn good cataclysm. I'll still give it to him, but I'm just saying that was a good game from Karsa.
I love how every time we just look at like someone else. But of course, Uzi,
he earned this one. He definitely earned it.
3 MVPs.
Yes.
In that series.
Good stuff.
So it did very well. I mean, Ming had a great series as well.
Yes,
but from here, I'm like, you're right. Going into Top Esports, going up the bracket. Now I'm starting to believe a little more in RNG and think that, okay, if they can triumph over Top Esports and then they get into the finals, you go, this is a pretty sick RNG. That's pretty much secure themselves at Worlds at that point.
Yeah, that's true. I think that we're in a pretty damn good split when you're thinking about playoff potential, who's going to the finals.
Yep.
You're thinking FPX now going up against BLG. Pretty damn interesting on that end.
True.
First time for either organization to be able to hit a finals. And you're looking down the barrel at Top Esports and RNG. These are your final 4 teams in the playoffs.
Okay.
And it's really good.
4 impressive teams.
Now, as you can see, semifinal is going to be happening in August 31st and September 1st.
So Saturday and Sunday, day after each other, is when we return for our semifinals.
Now, whenever you go straight through these gauntlet, 4 days back to back to back, and if you're with these teams and you're going, one every other day, you get to play. It's very difficult to formulate those strategies. But FPX and Top Esports been sitting on that throne in the semifinals, watching the teams play, organizing themselves, while RNG and BLG thankfully will be able to sit down for about a week and kind of go through that themselves. They're not going to be too many teams scrimming, actually. Whenever you get to this state, then you're certainly EDG, Suning, LNG, we're gone, right? We're not playing no more. Invictus Gaming would be the only team that they're probably going to be focusing more so on the Gauntlet tournament. And the LSPL still LDL, that is still going through. So we're just talking about valuable practice. It's going to be a little hard. So good luck to them, but it's nice to be able to see that our Final 4 has definitely been very strong teams, and where the Final 4 during the regular season.
That's right. So it makes sense. The standings weren't for nothing.
None of you crazy people trying to make a run for it. We saw last time JDG 8th seed. Don't care. I'm running.
Chaos.
I'm booking it. This time around, EDG were trying. LNG out of nowhere. But thankfully, there's order.
I thought LNG were going to be the dream, but
Yeah, I thought so
apparently
too.
not.
Everyone else did too. Remember, this is the same thing in 2016. Everyone was like, oh, LNG took down IG in crazy fashion. They can do this. Anything is possible. That's literally the LNG, phrase, their motto that they have in the banners in Chongqing. And then the next series is a sad one.
And then they got the quarterfinal curse once again.
It happens.
So LNG tried to make the run. RNG stopped them. We now have a semi-finalist, so that's going to be it for us today. We'll be back on Saturday and Sunday for our semi-finals of FPX versus BLG, and then into RNG Top Esports. Thank you to Raz. Thank you to our production team. It's bye for now, but not forever.
I'm hungry.
took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Sad words are spoken. Move on. It's broken. Give up. It's time to leave.